as the globally popular game is about to merge with reality. Everyone is striving to level up and fight monsters for survival, while I hide in the newbie village playing sword fighting with goblins, simply because every sword swing I make can permanently increase my attack power by a bit. So the more sword swings, the higher the attack power. When I can swing the sword 1 billion times, even if it's a deity, I can still one-hit kill. But other players, seeing me only swinging the sword in the newbie village, they all mock me for being a fool, because in the Tian Dao game, the current maximum level is 100, and it is said that after level 100, the game truly begins. But I ignore all that. After entering the game, I just practice sword fighting in the newbie village square. Now, after a month of practice, I have completed 10 million sword swings. At this moment, the system congratulates the host for completing 10 million sword swings and grants a chance to draw a prize. Start drawing the prize. But the next moment, the system message makes my expression pause. Congratulations to the host for drawing the reward weapon Rising Heaven Cave. It's actually a divine level equipment, so I quickly check its attributes. The divine level Rising Heaven Cave can enhance the advanced usage level by 1, increase 1 attribute, add 100 points to all 5 elemental attributes, and increase attack speed by 100%. Wow, even though it's just a level 1 equipment, it has such powerful numerical attributes. With my current attack power, it means that with 1 slash, I can cut up to 100 meters, and my attack speed has doubled. This means that now my sword drawing speed can reach 10 to 12 times per second. As a result, I am no longer a glass cannon. With an increase of 105 attributes, my health has reached 20,000. At this stage, no one should be able to defeat me in one hit. Moreover, my attack power can surpass everyone else's. Luckily, this game doesn't have an attack power leaderboard, or else people would think I'm a bug. Without any surprises, until the end of class, I stood outside the classroom continuously drawing my sword, increasing the number of draws and steadily raising my attack power. My actions finally attracted some classmates' ridicule and the disapproval of the teacher. Until the teacher furrowed her brow and said, "Qin Shen, you are still in the newbie village, drawing your sword every day." I calmly replied, "Then you are still at level 1. After hearing my response, the instructor Lu Xia was instantly furious. However, I still maintained an indifferent attitude, and no one could stop me from drawing my sword. But Lu Xia earnestly said, "If you continue to indulge in this way, no one can save you. The game will merge with reality in half a year. If you don't work hard, who can you rely on?" I know that as my mentor, Lu Xia hopes for my improvement. However, as a time traveler with a system, it's something that can't be explained. So I can only continue to draw my sword. At that moment, a mocking voice from Qin Shen sounded in my ears. "You're just trash, can you stop blocking others?" In reality, I am Fong Jing, the scion of the Fong group. In the game, I possess imperial grade top tier talent, crushing you as trash in both reality and the game. So, do you allow Wang Chang to join my team or not? I just glanced up, indicating Wang Chang is my brother. If you want Xiangzi to join you, don't flaunt your scion status of a listed group. You have imperial top tier talent, he has celestial mid tier talent. When the game invades, you'll have to face off against our brothers. Upon hearing this, Fong Jing's status took a hit. Yes, now he is the scion of a listed group. But half a year later, when the game invades reality, some rules of reality won't be able to constrain those with powerful abilities. Hence, those with higher talents are now targets for major financial magnates to recruit. At this moment, Wang Chang also walked over, wanting to stand up for me. I immediately hinted with my eyes. Right at that moment, a beauty at the top of the class walked over. Li Shuero, Celestial Low Tier. Seeing Li Shuero slowly approaching me, I waved my hand. I said, "You're also here to recruit Xiangzi, right? Take him, following your team will definitely be better than with Fong Tangjing." Li Shuero looked stunned. He never expected that before he could speak, he had already recruited a talented individual. Then he slowly scanned my whole body with his eyes, wondering why this person who doesn't seem like a fool refuses to level up properly, and can accurately guess my intentions. It can be seen that he is not someone with intelligence issues, although I can't understand why he keeps practicing drawing the sword, but I am curious. I am completely unaware of Li Shuero's curiosity. Whenever I have time, I practice drawing the sword, and as my number of draws is about to reach 20 million. Wang Chang told me some bad news. The school plans to expel some typical students, those who waste time in the game and completely disbelieve in the invasion of reality by the game. Brother Jin, Li Shuero asked me to tell you that it's Fong Tangjing using her family connections to try to get you expelled. Fong Tangjing is clearly retaliating for the humiliation I caused him, but let him retaliate. After being expelled, I can quietly practice drawing the sword. Li Shuero also mentioned that in response to the game invasion, the school will soon transform into a gaming sect, and will divide territories, such as leveling areas, all to allow students to better obtain resources. If you get expelled, you won't be able to enjoy these benefits, Wang Chang reminded me. I understand, the school's restructuring will definitely involve purchasing a lot of gaming resources to provide for the students. Although I haven't left the newbie village yet, it doesn't mean I'll stay there forever. But at that moment, the instructor Lu Xia entered the classroom, and when she looked at me, her gaze was somewhat complex. Then she announced to everyone, I believe everyone knows that the school is going to expel some students, and our class has a list too. Xingzhen, you've been expelled. The last sentence was said while Liuxia was looking at me. As the guidance teacher, deep down, I actually find it hard to bear. But the school insisted on expelling me. Even a small teacher like him is helpless. Thank you, teacher. I understand the school's decision. Can I say one more thing? I said calmly. But I also have a sense of pride in my heart. Then I looked at the others. I've pulled it out 20 million times. Whether it's perseverance, tenacity, or persistence, you all can't see it. Each one of you is short-sighted. One day, I will make you understand. I am the existence you all must look up to. With that, I elegantly walked out of the classroom. At this moment, the classroom fell into silence, but in the next moment, it burst into laughter. Do you think Qin Shen has read too many Chinibu manga? He's been expelled, yet they want all of us to look up to him. Look up to him for what? Has he been pulling out his sword every day and gone mad? Only 3 people in the entire classroom didn't laugh. One of them is the student who knows teacher Liuxia. He looked complex, unable to bear it in his heart. One of them is Wang Chang, his eyes filled with anger, as if he was about to explode in the next moment. The last person who didn't laugh is Li Shuerong. He was contemplating. He knew that Qin Shen wasn't a fool, on the contrary, he was very clever. So, there must be a reason for him to keep pulling out his sword every day. The exact reason remains unknown. But in the future, he might truly become someone everyone looks up to. Thinking this, Li Shuerong immediately logged into the game. Li Shuero went straight to the newbie village as soon as she logged in, and sure enough, she saw me continuously drawing my sword. I drew my sword time after time, with a speed of sheathing that reached its peak. Li Shuero watched for a short while, and I had already drawn the sword hundreds of times. Suddenly, a voice came into Li Shuero's ears. Since going to college, she hadn't contacted me. The first time this little girl contacted me, it was to bring me to watch others practice drawing swords. The person who appeared in front of Li Shuero was Li Shuiyan, the president of the Transmigration Group. Moreover, she had early on gathered a large number of talented and capable individuals through a huge amount of wealth, aiming to become a force to be reckoned with after the game invasion, a force of strong individuals. Li Shuero pointed at me drawing the sword and said, Sis, you are a mage, and your talent is the ultimate in magic. You can perceive unusual changes in the flow of energy. Can you sense what is different in front of him every time he draws the sword? Li Shuiyan smiled and said, Is this the newbie who flows like water, the unyielding Qin Shen? How can his sword drawing speed be so fast? This attack speed is definitely not something a level 1 player could have. Immediately, Li Shuiyan closed her eyes, extended her hand, and then she sensed that in the area in front of me where I drew the sword, the airflow was constantly being cut off. Li Shuiyan said in amazement, Swordsman, as long as the sword drawing speed is fast enough, they can cut through everything. Now his sword can already block the airflow. If it's the same level and equipment, I reckon there's no need to fight, they would already be dead under his sword. Sis, do you want to take in such a talent? Li Shuero asked. Sure, but how long does he need to practice like this? In less than half a year, the game will invade reality. Although I can invest in him, but I need to ask him until when he needs to practice. After saying that, Li Shuiyan walked towards me. At this moment, my count finally reached 20 million, and the system's reward was promptly received. At this moment, all my attention was focused on the draw, completely unaware that a level 93 expert had appeared in the newbie village. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward of the Divine Tier talent, Supreme Eye. The Supreme Eye talent can enhance insight into everything, detect hidden dangers, and in battle, it can identify any opponent's weakness. Attacking the opponent's weak point will trigger a critical hit effect with no upper limit, cannot be evaded, and can only be used once per opponent in the same battle. Is it another Divine Tier talent? Normally, talents are only obtained when reaching level 20 for a job change, but I obtained it at level 1, and this talent even comes with critical hits. So, you're saying that from now on, it's 1 slash per target. Just when I was fantasizing about slashing one kid after another in the future, Li Shuiyan had already walked up to me. You're really practicing swordplay. Did you receive a hidden task? Upon hearing this, I looked at this stunning woman. Her appearance bore some resemblance to Li Shuero, but her temperament was even more outstanding. So, I directly asked, "Hello, what's your relationship with Li Shuero?" "She is my younger sister." Knowing that she is Li Shuero's sister, I can probably guess what she wants to do. Honestly, I haven't received any tasks. I just find it fun. If President Li came to me, it shouldn't be because he's interested in a gaming loser like me, right? If there's nothing else, please don't disturb me while I practice swordplay. After hearing what I said, Li Shuyan was taken aback. She didn't expect this man in front of her to be so fearless. I am the president of one of the top 10 guilds in the game. My subordinates have top talents, yet the first shot, Chen Baipao, accused me of hindering him. At that moment, Li Shuero also approached. "My sister in reality happens to need a bodyguard, and she can pay you 20 million for a year. This way, your family's difficulties and your brother's equipment issues will be resolved. Moreover, you can buy 2 sets of self-protection gear for your parents." Upon hearing this, I was moved, so I decided to accept the job. However, I can only commit for 6 months. There are still 5 months and half a year, and the game is about to be invaded, which made Li Shuero frown slightly. "If you don't agree to this condition, giving me 1 billion or even 10 billion is pointless. Alternatively, we could have a 1-year deadline. However, the contract can be terminated early once the guild contribution reaches 1 million points. What do you think?" Seeing that Li Shuero doesn't seem to agree with my conditions, I came up with another idea. In the Heavenly Path game, guilds have a member contribution system. After the guild contribution value increases, corresponding rewards can be obtained. And also appearing on the guild leaderboard can attract more people to join. Li Shuero listened and pondered for a moment. "Then tomorrow I can officially start work, right?" Li Shuyan deliberately teased, saying, "My sister has spent 20 million on you, and your contribution value isn't rising quickly enough." I replied with 4 words, "You're overthinking it," and continued to practice drawing my sword. Early the next day, I arrived at Shuero Group. As I greeted the receptionist, I introduced myself as a new employee. At that moment, a displeased voice came from behind, "You're the new bodyguard hired by Yenro." I turned around and saw a tall, handsome man. Looking down, I noticed the insignia on his chest read Chen Baipao. Although I have been practicing swordplay in the novice village, I can also see from the announcements that this person is the first to kill the Shadow Cave and is also the top spear on the Heavenly Path leaderboard. Although Chen Baipao is famous, it's just a matter of me making a move. I replied, "It was Li Shuyan who asked me to join. Who should I look for now?" Chen Baipao's face suddenly turned displeased as he said, "Li Shuyan was also recommended by you. So now anyone can be a bodyguard? After entering the game, I will show you the difference between the moon and the firefly." Hearing this, I also became angry. Li Shuyan didn't say anything. "Since you're so capable, let's settle it now in reality." As a rich kid, Chen Baipao had never seen such a brazen person like me before. His face started turning pale. "I hope your in-game skills can match the toughness of your mouth in real life." The people around also looked over here. This newcomer is so domineering. No wonder the president chose him as a bodyguard. However, the receptionist spoke up, saying, "The president asked you to go to the 78th floor office to see him." Upon hearing this, I didn't say much and got on the elevator. After I left, Chen Baipao angrily had his men check my ID. When they saw the results, they were speechless. This is the Qin Shen who has been wielding his sword in the newbie village. No wonder he mentioned earlier that even though he acts tough in the game, he never leaves the newbie village, so he's not afraid of PK. The surrounding discussions made Chen Baipao's face even uglier. "Can't you force PK in the newbie village?" he asked with a dark expression. Of course, the answer was no. However, a little brother said, "Boss, it seems like you can practice in the newbie village." Hearing this, Chen Baipao's face softened slightly. Then, he said coldly, "I want him to kneel down and apologize to me." By now, I had arrived at Li Shuyan's president's office. Li Shuyan didn't ask too much about the argument between Chen Baipao and me. With less than half a year left before the game's arrival, for top-tier players like Li Shuyan, the current priority is how to enhance her own strength and that of the guild. "How long are you going to keep drawing your sword?" Li Shuyan was still curious about my continuous swordplay. "When the time comes, I will naturally stop. I'll remind you again, Mr. Qinzhen, the game is about to invade reality. By then, those demons from the game will be powerful enough to destroy the entire Blue Star, and humans may find it hard to resist. At this moment, are you still hiding in the newbie village?" Li Shuyan said with a heavy tone. I looked into Li Shuyan's eyes and asked a crucial question. What if the human race can hold on in the future? Li Shuyan frowned deeply. By then, even those deities will descend. You are still in the newbie village, unaware of how powerful those deities truly are. I understand, that's why I said if humans can hold on. When reality turns into a game-like world, people will still have to carry on living. Ordinary humans also need a certain order to be maintained. My words left Li Shuyan, the female CEO, stunned in place, as she had always believed that the future of humanity would be a puppet of demons. After saying that, I had already left, needing to quickly draw my sword to complete the system task. At this moment, I was drawing my sword while watching the messages on the World Channel. Level 50 Nightmare Instance Evil Insect Killing, lacking a DPS, any class is fine, preferably a powerhouse with an attack of over 200,000. Carry us. Is there a powerful sealing expert on the 30th floor of the Illusion Tower? Speed over 1000, sealing skill of at least level 8. Water without roots, exchange for Star Sea Kill 3, exchange for MMM. From the information in the World Channel, you can see that the top players at level 100 have around 8 million attacks at most, but my attack power is almost 30 million. Suddenly, in the lively World Channel, a red announcement appears. Congratulations to Team Li Shuero for successfully overcoming the nightmare of the Enchanted Forest and setting a new fastest record, earning a lot of rewards. The king of Li Shuero's team should also be inside, right? The best clearance record for this instance also comes with very generous rewards. Seeing my good brother Wang Chang continuously getting stronger, I feel happy for him. But then, at this moment, a discordant voice rings out. So you are still here. I draw my sword and turn to look. The newcomer holds a long spear, wearing a white robe with a flashy sword. Chen Baipao sees the newcomer and furrows his brow slightly, without any response. This is the newbie village, even if he wants to PK with me, I can refuse. If you don't speak, I also like to let my strength speak. You made me lose face in the company, so if you're a man, then accept my challenge now. Chen Baipao speaks again. What will you do if you lose? In response to Chen Baipao's question, his expression changes immediately because he had never thought about this question. You're only level 1 in the game, while I'm already level 95. What do you think I will say? You should know that in the game, not to mention level 1 and 95, even a 5-level difference is frighteningly large. Immediately, Chen Baipao said, if you can defeat me, I will listen to everything you say, and I will also give you 10 million game coins. Upon hearing Chen Baipao's agreement, I readily accepted the challenge. 10 million game coins, I want to exchange for enhancement materials. As for you, I can also accept you as a follower. If what happened between us today is leaked, I will be the first to criticize in the future. The next moment, I drew the Sangxing blood, unsheathed it, and then sheathed the blade. In just milliseconds, the challenge was over. Chen Baipao's originally cold gaze turned into an innocent look, with a hint of disbelief, as he looked at me. Don't just stand there blankly, I smirked, go and bring me what I asked for. Remember, it's a set of top-tier equipment and enhancement materials. Meanwhile, in the distance, Li Shuyan and Li Shuero, the sisters, watched this scene with confused expressions. Did they encounter a bug? Have they started sparring? Li Shuero shook her head, but secretly opened the recording system and watched frame by frame in slow motion. The result left Li Shuero stunned. With a single stroke, the thorn-cutting blade drawn and slashed, Chen Baipao was instantly defeated. Chen Baipao, a top 10 player in the level 95 leaderboard, was defeated just like that. Looking at the still-dazed man before me, I lowered my head and said, it's best if only the heavens and the earth know about this. You know, I know. It's better not to have any other thoughts or ideas. You understand. When the game becomes reality, your life and death, or rather the power behind you, will be at my mercy. I understand now, from now on, I will unquestionably follow you. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do without hesitation. But I'm curious, how did you become so strong? Chen Baipao has recovered a bit from the shock just now, but he still finds it hard to believe that he lost to a level 1 newbie. It's best to know as little as possible about many things. I think you should understand this principle. So, if you're obedient, leave now. Don't come to the newbie village in the future. Chen Baipao had to mount his steed and leave after hearing this. Li Shuero, who was hiding in the distance, finally recovered from the shock. He recalled the scene when he was expelled from school. Is this your skill that everyone should admire? I was completely unaware of Li Shuero spying on me from the side, even recording it. Because I'm currently only at level 1, my perception is not very high. I can't level up until I reach a certain point. Now, you have finally reached 30 million times. Congratulations, host, on receiving a reward. Heavenly Illusion Treasure 1, Heavenly Illusion Treasure 1. A top-quality artifact at level 1, the first attribute increases all 5 elemental properties by 100 points, the second attribute increases seal resistance by 30%, and the third attribute, illusion transformation, can actively transform into an illusion state. In this state, damage taken is reduced by 80% for the next hit, with the feature of never wearing out and always fitting perfectly. Another piece of divine level equipment. So I immediately put it on. After wearing it, the clothes turned transparent, and I could feel my health points increasing. I now have an attack power of 30 million. With one slash, even the mountains and seas in front of me would be split in two. By then, even the gods themselves may reconsider if humans are mere foot soldiers. Just as I was fantasizing about battling gods in the future, Li Shuero came over to bring me a gift. Surprisingly, the gift turned out to be a game costume that can conceal my appearance and ID when worn. Although I was puzzled about why Li Shuero suddenly sent a gift, I politely accepted it, because I do want to leave the newbie village and explore the outside world. But at the same time, I'm afraid that if I accidentally defeat a low-level monster and level up, it would be a loss. After all, the system clearly stated that I need to swing my sword 100 million times to level up. At that moment, I suddenly remembered that every game has a shop, and game shops always have a variety of items. Soon, I found an item in the shop, the Grey Spirit Pill, which prevents gaining any experience points for 24 hours after use. In terms of experience, there are different options. The Celestial Spirit Pill gives 5 times the experience for 1 hour, while the Earth Spirit Pill gives double the experience for 1 hour. I didn't expect there would be a Grey Spirit Pill, specifically for players who don't want to level up. With this Grey Spirit Pill and the Nightwalker set, maybe I can really go out and explore. Maybe I can really go out and take a look. Luckily, the Grey Spirit Pill isn't expensive, only 100 coins per pill. I bought 15 pills in one go, which should give me 15 days to explore the background of the Tiandao game. But why did Li Shuero suddenly give me a gift? Perhaps she has already discovered something. I can only ask her when we meet next time. Sure enough, the next day Li Shuero came to the newbie village again. This time, I directly asked her, "Why did you choose this outfit to give me? Do you need so many reasons to give you a gift?" Li Shuero looked as if it was a matter of course. "Is that really all?" I looked incredulous. Now Li Shuero blushed slightly, lowered her head to look at her fingers. "It's all Xiaoman's bad idea, saying that giving gifts to someone you like is enough. How can I speak now?" I looked at Li Shuero's panicked expression, grabbed her wrist, and asked, "Do you know something about me? What about something like instantly defeating Chen Baipao?" In her panic, Li Shuero blurted out the truth. "It must not have been Chen Baipao who told you, right?" I continued to inquire. "No, I analyzed it by watching the video frame by frame. I have already deleted that video. I will keep your secret safe." Li Shuero immediately replied. "So you deliberately gave me the Nightwalker outfit. It seems like there is some request behind it. It looks like my guess was correct. Giving me a gift suddenly must mean there is a request." I continued, "As long as it's not too much, I can agree to help you once." Li Shuero wanted to explain upon hearing this, but seeing that I seemed to have misunderstood, her two bright and beautiful eyes shifted, and she changed her words, saying, "All right then. It just so happens that in 3 days our team will all be level 60. We plan to visit the black market. We were originally going to hire a level 90 NPC, but since you are even more powerful than Chen Baipao, then you can accompany us." After hearing this, I agreed. 3 days later happened to be my 50 millionth draw, so I would also have a chance to draw a prize. With my level of strength, it would be safer to go to the real game time. With that, time slowly passed by. 3 days later, I had completed my 50 millionth draw, so without hesitation, I chose to start the draw. Soon, the system's voice rang in my mind, congratulating the host on drawing the prize Feiyin Realm. The Feiyin Realm Flying Immortal Treasure can enhance level 1, upgrade spiritual energy by 1000, enhance all 5 elements, increase 100 attributes, increase 100 skills, permanently increase speed by 100 miles per second after activating skill 1, and skill 2 chasing clouds for 10,000 miles consumes spiritual energy. After consuming the spiritual energy, fly outside of a far distance within 1 second. 1 point of spiritual energy can fly 1 mile. It turned out to be a flying treasure, and it is one of the top immortal treasures among magic treasures. This also made me more excited. What would the reward be for the 5th draw? Let's start the 5th draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward, the magic treasure upgrade material Heart of the Divine Demon. The Heart of the Divine Demon contains the soul of a powerful divine demon fallen after its demise. When used on any magic treasure, it can provide spiritual protection, greatly enhancing the quality of the magic treasure. Another good item, this time, under the circumstance of already having a magic weapon, it directly rewarded a powerful demon spirit, which can upgrade my magic weapon. The prize draw is over now, and it's almost time for the appointment with Li Shuero. Li Shuero's message quickly came, I'll be waiting for you at the entrance of the newbie village. After knowing the location, I put on the Night Walker set and stepped on the flying cloud mirror, so that no one can know my identity and level. There's a shimmering light on the edge of the newbie village's mountain range, and in the distance, a colorful auspicious cloud is flying over. Li Shuero saw a figure in the clouds, instinctively shouted senior, but then wondered what the matter was. The next second, as if realizing something, she hurriedly said, Xin Chen, it's not you, right? You scared me, I thought I encountered a strong opponent. Why are you using a flying magic weapon again? Li Shuero asked. I casually replied, looks like it's the flying cloud mirror, making Li Shuero feel pressured. Let's go. By the way, this time we might encounter Fong Tangjing and others, as well as some people from school, so be careful then, don't expose yourself. Li Shuero mentioned, I reminded you first, don't blame me. Upon hearing this, I nodded, the people from school, they are his classmates, or rather, former classmates. Now everyone is forming groups, planning to establish various forces similar to sects in the future, naturally trying their best to recruit strong players from all kinds of games. Therefore, institutions like Shijing University, representing world civilization, cherish every spot. I was expelled, likely due to Fong Tangjing's influence, but he only played a small part. The real reason for my expulsion lies with the higher-ups at the university, who deemed me useless. However, I am destined to prove them wrong. Seemingly detecting a change in my mood, Li Shuero chuckled and said, in the game, dying means losing levels. As for Fong Tangjing, feel free to make him drop a few levels. After listening, I smiled expressionlessly and asked, you're planning to go to the black market? Is the in-game black market that unsafe, requiring the hiring of strong individuals to accompany you? You should explore more. It's called a game, but the background of this game is extremely complex. In many ways, it's similar to a grand fantasy world setting. Moreover, the NPCs in the game have independent thinking. They can easily kill players if provoked. Don't assume this game is like any other. Li Shuero expressed, otherwise, why would I choose to find you instead of hiring NPCs? It's because even hiring them isn't safe. Furthermore, this game has no restrictions on maps but does have level limitations. Do you know why? For instance, even if you're only level 1, you can enter level 10 or even level 100 maps. The game doesn't stop you from going, as long as you're not afraid of death. After all, the punishment for death is severe. Each person has 10 chances, each death results in a level drop and the loss of all equipment and treasures. Exceeding 10 deaths leads to the deprivation of talents and expulsion from the game, with no chance of re-entry. So that's how it is. I understand now. Even though it's just a game, it seems like a real world inside the game, and the severe punishment for death is terrifying. On the way, Li Shuero told me that the penalty for player death is extremely severe. It's not just losing talents and being killed to zero, but even more cruel is being killed below zero and being expelled from the game. In this case, when the game is invaded, that person is basically done for. There's a high probability they will die under the monster's blades. Li Shuero also reminded me to be careful not to cause trouble. Even though everything seems peaceful now, it's because everyone is afraid of the military in reality. But in the game, it's a different story. That's why places like the black market are particularly complex. Li Shuero explained further inside. It's not just players, but the intricate NPCs in the game also pose a threat to players. The high level of intelligence in these NPCs even leads some to believe they might actually exist. So without strong protection, we dare not go to the black market. Curiously, I asked, why don't you go to a guild and ask some strong players to help you? Come on, this is a level 60 black market. There are many restrictions on who can go there. Besides, we don't plan to do anything. We just want to buy some items related to the next adventure and leave. We don't want to waste the time of those high-ranking players. Li Shuero explained it clearly. Just a level 60 black market, and we're not here to cause trouble. Seems like this trip will be quite relaxing. In the blink of an eye, we've arrived at a city. It's Qingyang City in the game. We can teleport to the nearest city from here, then we'll have to make our way to the mountain where the black market is located. Wang Chang and the others are there. Be careful not to expose yourself later, Li Shuero jokingly reminded me. Shuero, you finally arrived. Is this the senior you invited to escort us? Chen Xiaoman came over to greet immediately. Yes, this is the senior. Li Shuero introduced him. I interrupted him and said directly, my surname is Dao. Just call me Dao Senior. We forgot to discuss a fake name in advance, and I don't want Li Shuero to randomly come up with one for me. So, let's go with Dao. Dao Senior, why are you wearing the Night Walker set? But it looks pretty cool and handsome, remarked Chen Xiaoman. Then another teammate asked Dao Senior, what level are you? This girl looks familiar to me. She should also be from Shijing University. So, in this team, besides Wang Chang, there's only one male. As for that guy, I do have an impression of him. Among the students at Shijing University, only those with top-tier talents are known. I heard about him when I was still in school. Lu Fangyu is male, but his talent lies in healing amplification. It's a top-tier talent, which is why he's so famous, known as the #1 dad in Shijing University. Wow, Li Shuero's team lineup is quite impressive. Almost all of them have top-tier talents. No wonder they broke the dungeon record. My level is none of your concern, rest assured. I'll make sure you're safe tonight. I responded in the tone of an NPC, and in the next moment, I sent out the Feiyan mirror. This is a flying treasure. Lu Fangyu's eyes lit up, and there was a hint of admiration in his gaze towards me. Having a flying treasure symbolizes strength and status in the game, which proves that Senior Dao's background is extraordinary. So, without further questions, we all used the teleportation array to leave. Soon, the group left the city and headed to the black market. I proudly controlled the Feiyan mirror, deliberately creating some distance between me and Wang Chang. Then, I saw another group below, led by Fong Tangjing. Oh, you're also going to the black market. Hee, Li Shuero, it seems this time you've decided to compete with me for something valuable. Fong Tangjing has 5 teammates by his side, but there are 3 more wearing black robes, clearly powerful individuals, likely NPC elites. Fong Tangjing, are you out of your mind? Didn't we agree on fair competition? What's the meaning of bringing so many NPC seniors here? Chen Xiaoman questioned immediately. What do you mean? Li Shuero is underestimating me. Why should I show any mercy to a classmate? I heard that Li Shuero already has someone she likes. She's really shameless. Fong Tangjing said with a hint of annoyance. If you dare to compete with me this time, I'll have the 3 seniors drive you back. This guy is really getting arrogant, showing off his strength. It seems the NPCs he brought are powerful. Fong Tangjing did try to pursue Li Shuero before, but she never took him seriously. This time, it seems that due to something in the dark, the 2 teams are competing, making things more interesting. I quietly approached Li Shuero and whispered, I can handle those 3 NPCs, but you never took him seriously before. Li Shuero agreed readily, then suddenly asked, Hey, are you confident? I feel like the 3 powerful NPCs Fong Tang invited might all be over level 100, even stronger than Chen Baipao. No problem as long as the price is right. If the 3 NPCs are over level 100, even better. We can ask for more now. Before the game invades reality, it seems I do need some money to buy things in the game. Apart from that, I need to stock up on various outfits and experience items. Are you short on money? Li Shuero rolled her eyes at me and mentioned Fong Tangjing being his classmate, clearly hinting at raising the price. Who said Li Shuero has money? Fine, 1 million. If Fong Tang causes trouble later, you deal with it. Li Shuero didn't wait for my response and agreed to the price increase. As everyone entered the black market, they realized that the item Li Shuero's team and Fong Tangjing were fighting over was a token to open a new dungeon. A brand new dungeon signifies rich first clear rewards and completion record rewards. In the end, Li Shuero actually bid up to 16 million, and in the game, payment can only be made with in-game currency. Fong Tangjing probably didn't expect that Li Shuero would dare to compete with her, especially since she had invited 3 NPC powerhouses over level 100, so Fong Tangjing only had 15 million in-game currency on her, and it was too late to recharge now. Li Shuero, you brought this upon yourself. You knew how important the Snow Palace dungeon is to me, with snow spirit masters inside that can enhance my bloodline, yet you still want to compete with me. Fong Tangjing, feeling angry, directly ran over to Li Shuero and threatened, after you guys leave, wait for me to hunt you down, when she couldn't continue bidding. Fong Tangjing, do you dare? If you don't believe us, we'll expose your actions of hunting down classmates to the Snow Mansion. Chen Xiaoman was the first to speak up and confront Fong Tangjing beside Li Shuero. However, Fong Tangjing no longer cares about any academy, she wants the snow spirit fruit. While Fong Tangjing and Li Shuero were arguing, I had already concealed my identity with Nightwalker's garb. If my estimation is correct, the 3 NPCs behind Fong Tangjing are all over level 100, so they definitely have the ability to one-shot kill me. Of course, I am confident that I can take them out as well. It's all about striking first. So before leaving the black market, I secretly told Li Shuero that their target will definitely be you. When the time comes, you have to create an opportunity for me. What opportunity? I understand now. You want to strike first and take one out. Li Shuero's reaction is quite fast. Being able to take out one will intimidate them, but it's not certain. Now I realize that earning this 1 million isn't easy. I'm worried that the people brought by Fong Tangjing are very strong. Yes, these 3 NPCs seem to be around level 100. He is determined to get the Snow Palace instance. Li Shuero frowned. You're still at level 1, seems like you don't have extra experience. If you die once, will you be expelled from the game? Otherwise, let's forget about it. He suddenly realized a serious issue. The game doesn't allow level 0 players to exist. Once killed to level 0, you will lose the qualification to continue the game. The death penalty in this virtual game is severe, unlike other games where death might only result in losing some experience points. Don't worry, I think we can give it a try. Are you willing to just give up that over 10 million? I rejected Li Shuero's idea. As long as Li Shuero and the others cooperate well, there might still be a chance. Alright, since you're confident, let's give it a try. Li Shuero said, I'll know what to do later. After discussing, the group left the black market, and immediately 2 groups secretly followed. As soon as I left the black market, I summoned the Feian mirror, flew in the sky, circled around the mountain, and then, taking advantage of the night, concealed the dazzling light of the flying treasure. The flying treasure. At this moment, a black-clothed NPC on the side of the Fongtang mirror exclaimed excitedly. Yes, where they disappeared, there is a spiritual power fluctuation from the flying treasure. I'll go chase after them, boss. Mr. Air, be careful. You just need to help me retrieve the Snow Palace instance. Let's not worry about the flying treasure. Fongtang mirror said with some concern. Rest assured, Lao Air is the Shanghai mirror. How can you, who have not even entered the door of cultivation, know how terrifying a Shanghai truly is? The NPC in charge proudly stated. Fongtang mirror immediately turned from worry to joy. So Mr. Air has already entered the Shanghai realm. That is a state achieved after episode 100, completing the inner organ cultivation of the 5 elements. Once in the Shanghai realm, one can use their own power to move mountains and stop rivers. Very powerful. Kid, that's why I say you're insightful, very suitable for our Moliang sect. After this time, your talent will rise to the earthly or celestial level. You will join us, and the future leader will surely bless you and your loved ones. I will also nurture you well, said the senior with a slightly eerie tone. Facing Fongtang Jing, Li Shuero, this despicable person, promised to catch her soon. Can't touch her in reality, but in the game, being aggressive is not impossible. After all, this game is so real. Fongtang Jing's mind began to wander. They were completely unaware, but I happened to be hidden in the clouds above. However, I did not hear their conversation. My gaze was fixed on Li Shuero running below. Suddenly, the air in the sky began to tremble, and a voice rang out. How long do you plan to hide? When will you come out? In the next moment, a figure appeared in the void, and with a wave of his hands towards the clouds in the sky, the dark clouds began to rapidly dissipate. I was stunned for a moment, even feeling a bit alarmed. I realized I had been careless. Apart from concealing my own aura, I have no reliable means to detect fluctuations in others' spiritual power. These opponents clearly have special methods, so it seems I can't take such risks in the future. Until I complete a sword strike, I can only be a cunning player. Either stay out of trouble in the newbie village or go for a one-hit kill. I can't provoke too many strong opponents at once, or my current health is really at risk. Focusing my attention, I gripped the vital essence blood in my hand, my gaze fixed on the skill of this artifact. Sacrifice to destroy the world, actively transforming the vital essence blood into a blade aura, increasing attack power by 100,000, extending attack range by 1 meter, and adding 180% attack damage. Wherever it reaches, destruction reigns. Today, this blade is about to be unsheathed for the first time. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly came from below. Li Shuero, don't run. That Li Shuero guy actually turned around and ran back without warning. Li Shuero was supposed to leave, but things didn't go as planned. After running out, he found that Fongtang Jing didn't follow, naturally assuming that the other was targeting me, which made Li Shuero worry about me. Although he knows I'm strong, I only have 1 life. If I die, I'll drop to level 0 and be expelled from the game. But when he returned, he heard Mr. Air's words in the air and realized instantly that I was fine, but he himself was in trouble. A magic sword came whistling through the air. Slicing through the night sky, an arrow pierced the clouds. Fongtang Jing was shocked and quickly shouted to Mr. Air, don't mind the flying magic weapon, you have one under your feet. This scoundrel shot a cloud-piercing arrow, he's targeting someone. Quickly kill. Following Fongtang Jing's words, the 2 NPCs by his side immediately flew towards Li Shuero. Helpless in the clouds, with a flick of my wrist, these 2 will surely catch Li Shuero. If Li Shuero is caught, then forget about the Snow Palace instance. In an instant, I burst out from above the clouds and activated the cloud-chasing ability on my immortal treasure. I streaked across the sky like a shooting star. It's actually a flying immortal treasure. Mr. Air's voice trembled with excitement. A flying immortal treasure, it's 2 levels above a magic weapon. Mr. Air made a decisive move, instantly taking out a talisman and throwing it in the direction I was escaping. Above the void, the ferocious beast's apparition appeared immediately, roaring in phantom form, leaping towards me and Li Shuero's direction. And it began to explode in midair. The enormous explosion radius almost buried everything within a 1,000-mile radius. At that moment, my first thought was, I immediately activated the skill on the Shutian treasure. His damage reduction reached 98%, but I still had doubts. But at this moment, Li Shuero stood in front of me. Step aside, you can't stop it. Amidst the explosion, Li Shuero was blasted backwards by the shockwave. But the next moment, the person speaking directly activated their bloodline, continuing to stand in front of me, Brother Chang Zizheng. I recognized you long ago. Wang Chang turned back and grinned at me, then Wang Chang's smile froze in front of me, shattering into an illusion after a moment, as if evaporated by the explosion of that treasure. Wang Chang is dead, but thankfully, this is just in the game. However, he fulfilled his promise, using his own body to shield me in front of him. At this moment, I only have less than 3,000 health points left. My health bar is nearly depleted. I lifted my head at this moment. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, I saw Li Shuero struggling to get up. In front of him, it seemed like a treasure was shattered, probably the one that just protected him from harm. It can be repaired, but his previous actions were commendable. Run fast! Li Shuero shouted. Hee, where do you think you're running to? Tang Jing's voice came from the other side of the smoke and dust. Can you still escape now? Both of you will die here. And we'll take all of your equipment, including the flying immortal treasure on him, and you, Li Shuero, I will strip you clean. Hi hey, Li Shuero crisply said, Fong Tangjing, I just shot the piercing cloud arrow. If nearby classmates see it, they will all come over. Do you want to be expelled from school? School? Ha, just a small faction. Compared to our Moli Jian, it's simply rubbish. When that day comes in the future, you will all be destroyed. Only our Moli Jian will become the new leading group. The voice of the big man is arrogant and domineering, which makes me frown. Moli Jian sounds like an organization in the game. They even know that the game world is going to invade Blue Star, and it seems they plan to wipe out the human race on Blue Star and take over. I don't care. What I need to do now is help my good brother seek revenge. As for this Moli Jian, the next moment, my hand gripped the blood of the world. I drew my sword in an instant, then activated the skill extinction of the blood of the world. Perish, world! Qin Chan roared out. A blade light illuminated the pitch-black night, illuminating this void. The blade light drew out a crescent. At this moment, Fong Tangjing and the others were less than 100 meters away from me. At such a close distance, the blade light suddenly changed direction. The 3 NPCs each displayed their abilities, launching attacks towards the blade light, attempting to neutralize my strike. But it has an attack power of 50 million, plus an additional 180% damage increase. The power of this strike is enough to split mountains and seas, cut through the sun and moon. No! Impossible! I am a mountain and sea. Such attack power, even the sun and moon cannot possess. Could it be that you are a deity? When the sharp edge of that sword extinguished the attacks of 3 mountain and sea beings and also caused their bodies to fall, these 3 NPCs exclaimed in disbelief. A single strike, extinguishing the counterattacks of 3 mountain and sea beings, and also killing them in the process. How powerful is this? In a level 60 map, how could such a strong individual exist? Even ordinary sun and moon realm experts or celestial realm powerhouses wouldn't dare to easily achieve such an effect with a single strike. However, the person before them did it. Your journey ends here, Qin Shen responded coldly. At this moment, Fong Tang had already turned into white light and disappeared, resurrecting elsewhere. But these 3 were NPCs, characters in the game. And this wasn't inside a dungeon, nor was it part of any scripted event. There was no possibility of resurrection. With the death of the 3 mountain and sea beings, the spiritual energy in the entire area surged instantly, and as their bodies burst open, some treasures and equipment fell down. Are these all mine? Qin Shan looked towards the still stunned Li Shuero. She was shocked. Mountain and sea. Did you hear that? Those 3 NPCs just now all claim to be in the mountain and sea realm. That's a realm that can only be reached after level 100, stronger than all players. Moreover, when 3 mountain and sea beings join forces, it's not a simple 1 + 1 = 3 calculation. In terms of strength, it may increase exponentially. But, what did Qin Chen do? With just 1 strike, he killed them all. Just 1 strike. That earth-shattering strike. So, what kind of power does Qin Chen possess? Li Shuero's expression was very complex. Upon hearing Qin Chen's question, she regained her composure and said, What you killed, of course, belongs to you. Quickly collect them, someone is coming. You collect them, then sell everything off. It's best not to use the items on these 3 people. After everything is done, I'll give you a share. Qin Chen made this arrangement. Li Shuero was also very clever and immediately understood Qin Chen's intentions. The origins of these 3 mountain and sea beings were somewhat dubious, and using their belongings would inevitably attract attention. It's clear that Qin Chen had a far-reaching plan. As Li Shuero collected the items, she said to Qin Chen with a complex expression, "I'm thinking, the academy must regret expelling you back then. And everyone used to mock you for just drawing your sword all day, but they didn't realize they were the real clowns. Qin Chen, how will you respond to them in the future?" "I don't know about them, but as for this Fong Tang," Qin Chen said with a stern face, "I've already decided that I must kill him in the game until he drops to level 0. That's probably difficult, he can hide in the newbie village." Li Shuero chuckled, "Unless I help you, put him on the wanted list, then even the safe zone won't protect him." Qin Chen immediately agreed, "Okay, find someone to put him on the wanted list. How much it costs, deducted from the spoils you sold off." "You hate him that much?" Li Shuero said with some joy upon hearing this. Qin Chen should be venting for her and for Wang Chang, who had just been killed and dropped a level. Although the main reason was Wang Chang, being able to involve her also made her inexplicably happy. This also proved that Qin Chen was indeed a person with feelings and principles. This guy is despicable, not to mention he's also involved with the Moli, because he found that some people had already started to gather here. After all, Qin Chen did not absorb any of the spiritual energy representing experience points after eating the Ashen Spirit Pill, so this area has become a place where a large amount of experience points can be obtained by hanging up. Wang Chang also returned. Qin Chen had already chatted with him privately, so he did not acknowledge Qin Chen in front of others, but took the opportunity to absorb spiritual energy to compensate for the loss of just being demoted. Gradually, more and more people gathered, most of whom were from Shijing University, and even a senior from the academy came over. Just as they were about to inquire about what had happened, Fong Tang was resurrected and teleported back. He didn't know yet that his 3 backers were all dead. After all, he was weak, and when Qin Chen slashed out, he was the first to be killed instantly. "Gentlemen, how is it, did you kill them? Leave Li Shuero to me," Fong Tang shouted without hesitation. The result? After rushing into the crowd, he was dumbfounded. The 3 gentlemen lying on the ground were already cold. "Ah!" Fong Tang was shocked. Even incredulous. How is this possible? These are 3 experts of the mountain and sea realm, all 3 of them were killed by you with 1 slash. Fong Tang pointed at the masked Qin Chen and asked, "Then, what realm are you in? What realm is Qin Chen in?" If said, it would scare people to death. It's not that his realm is high, or his level is high, on the contrary, he is only at level 1. Terrifying, right? Nuisance. Qin Chen slashed back. The divine artifact Sanxing Blood once again cut through the night sky, but this time it was just an ordinary strike. But Fong Tang's health bar disappeared in an instant. "Die again. Senior." Li Shuero was speechless and quickly said, "I still need to confront him in front of the school's senior management." "Confront him?" "I've recorded the process of Fong Tang ignoring school discipline and having NPCs snatch classmates' belongings." Shen Xiaoman looked at the senior school officials and said, "This time, you won't cover for him again, right?" Ironclad evidence. The school officials were still hesitating, but seeing this, Shen Xiaoman became angry and said, "We all have top-tier talents. It seems the school really doesn't value us at all. Moreover, Shuero still has the senior supporting her. Leaders, just now Senior Dao just killed 3 experts of the mountain and sea realm with 1 slash. You should know the weight of this, right?" With these words, everyone's gaze fell squarely on Qin Chen. Qin Chen was familiar with this situation. However, before, they looked at Qin Chen with ridicule and sarcasm in their eyes. And now, only respect, even fear. Even the school officials were the same. "Tomorrow, the academy will expel Fong Tang." A senior finally spoke up. "It is known to everyone that the game will invade reality. So, almost everyone on Blue Star, whether individuals or groups, has to start planning for the future. No one hopes for extinction. This is the case for the Yenro group. The various prestigious academies around the world are the same. In the game, there are also the ancient human tribes, those NPC humans. Players have found that they can hire them by paying a price, and they are willing to be hired. In other words, what is money? It represents resources on Blue Star. And those ancient human tribes are also planning for the future. When there are more people, everyone will have their own thoughts. This is human nature. So some large groups have found that they can recruit these ancient human tribes as offerings. This is more interesting. Now, Qin Chen, dressed in Nightwalker attire, in the eyes of the senior management of Xijing University, is someone who can be won over. Compared to a strongman who can kill 3 experts of the mountain and sea realm with one slash, even if your Fong Tang family is rich, they know how to choose. This is reality. So, Fong Tang was completely abandoned. Not only will we expel him, we will also issue a notice that all academies will not accept him and his family. The statement has already begun. Since we are going to suppress, then naturally we will go all out. The senior management of the school is very decisive. But Qin Chen seems unimpressed. He just left directly. Anyway, he has nothing to do here. Back to the newbie village, then log off. Li Shuero stayed here because the school principal is looking for her to talk. Can you bring this senior over to become the school's worship? If it can be done, in the future, Xijing University will become a major sect for humans. He can become our elder worship, and you can even become the sect's chief disciple. The principal in the game is also strong. After the game announced the invasion, it was the strong who took on the high positions of various schools. As the leading higher education institution in the Dragon Country, the principal's strength ranks in the top 10 among players. Dragon Principal, do you want to bring him over? Li Shuero was a bit dumbfounded. To win over Qin Chen, promised the position of elder. If I had known earlier, why bother in the first place? He is Qin Chen. He was the one expelled by the school in the first place. What can Li Shuero say about this? The key is, Qin Chen clearly does not want to reveal any strength. I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult, Li Shuero said frankly. Difficult doesn't mean impossible. You also know that it is a special period now. In the near future, the fate of all humanity will be rewritten. At that time, it is not a question of whether the human race can continue, but whether it can survive. So, we all need to do our best, right? The Dragon Principal earnestly instructed Li Shuero. Li Shuero is not very familiar with this principal. Because he has only been at the school for less than 2 months, it is said that he was sent by the government. From his words just now, it is clear that the Dragon Principal was transferred here with a mission, and his task should be to find a way to make Xijing University's power stronger. In the future, after Blue Star is invaded by the game world, it can contribute to the survival of humanity. In fact, Li Shuero can also understand what he said. After all, this time, Blue Star is facing a disaster that envelopes all of humanity. No one can survive alone. However, how can there be such a thing as an NPC senior? The one who just killed 3 mountain and sea people with one sword was Qin Chen. He is also a player. He is a Blue Star person. Most importantly, he was expelled by Xijing University just 2 months ago. Now, to ask Li Shuero to invite him back? How could Qin Chen agree to that? I'll try my best. Li Shuero could only respond in this way. The Dragon Principal has said all that needs to be said, but Li Shuero still doesn't seem very interested, which makes him quite distressed, so he said, okay, I'll wait for your good news. In addition, after the game invasion, the school will transform into a sect, and at that time, it will select the chief disciple, who will also be the future successor of the sect. If you can invite him to be our elder worship, then this position will definitely be yours at that time, so think about it carefully. The Dragon Principal laughed. Li Shuero was somewhat moved by the promise he left behind. After all, on the family side, her sister is deeply rooted and she doesn't have much room to play. And if she really becomes the future successor of Xijing University, it would also be a good thing for the Yenro group. But the key is, how to persuade Qin Chen to return to Xijing University as an elder worship. It's so difficult. Li Shuero sighed inwardly, suddenly remembered something, and immediately found the Dragon Principal through the guild of Xijing University and sent a message. Principal, what is the treatment for inviting someone to be an elder worship? I need to know before I can talk to him, right? The Dragon Principal quickly replied, the treatment of a special grade elder is 1 million game coins per month, and they also have the right to participate in discussions and decision-making. These are the bottom line, you go and talk to him. Wow! Is this a basic salary of 1 million a month? Then in a year, wouldn't it be giving over 1 billion to Qin Chen? Just think, Li Shuero was planning to buy Qin Chen for 2,000 years. Originally thought she was offering a sky-high price to Qin Chen, but now it seems like a bargain. It's really something that Qin Chen agreed to. In-game currency, the guild's warehouse still has a lot. If he's not satisfied, we can increase it to 150 million per month. Principal Long clearly attached great importance to this matter, and after a moment, he added another piece of information to Li Shuero. The right to discuss, the right to make decisions, and 150 million per month. He even promised to make him the future chief disciple and the successor of the sect. To offer so much just to win over Qin Chen? Is he aware of how valuable he is? Li Shuero couldn't help but smile bitterly. What she didn't know was that at this moment, the forum of the game was exploding because of the battle between Qin Chen and the three gentlemen of the Moliando sect. The entire forum was almost filled with posts discussing this battle. How strong can a single sword be? Killing three experts of the Shanhai. What is absolute strength crushing? The counterattack of the three Shanhai was directly covered and killed by the attack. Enough said, I declare that only a real man can make this cut. After watching the battle video, there's nothing more to say. One sword kill. Is the sword cultivator this strong? Or did he crush them in terms of realm? There were even people who recorded the scene of Qin Chen swinging his sword, cutting through the bright night sky, and killing the three powerful experts of the Shanhai. No wonder the topics on the forum were all related to this battle. Even the discussions in the game were more intense, the most direct manifestation being players who vowed to switch to become sword cultivators almost flooded the screen, and the reason they couldn't flood the screen was because of various team messages. Powerful talent team needs help in Nightmare Dungeon. For +1, lacking in output, just need a sword cultivator. Looking for a team, need a sword cultivator to invite me. Let a handsome sword cultivator brother lead us, a team of girls, all fair and beautiful. Wow, Qin Chen single-handedly ignited a profession that was somewhat niche. Undoubtedly, this incident has caused a stir. It can even be said that it has stirred up a great wave. However, as the protagonist of the event, in the process of several consecutive days of fermentation, although Qin Chen was aware of it, there was no wave in his heart. He continued to draw his sword in the novice village every day, steadily increasing his attack power to 60 million. Now his attack speed is getting faster and faster. In 4 days, he drew his sword nearly 5 million times, almost doubling the speed from before. This is extremely terrifying. And because of this, Qin Chen also had a lot of spare time. Mainly because, since the last time his Sanxing blood was unsheathed and he killed the three experts of the Shanhai with one sword, causing a sensation, although Qin Chen remained calm, he couldn't ignore it completely. Now he also spends some time every day checking the forum. He also chats with Li Shuyan, trying to understand the evaluation of this matter from the top players' circle. On the 5th day after the incident, the forum finally welcomed a heavyweight voice. Cold Wooji, the owner of the global top talent player group, ranked second on the comprehensive leaderboard, spoke on behalf of this top player group on the forum. Cold Wooji, over the past few days, the top players in the group have teamed up and entered the talent dungeon for experiments. From what we have seen, we can draw a conclusion. The final boss of the 100th floor of the talent dungeon is confirmed to be a divine-level existence, absolutely at the level of a deity. The bosses from the 97th to 99th floors are at the Tianxiong realm, representing the early, middle, and late stages. The bosses from the 93rd to 95th floors are at the early, middle, and late stages of the Ryu realm. Now, here comes the most crucial part. From the 90th to 93rd floors, pay attention, this is the most difficult talent dungeon, all nightmare level. The final boss of these three levels can kill most ordinary level 90 players with one hit, with 2 to 3 million health points, and generally has attacks around 6 million. They are respectively the early, middle, and late stages of the mountain and sea realm. So, 5 days ago, that mysterious strongman killed 3 mountain and sea realm experts with one slash. There's no need to explain his strength, right? We all agree that he is at least at the celestial realm level, just one step away from being a god. Below are some of the test data we conducted. Images. Have you all seen that? The numbers are there, and the truth is in the images. Wow! I didn't expect the leader of the world's top players to secretly organize such a big event for everyone. Not only did he send people to test the talents in the instance, but he actually tested the strength of these nightmare bosses and posted it all online. And he did all this just to educate and confirm for everyone how powerful Qin Chen's slash that killed 3 mountain and sea realm experts really was. This post, in just a short 10 minutes, has already reached over 1 billion views. The speed of its spread is naturally terrifying. In the game, Qin Chen is still wielding his sword. But in reality, a few days ago, CEO Li Shuyan returned to the office and was browsing the forum while saying to Qin Chen, "Come and see, isn't this amazing? The legendary Celestial Realm expert. It seems like this is the first time we've seen a Celestial Realm expert take action in the game, right?" Qin Chen saw the post. Celestial Realm? That's him they're talking about. But sorry, Qin Chen is not at the Celestial Realm level. He's only at level 1. But who would believe that? As for the speculations about Qin Chen's strength in the post, Qin Chen naturally didn't care. According to the data presented in the post, the attack power of the mountain and sea realm ranges from 6 to 8 million. For the sun and moon realm, it's between 10 to 15 million. The celestial realm has an attack power ranging from 15 to 20 million. As for the gods, they have an attack power of over 30 million. And what about Qin Chen? His attack power is now over 50 million. Isn't that a clear godlike level? This post is mostly speculative, but their identities are relatively authoritative. Qin Chen naturally didn't bother with such posts and continued to wield his sword in the game. And then, Li Shuero, who had finally calmed down for a few days, came to the newbie village again. Qin Chen, have you seen that post? Li Shuero asked. I have. Qin Chen nodded and asked back, what do you think? Haven't you already found someone to put those villains on the blacklist in Fengtang? That will take some time, but they have already started over there. They are professionals at putting people on the blacklist, so don't worry. Li Shuero responded, then remembered something Qin Chen had asked her to do and immediately transferred some money to him. 2 billion, so much? Qin Chen was shocked. This was the money he received after killing Fengtang and the 3 experts from the Moliang sect with 1 slash that night. Yes, that's right. They have some good stuff. And the in-game currency on those 3 mountain and sea realm experts adds up to about 1 billion. Li Shuero responded, then sighed, before, I asked you to sign a 1-year contract with me for 2 million. Now it seems. Your 1 slash is worth 2 billion. She couldn't help but feel emotional. Because Qin Chen's strength is indeed terrifying. Celestial realm? But he's only at level 1. If it weren't for this game having no bugs, Li Shuero would have suspected that Qin Chen was cheating. However, Li Shuero didn't delve into why Qin Chen was so powerful. Why he, who hadn't even left the newbie village, could kill a mountain and sea realm expert at level 1. She didn't ask. Next, Li Shuero took a deep breath and hesitantly said, Qin Chen, the school has changed its principal, and he hopes to hire you as the school's elder of offerings. Don't get me wrong, he doesn't know your identity, he still thinks you're an NPC. Oh, Qin Chen immediately understood and asked with a smile, what's the compensation? 15 million per month, with the authority to participate in discussions and decision-making, Li Shuero said without hesitation, revealing all the cards given by Principal Long, then eagerly looked at Qin Chen and said, I think you should agree, anyway, without revealing your identity. Besides, he also promised to make me the chief disciple and successor after establishing the school. Understood. Qin Chen knew everything after hearing this. He thought for a moment and found Li Shuero's words reasonable, but the decision-making and discussion authority seemed vague. So, Qin Chen said, I have a request. If he agrees, then I can take on the role of the Elder of Offerings without any issues regarding compensation. My request is to have a third actual power beyond the authority to participate in discussions and decision-making, a veto power. If I disagree with something, I can veto it. This. Li Shuero was dumbfounded. Are you sure this isn't an outrageous demand? Just reply according to what I said, don't let them agree immediately. Without veto power, I won't go back to Shijing University. Qin Chen's attitude was also firm. If they had known this would happen, why did they expel Qin Chen before? Now they want him back. Would Qin Chen agree without some conditions? However, on the other hand, his good friend Wang Chang is at Shijing University. After Qin Chen came to this world, he didn't have many ties. Besides his parents, Wang Chang is his good friend. If he couldn't help Wang Chang, it would be fine, but now that he has the opportunity to go back to Shijing University, he can also take care of his brother. Qin Chen wouldn't block this path himself. However, if the school could expel him once, Qin Chen wouldn't give them a second chance. The veto power is what he uses to ensure this. Otherwise, Qin Chen wouldn't go back. As Qin Chen expected, the school's senior management needed to discuss this. It was said that they would have a meeting to discuss it. Qin Chen wasn't in a hurry about this. He continued to wield his sword while arranging the money in his hand. He had promised Li Shuero 20 million in advance, and Qin Chen didn't skimp. He was clear about it. Now that Li Shuero knew how powerful he was, when Qin Chen acted in the future, having Li Shuero assisting him would be convenient. Li Shuero could also help him fence stolen goods. Then there were his parents. They had accepted the millions from last time, and they agreed with what Qin Chen said, that the family should live well together. It was said that his parents had been trying hard to adapt and level up in the game during this time, which made Qin Chen very pleased. His parents' talents were average, all at the yellow tier, the lowest level. It didn't matter, they could make up for it with the best equipment. Then, they could go to talent dungeons more and find ways to improve. If they couldn't improve, it didn't matter, as long as they could survive facing some lower-level monsters in the future. So this time, Qin Chen gave them each 1 billion. Then, he gave Wang Chang 50 million. His parents accepted it naturally, just calling to inquire carefully, knowing that the money was earned by their son's ability, and he had kept a lot for himself, so his parents didn't say anything. Qin Chen asked them to get themselves a set of top-notch level 18 equipment. Wang Chang, on the other hand, hesitated a bit after receiving the money. Wang Chang, bro, I don't need you to give me money. Qin Shen, stop talking nonsense, take it. Although with your talent, you can get yourself a top-notch set of equipment before the game invasion, what about your parents? And what about Wang Meng? What will they do? Wang Chang, but I can't use your money. Qin Shen, I won't let you use it in vain. You know that our parents are unwilling to leave Jing County. Although Jing County is only 100 kilometers away from the capital, who knows what will happen in the future? So after you take this money, it will be up to you in the future. On the day of the game invasion, bring our parents over. Wang Chang, they won't come. Qin Shen, that's because we still have a home in Jing County, but what if the home is gone? In the game invasion, what may come is widespread destruction. Just listen to my arrangement. Qin Shen forced Wang Chang to accept the money. He also got some equipment for his parents and his sister. As for Qin Shen himself, he kept 30 million, which should be enough. He sold out all the costumes and elixirs in the mall. In the end, he only kept 2 million for emergencies. In the future, I will definitely work hard to catch up with the upgrades. The more elixirs I hoard, the better. No, it looks like I need to go out and make some money again. Qin Shen made up his mind. The so-called killing and setting fires for a golden belt. This time, he also tasted the sweetness. If he had the ability to make money with his sword skills, why not do it? 4 days later, Qin Shen finally got an opportunity. When he was watching the World Channel, he happened to see a message. Zhao Feifei, level 96, the team with the highest experience is planning to explore a new map. The commission is around 20 million, not weaker than the NPCs in Shanghai. Recommend me, there will be a reward. Qin Shen immediately contacted Li Shuero. Qin Shen, have you seen Zhao Feifei, who is the first on the experience leaderboard? Li Shuero, Zhao Feifei? She is famous for being a female hardcore player. Not only her, it seems that all 5 members of her team are very hardcore. It is said that they stay online for up to 18 hours a day, which is very terrifying. Qin Shen, you contact her, then recommend me, and you can earn a commission. Li Shuero, are you going with them? I was just about to tell you, check the wanted list. Qin Shen opened the wanted list and found Fong Tang's name in the 95th position. The wanted list is a unique list in the game. This list evaluates behaviors such as maliciously betraying teammates, forcibly piking players 10 levels lower than oneself, intentionally injuring others during leveling, and using game mechanisms to harass the opposite sex, and assigns an evil value for such actions. Once a player's behavior is judged as evil, they will receive an evil value, and to eliminate it, they must hang out in the monster area. 10 evil points are removed per hour. Currently, the top of the wanted list is called Ma Dedeo, with an evil value of over 10,000. Fong Tang had just over 800 evil points. Continue to increase his evil value to around 3,000, so that his death penalty will be more severe. Qin Shen instructed Li Shuero to intensify the efforts. Even more, he had a sudden idea. These guys who have committed many evil deeds in the game should have enemies, right? Can I take on some contracts? Of course, others have to pay for it. Soon, Li Shuero replied. Li Shuero, I have contacted Zhao Feifei. She said they will set off tonight and may extend until around 3 in the morning. They must explore the entire map. And you have to ensure that no one in their team dies. Qin Shen, and then? Li Shuero, you guessed it again, right? Because it's you, Zhao Feifei agreed to double the commission. Qin Shen, tell her, deal. Done. Indeed, in an era of a national game, strength in the game represents everything. Wealth is easily obtained. Status is the same. Qin Shen also enjoyed this feeling a bit. Originally, Zhao Feifei was only willing to pay 2 million for a job, but because Qin Shen had recently killed 3 strong players in the mountain and sea realm with one sword, she directly doubled it. Even the West Jing University, which had expelled Qin Shen before, now asked him to come back as an elder. Every month, return 150 million. And Qin Shen, may not need to do anything, can lie down and make money. On this day, many new players came to the newbie village. It's especially a lot. The game invasion, there is less than 3 months left. They have just entered the game. They must be the group who no longer believe that the game will invade reality, the awakening of humanity. For these people, in the originally harmonious society, there is nothing they can do. But recently, the countries of Blue Star have begun to pass some laws, intending to take compulsory measures against these people to urge them to enter the game. This is the reason why Qin Shen saw so many new players just entering the newbie village. Less than 3 months left. If lucky and talented, joining a good team should be able to reach around level 70. It's not too late. And Qin Shen is still not in a hurry. His draw finally reached 60 million times. Lottery! Congratulations, host. you have won the artifact Cloak of Tianyin. Tianyin Cloak can be enhanced, quality, artifact, level 1, can be upgraded, entry 1, all 5 elemental attributes increase by 100 points. Entry 2, gain the skill Tianyin Assassination, instantly enter the void of the sky, be invisible for 10 seconds, and will not be detected or sensed. Speed increases by 100% during invisibility, can move freely, if launching an attack will lift the invisibility state, gain the effect of breaking invisibility strike, making the attack more powerful, damage increased by 200%. Magic consumption, 500, cooldown, 10 minutes. Such a powerful skill. Moreover, this is not just a powerful attack and sneak skill, it can even be used to escape. What is this? This is a necessary artifact for home travel, killing and robbing. Sure enough, what the system gives are all top-notch. With this cloak, Qin Shen's ability to escape has reached a new level. So on this night, he came to the black market alone. He was looking for the person who helped him strengthen his equipment last time. Sir, this is. The blacksmith was stunned. His eyes were fixed on Qin Shen, and even sweat was coming out of his forehead. After all, last time he had evil intentions and then brought a few people to chase and rob Qin Shen's flying immortal treasure. But the result was that when they arrived at the scene, they happened to see Qin Shen make that cut, brighten the heavens and the earth, shatter the void, and the one knife that destroyed the mountains and seas. Who dares to covet his flying immortal treasure now? They sneaked back on the spot. Now meeting again, the blacksmith naturally had doubts in his mind. But Qin Shen said, "Help me strengthen this equipment. How much do you think the processing fee should be?" The blacksmith, upon hearing this, forced out a smile that was even more difficult to look at than crying. Where would he dare to quote a price? He smiled and said, "Give me 10,000. "Oh no, 2,000 will do. I'm not making money, just covering the cost of the furnace." "That's great. Shopkeeper, I didn't expect you to be such a kind-hearted person. It's not in vain that I came all this way to find you for reinforcement." Qin Shen's words made the blacksmith even more jittery. Kind-hearted? Why does it sound a bit deliberate? Is he deliberately being cryptic to give me a hint? The blacksmith was suspicious. Until after the equipment was successfully strengthened, Qin Shen not only didn't say anything, but also gave money and left directly. Then the blacksmith relaxed. It seems that he really didn't notice the last time. Wait a minute. He is so powerful that one knife has surpassed the mountains and seas, even crossed the sun and moon. At least it is the level of the sky. How could he not perceive our existence? The blacksmith suddenly felt something was wrong. However, he still didn't dare to take any more risks. From his perspective, in this world he is in, there are too many deceptions, true and false, real and unreal, making it impossible to guard against, so he must be extra careful. In this world, who isn't walking on thin ice all their life? Being cautious can make the ship last 1,000 years. The blacksmith sighed quietly. Qin Shen left the black market and arrived at Beixian City. He still dressed as the night walker, covered in black clothing with only his eyes visible, exuding a strong killing intent. Qin Shen heard that Fang Tang was hiding and drinking in a tavern here, so he dared not leave the city. Therefore, the team tasked with putting Fang Tang on the wanted list was also in a dilemma, as well as Li Shuero. Fortunately, Qin Shen now had the sky-concealing cloak, allowing him to act in the main city. With the cloak, he could hide and leave without worrying about being pursued by city guards. In the game Heaven's Path, there are no absolute safe zones except for the newbie village. The main cities do not protect players on the wanted list, but they also do not allow fighting in the city freely. The punishment for those on the wanted list is to be detained for 6 hours, which Qin Shen found too lenient. The newbie village, considered a safe zone, does not protect players with a red name, while the main cities claim not to allow player versus player combat, indirectly protecting them. Could Qin Shen tolerate this? He stood in front of the tavern, drew his sword, and without entering, unleashed a powerful strike towards the entire tavern. In the future, any city that shelters those on the wanted list will face this fate. Qin Shen declared loudly. The tavern was reduced to ruins in an instant, with no survivors left inside. Fang Tang and his companions were drinking and were wiped out without even knowing what had happened. "How dare you! Bold!" Voices of strong individuals in Beixian City could be heard from above. The voices were powerful enough to be heard from miles away, indicating that the city lord was alarmed. However, when they arrived at the scene, they found no one there. Qin Shen had already activated the sky-concealing cloak and appeared 100 miles away. With his speed, flying treasures, and the cloak's speed boost, he could escape 100 miles in 10 seconds. Qin Shen's actions were meant to deter the main cities from harboring players on the wanted list. This strike once again caused a stir in the player forums because it was the first time someone had threatened a city in all the main cities in the game. If Qin Shen's identity as a player were exposed, the impact would be even greater. But Qin Shen had no intention of revealing himself and had already arrived at a new map to join Zhao Feifei's team. This is the senior who single-handedly defeated 3 mountain and sea realm experts. Zhao Feifei and her teammates introduced him, but then she suddenly asked, "Senior, did you just come from Beixian City?" A few days ago, Qin Shen had defeated 3 mountain and sea realm experts. At that time, he was wearing the Night Walker outfit. Earlier, he had smashed a tavern in Beixian City and publicly threatened that no main city in the game should accept players on the wanted list. At that time, he was also wearing the Night Walker outfit. Of course, many players could buy this outfit, and now it had become a popular choice thanks to Qin Shen. Almost everyone wanted to play as an unparalleled expert, to show off. But among those who wore the Night Walker outfit to show off, who had the strength of Qin Shen? The answer was clear: none of them. Nowadays, players dare not show off in the main cities of the game, let alone provoke the city guardians. Once a player taunted the Red Cloak guards of the eastern city and was instantly killed. The guy was ranked around 500 on the leaderboard and had spent billions in the game. Now, the entire player community fell silent. Even the big shots who spent billions were left humiliated and defeated, let alone ordinary players. Taunt these city defenders? Better not. At least for now, no player dares to do so. However, Qin Shen dares to do so wearing the Nightwalker set. Not only did he do it, but he went all the way, slashing down the tavern into ruins. And now, he appears unscathed in front of Zhao Feifei. Zhao Feifei is naturally shocked. Next, this continent may be hunting me everywhere. It's just right to go to a new place with you now. As for anything extra, don't ask. Qin Shen's tone remains indifferent. However, he can say so much. Deep down he still appreciates this team. 3 men and 2 women, the men are respectively a shield, a spear, and an archer. Tough fighters, laborers, and long-range powerful professions, all taken on by men. The 2 women, Zhao Feifei is a doctor, and the other woman with red hair is a mage. Perfect combination. Of course, what Qin Shen appreciates is not this. He appreciates the liver of all members of this team. So resilient. While others may play games hard, they still need to eat and sleep, occasionally go out to enjoy life, afraid of getting too stressed or do something else. But this team has only one motto. Except for not sleeping, everything else is optional. It is said that they even eat while playing games. To maintain a unified schedule, they have to wait until all 5 are tired before logging off every day. And then, they sleep for no more than 6 hours a day, then log back in to continue. Otherwise, why are these 5 people in the top 5 of the experience leaderboard? Senior, rest assured. However, this time we found a new map called the 10,000 Treacherous Nest. The name sounds a bit eerie, is that okay? After all, Zhao Feifei is a girl. Although they can endure, they still can't help but feel fearful when encountering some strange things. The 10,000 Treacherous Nest, just hearing it seems to be related to ghosts and monsters. So Zhao Feifei couldn't help but ask, are there ghosts in the game world too? Not ghosts, but eerie. In fact, demons are also eerie. Qin Shen naturally doesn't know if there are ghosts in the game setting, so he can only say this to be safe. Whether there are ghosts or not, we must go to this new map. Opening up a new map is a very important matter for us human players. With one more new map, we players have one more place to level up. Moreover, developing a new map, the first batch of pioneers can get an immortal treasure chest. Even if it's just a little something, it's guaranteed to be worth 10 million. Another girl in the team spoke up. She didn't deliberately exaggerate, making her and her teammates sound so high and mighty. Although she also touched on the importance of new maps for human players to gain experience and resources, she ultimately returned to the word benefit. Opening up a new map, they have considerable rewards. Qin Shen nodded silently. No wonder these 5 people are so experienced. It turns out they are maintaining a level advantage to get the rewards for pioneering. For safety, they are also willing to spend money. Each of the 5 has an immortal insurance with a guaranteed value of 10 million in-game coins, which is 50 million in total, but this time Qin Shen asked for 40 million from them. In other words, in the worst case, the Zhao Feifei team would only earn 1 million together, 200,000 each, only 1/20th of Qin Shen's share. Of course, if any of them are lucky, they might get something worth more than 1 billion. They may not necessarily earn less than Qin Shen. The new map does not have a teleportation array, maybe there is, but at least during the new map, it's unlikely to be found. So everyone can only go according to the map. Currently, everyone is in the southwest of the game center mainland, where there is a deserted swamp for thousands of miles, with no monsters. From the swamp to the sea is also very special. The water is black, which makes people uncomfortable to look at. So they took a boat, and Qin Shen directly used the Feiyan mirror to fly in the air. At the end of the Blackwater River, Qin Shen naturally saw it before Zhao Feifei and the others. There is a huge demon stone statue, exuding a strange aura. Qin Shen flew to the end of the Blackwater River first, and after observing for a while, confirmed that the entrance was indeed this demon stone statue with its wide-open bloody mouth. Intentionally placing the entrance here, those with small courage probably dare not enter, right? I wonder what kind of twisted taste the person who designed this door has. Qin Shen commented. Other than that, nothing abnormal was found. When Zhao Feifei and the other 5 arrived, Qin Shen told them, I have checked, there is no other way except here. The terrifying demon statue. I always feel that if we go in, it's like delivering ourselves to the mouth of the demon. Zhao Feifei said with a hint of fear and concern, but at this time, her teammate holding a shield still raised the shield and walked in directly. Sun Gang, be careful, Zhao Feifei quickly reminded, then immediately changed her tone to say calmly, everyone should be well equipped, show your equipment. So, everyone entered the battle mode one after another. No one noticed that at this time, it was actually Qin Shen, the NPC they had invited for 40 million, who took a step behind them. I wonder what awaits them next. However, Qin Shen certainly cannot put himself in danger. After all, he is an NPC, with only one life, so it is reasonable to be cautious. Sun Gang entered the entrance. It seemed like they were walking into a monster's mouth on their own. Everyone waited for a moment. Then, nothing happened. They all breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, Sun Gang poked his head out and said, there is indeed a hidden paradise inside, come quickly. So, everyone entered the statue together. The interior of the statue was winding and mysterious. When it suddenly became clear, everyone discovered that this seemed to be a primitive tribe. Because there were no buildings or signs of a city here, only various abandoned grass huts could be seen. Various stone tools could still be seen on the ground. Isn't this the lair of the 10,000 mysteries? Why can't we see anything? Zhao Feifei quickly became a bit creepy. Because of the desolation and the absence of any creatures, it made people's scalps tingle. But everyone continued to move forward, exploring the new map. As they walked, something strange happened. Suddenly, the place where everyone was turned into a yellow sandstorm. Then, there was a deafening drum sound, and shouts of killing everywhere. Just as everyone was stunned, they suddenly heard a clear conversation. Emperor, our drum sound is not loud enough. The soldiers do not have enough courage to fight against the demon god. Someone, slay the Quinyu and use its skin to make a drum. Slay the Quinyu. Everyone was stunned, because the scene became more and more real. However, in Qin Shen's heart, there was a thud. Slay the Quinyu, make a drum with its skin. Isn't this the story of the Yellow Emperor's battle against Qiyu? This is Blue Star, where is the Yellow Emperor? From the expressions of Zhao Feifei and the others, it was clear that they were all in a state of confusion. They didn't move at all. However, Qin Shen saw clearly that the 4 divine beasts, Yinglong, and then Qiyu, Wudoxingtian, and so on. A great battle, earth-shattering. It seemed like a reenactment of an ancient battle. As they watched, Qin Shen suddenly became excited. Yellow Emperor, Xian Yuan. They were the ancestors of his previous world, the ancestors of humanity. As a result, it appeared in this game. Does that mean, in this game, he might be able to return to his previous world? This sudden hope made Qin Shen inexplicably excited. After all, his previous world was his true root. It was where his spark ignited. However, things quickly changed. Xian Yuan, why do you not respect the will of the gods? After a dream of 5,000 years, have you not awakened yet? Now, you are sentenced to eternal sealing in your dimension and cast into the void of the universe. And all of you will be suppressed as anomalies by the statues of Qiyu. I, Xian Yuan, am only resisting the demons, serving the gods wholeheartedly, and so do the human race. Why then are the gods punishing us instead? Ah, my world. No, do not exile my world. The Emperor Xian Yuan of the human race suddenly cried like a child. Then, he, along with Ying, Finghua, Yushi, and others, all turned into anomalies, and the surrounding yellow sand began to disperse. I, Xian Yuan, weep blood to inform the heavens and the earth. The gods are heartless, demanding service from the people, yet treating us like fodder. We, the human race, vow to resist to the death. Emperor Xian Yuan also transformed into a terrifying existence. A horrifying existence. But before the transformation, he still roared angrily at the sky, expressing his unyielding spirit. What does this mean? I don't understand. At this moment, Sun Gang spoke up. Just now, they seemed to be watching a drama. I saw another group of people talking, criticizing the gods in this game. The reason is that the gods feed on the human race. They say that the world where Xian Yuan is located will probably be transformed into their kitchen by the gods. In short, that world will be completely wiped out by the gods. Sun Gang muttered, that world seems to be a planet similar to ours. Are we really going to take action against these anomalies? They resist the gods, and then are suppressed by the gods here, becoming anomalies. Not only are they punished by the gods, losing their original form, but now they are also used by players as monsters for leveling up. Isn't that too pitiful? The mage girl couldn't help but speak up. Jingwen is right, it is indeed cruel, but what does it have to do with us? We can't just spend 40 million to invite seniors, only to give up because the story depicted in this new map is touching, right? The archer man also spoke up. His words were obviously very rational. As they spoke, the new map storyline ended, and those ancient human races who had been transformed into anomalies turned into various monstrous forms, surrounding the team. It has begun, the dungeon expansion. Let's go kill them, we can get our rewards, and then this map will be open to players. Sun Gang took out his shield and said, "This seems to be a map for level 100 and above, seniors, we rely on you." Xin Chen nodded. However, waves of shock and astonishment surged in his heart. What does it mean in the expansion pack? The ancient human race is punished by the gods. Then, the world he used to be in is completely wiped out? How is that possible? Why would the gods do this? In an instant, a surge of anger rose in Qin Chen's mind. The gods feed on the people, treat the people like fodder. Are they still gods? Do such gods still deserve to be worshipped? A towering rage suddenly rose in Qin Chen's eyes. What gods? They are nothing but beings who despise all living beings and demand from them. Such gods. As the emperor said, the human race will definitely resist to the death. My world will not be destroyed. A belief gradually formed in Qin Chen's mind, and at the same time, he drew his sword, facing a group of anomalies that might have been transformed from his ancestors. Qin Chen knew that he could only wield his sword to help them break free, shedding blood for the people, cutting out the path of radiance. The blade's edge of this strike, Qin Chen did not deliberately conceal his restraint, but instead released the blade's edge entirely. After annihilating all the strangeness, it carried boundless anger, vented by Qin Chen as if piercing through the vast sky, a slash extending 3,000 miles. Heaven and earth turned into gullies. Zhao Feifei and the others were all stunned. They all knew that this NPC was very strong, but they did not expect him to be this strong. And as Qin Chen, who had annihilated all the strangeness, seemed to see the smiling face of the emperor after the strangeness was eradicated, a voice echoed in his mind, "Although I do not know why you exist here, I hope our bloodline and will to resist can be passed down by you. Remember, to resist the gods, you must eliminate Chiyu. In the future, we will completely become monsters. Do not show mercy when you see me again." The emperor unexpectedly left a message for Qin Chen. He seemed to sense that Qin Chen and he came from the same world. Qin Chen suddenly roared to the sky. "Gods! In this life of mine, I will never rest until I settle the score with you." The flames of hatred surged to the sky. Zhao Feifei's face, which still showed shock at Qin Chen's strength, now turned to surprise. She did not understand why Qin Chen suddenly roared to the sky. Nor did she understand why Qin Chen, having already slashed away the strangeness, still wanted to slash the blade's edge towards the sky. After all, in her view, this was just an expansion pack in the game. As for what was inside the expansion pack, such as the Emperor Shen Yuan and the so-called parallel world that was identical to the Blue Star, it probably did not exist. She was not Qin Chen. Naturally, she could not understand. And Qin Chen did not offer any further explanation. After the roar, Qin Chen began to seriously explore the new map generated by rebirth. The dilapidated tribe had become the hiding place for those strange spirits and forms. During the exploration, strange forms would suddenly appear and attack out of nowhere. And then, they would be killed. Shortly after, they would respawn and reappear. We are all food for the gods, haha, just food. The strange spirits and forms would always repeat this sentence. It struck at the heart. I'm done playing, damn it. Sun Gang suddenly dropped his shield and said, "It's not fun at all, why make it so realistic? And what's even more terrifying is that this game is about to invade our world. You guys, think about it carefully." Think about what? No matter what, we still have to continue. Although the story of this new map is very realistic and tragic, think about what lies ahead for us. At this moment, we can only strive to become stronger. We don't have much time to feel sorry for others. A girl named Jingwen said something that could be considered a wake-up call for humanity. Sun Gang couldn't bear to kill those strange forms because to him, these forms were just like them, humans, and they were all good people. And he couldn't bear the blunt and cruel truth. The gods feed on mortals. Why must they reveal the truth and keep reminding us? This was what Sun Gang couldn't stand the most. It was very normal. Who could accept being made into food and served on a plate in the future? Senior, what do you think? Sun Gang suddenly looked at Qin Chen and asked. Qin Chen drew his sword. Then, he sheathed it. An alien fell. They are all monsters now, Qin Shen replied with just these few words. He seemed somewhat indifferent and ruthless. It appeared that he was cold and devoid of emotions towards these strange spirits and forms. However, even Sun Gang, a blue star person, after watching the plot, couldn't help but sympathize with these human races who resisted the gods and demons. Qin Shen, as someone who crossed over from that world, had just seen those people in the plot, who were all his ancestors. Could he really have no emotions at all? The answer was no. But Qin Shen could not reveal these emotions in front of others, because his identity must not be exposed. Qin Shen also discovered the game, which surprisingly has connections to his previous world. Although it's not good news, it seems like the gods want to punish the previous world, even erase it. But Qin Shen definitely can't give up like this. He must search for more information. Heaven's Way. Why is the game named this? And why are the Yellow Emperor and others being punished by the gods in this game? Are those gods really just gods in the game? Qin Shen has too many doubts in his mind. But he still knows too little about all of this and needs more information. So, after successfully exploring the next map, Qin Shen turned to Zhao Feifei and said, "I'm going back first. If we need to find a new map next time, you can have that little girl come find me." With that, Qin Shen left on his own. Due to the incident of Beixian City's tavern being destroyed, Qin Shen couldn't easily enter the major cities, so he took some small teleportation arrays to arrive at the level 10 map outside the newbie village before flying back. After logging off, Qin Shen lay in bed looking at the moon outside the window, unable to fall asleep for a long time. The Yellow Emperor, Rain Master Feng Bo, the four spirits of heaven, and countless ancestors. Is their fate really as seen in the expansion pack? Was the previous world really erased? No. How could it be erased? That was a huge world with nearly 100 billion people, and a brilliant civilization. It's impossible, and not allowed, to be erased. Moreover, if the previous world was in a huge crisis, why was he able to cross over to Blue Star, where there happened to be someone with the same name as him? Is it a coincidence? Or is it orchestrated? Qin Shen couldn't help but have wild thoughts, because it was indeed a coincidence. It was as if the original world encountered a huge crisis, and then a mysterious force helped him escape. And there was also the system to assist him. So, Qin Shen thought of his weapon, the one given by the system in the first lottery, named Blood of the Common People. Isn't this the same name as the Yellow Emperor seen in the expansion pack, representing a plea to the gods for the common people? The gods feed on the common people, and the common people weep blood. Is it a coincidence, or? Lost in doubt, Qin Shen finally fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, his thoughts were much clearer. He also sorted out his ideas. Speculating about the original world was useless, he could only take it step by step, collect more clues and information, and deduce step by step. And then confirm one more thing. Don't believe in the so-called gods in the game. And definitely don't believe in demons. Logging back into the game, Qin Shen continued to wield his sword. He didn't even want to go to work. Then, Qin Shen received a message. Li Shuayan, hey, can you take a day off if you're not coming to work? Young master, my sister spent 2 million to hire you as a young master? One could imagine Li Shuayan's tone, not that of a CEO to an employee, but more like banter between friends. Of course, it's not because Li Shuayan has a good personality, but because Qin Shen is actually a classmate of Li Shuero, a friend and classmate of her own younger sister. She couldn't treat him as an employee. Qin Shen, I'm not feeling well today, so I'm not going. How can I ask for leave right after waking up? Besides, you're not the one who pays me. If you have a problem, go talk to your sister. Soon after, Qin Shen received a message from Li Shuero. Li Shuero, my sister said you were hired as a young master in our company, not a bodyguard. Huh. By the way, you were too fierce last night, right? Now, although the main cities haven't explicitly stated it, they won't arrest Fong Tang and will kick him out if he stays for more than 10 minutes. They are continuing to set him up, and now Fong Tang's villain value has exceeded 10,000. So ruthless? Qin Shen quickly opened the villain list. Wow, Fong Tang's name was on it. Ranked 3rd. There is a line of remarks behind the ranking. The evil value exceeds 10,000, and the death penalty is increased tenfold. Some people are not worthy of being called human beings. People like Fong Tang are one of them. So, when it's time for Qin Shen to take action, he does. Not because he is also a human being, and the game is about to invade reality, or for various other reasons, choose to let him off the hook. Qin Shen is not a saint. He is definitely not the kind of benevolent father who gets slapped on the left cheek and then offers the right cheek to be slapped. He is not that pretentious. Instead, Qin Shen pursues revenge for grievances, fights fire with fire, and takes pleasure in avenging wrongs. That's what life is all about. So, if it's time to kill, then kill. Qin Shen immediately inquired about Fong Tang's whereabouts, put on his night clothes, and went out. Song Tang Pass. This is a gathering place for level 75 monsters, but among the level 60 players, the top batch with the best equipment can barely level up here relying on the power of their equipment. At this moment, Fong Tang is in the Song Tang Pass. Of course, he is not alone. Because he has been expelled from West Capital University and is afraid of retaliation from Li Shuero's team, Fong Tang, the young master of the Fong group, had no choice but to return home helplessly after being expelled, to inherit the family business. The Fong group also has a guild of 10,000 people in the game. The young master of the Fong family is being bullied and even listed on the evil ranking. This is clearly a targeted attack. Next, they will come to hunt him down, so everyone discussed and found a team of elite members from a level 70 guild, each equipped with fully enhanced immortal-grade equipment and accompanied by spiritual treasures, following Fong Tang. If Li Shuero brings people to hunt him down, she will end up in trouble. However, even until nightfall, there was no sign of any movement. This made Fong Tang himself doubt whether Li Shuero's team had backed down. They dared not confront his family's capital. However, just when Fong Tang was feeling proud, the person who would become a nightmare in his life had quietly appeared in the sky above Song Tang Pass. This is a level 75 monster map. Qin Shen is only level 1. However, for Qin Shen, who possesses a flying immortal treasure and the heavenly concealment cloak, a level 75 map like Song Tang Pass can also be as quiet as a deserted place. Taking advantage of the night, Qin Shen dimmed the light of his immortal treasure and quietly searched the sky above Song Tang Pass. Then he heard Fong Tang's triumphant voice, "Ha, that despicable Li Shuero deliberately framed me, making my evil value exceed 10,000. But what's the result? Ha, when I was on the evil ranking, I killed with pleasure, but she didn't dare to bring people to confront me directly. Ha ha, I can do whatever I want with money, it's so satisfying. Young Master Fong, rest assured, with us here, they are only in their 60s, they will come here just to die. Young Master Fong, boldly follow us to gain experience. You should be leveling up now, hee hee. Killing monsters in higher level maps gives you an experience bonus. Young Master Fong, rest assured, with us here, your enemies can only stare in envy." Those level 70 players also showed a fawning attitude towards capital, and their words were direct and explicit. It's as if what Fong Tang did was not only not despicable but something to be proud of. It was at this moment that a sword descended from the sky. The sword aura came from the void, pierced through the sky, as if cutting through the atmosphere. It cut through space. This team, including Fong Tang, instantly turned into white light. 1 sword, 6 lives, dead. Even Fong Tang and the others didn't have time to react. You have killed a player on the evil ranking. Your honor value has increased by 1,000 points. You have killed 5 innocent players. Your honor value has decreased by 50. Attention! You currently have 500 honor points. When your honor points are depleted, if you kill ordinary players again, you will gain evil value. Qin Shen is also a player himself. In the game, there is a system for calculating evil value, and naturally, there is a corresponding system for honor value. When Qin Shen killed Fong Tang and some other players in the tavern in Baixuanqing, his honor value became negative. But now, Fong Tang has an evil value of 10,000 on him. Every time Qin Shen kills him, he gains 1,000 honor points, while killing someone else only decreases 10 honor points. He even has a surplus. Ah! Fong Tang, after being resurrected, angrily cursed, "Damn, I dropped to level 51, and 2 fully enhanced immortal equipment were exploded. That NPC must have been sent by that bitch Li Shuero." Having an evil value over 10,000 is like a sword of Damocles hanging over Fong Tang's head, because the punishment for each death is too severe. This death turned the level he had worked hard to raise for over a month into nothing. The penalty for equipment dropping is also severe. The team of 7 level 70 players with Fong Tang only lost 1 piece of equipment in total. As for Fong Tang, 2 fully enhanced weapons were exploded. Is that person really that strong? To be honest, I didn't even see him. I didn't see him make a move. Fong Xiao, you didn't mention that the NPC senior would come to hunt you down. Who can handle this? These 5 bodyguards of Fong Tang are ultimately just players, not the top players. They are only level 70. No, now they are all level 69. They are simply not strong enough. They can only be arrogant in front of Li Shuero's team. Faced with the existence that killed 3 strong experts of the mountain and sea realm with 1 strike, where is their previous bravado? They all wilted. Fong Tang naturally knew this, and said in a low voice, "It's not your fault. The losses this time will be reimbursed by the guild." Now, Li Shuero, that bitch, somehow can make that NPC powerhouse so obedient. Am I doomed? At this moment, Fong Tang realized too late. The NPC powerhouse he mentioned naturally refers to Qin Chen. In the game, except for Li Shuero and Wang Chang, no one knows that the so-called NPC who killed the mountain and sea realm experts with one strike is not an NPC at all. He is just an ordinary player. He is only level 1. Fong Tang thought that such a powerful NPC would cost a lot for him to take action once, and Li Shuero could not keep urging such a powerful NPC all the time, which is unreasonable. So, before, he was mainly on guard against Li Shuero and her team, guarding against players hunting him down. But now he is confused. The one hunting him down is actually such an existence? A person who can kill 3 mountain and sea realm experts with one strike. His strength is too terrifying. So, what should he do? After some thought, Fong Tang reluctantly contacted Li Shuero and sent her a private message. The result. Message failed, the player has already added you to the blacklist. Li Shuero. Fong Tang was extremely frustrated. Just then, a guild announcement flooded the screen. Announcement from the Shijing Academy Guild. After a unanimous decision by the guild's high-level members, we intend to appoint Blade Madman as the chief elder of the academy. Blade Madman, who once killed 3 mountain and sea realm experts with one strike, please be informed. Boom! The World Channel exploded. Almost the entire World Channel was discussing this matter. Because, in the game, it was the first time a guild had successfully invited such powerful NPCs to join. It was unprecedented. That's why it caused such a huge sensation. Wait, who is Blade Madman? I'm from the Shijing Academy, do you have anything to say? Of course, it's the one who killed 3 mountain and sea experts with one strike. Oh my, is it true? Would such a ruthless person be willing to join the Shijing University Guild? This is great. Originally the Qingxia Academy could still compete with the Shijing Academy, but now with Blade Madman, this gap has widened, hasn't it? Wow, I regret it so much. Why didn't I choose Shijing University back then? Wake up upstairs. Is it possible that you chose West Capital University, but they don't think much of your scores? Got it, old heart. Dao Quang. Qin Chen found the name a bit speechless. He just let Li Shuero handle it. Naming didn't matter much. It's just that Qin Chen had previously claimed to be surnamed Dao, and as a result, Li Shuero was also bad at naming, so she just added a word Quang at the end. Qin Chen wanted to ask, where did he go crazy? Wasn't he always modest and low-key? Forget it, Dao Quang is Dao Quang. Unexpectedly, West Capital University was quite decisive, agreeing to the contract just like that. It seems that the new principal still has some vision. Considering the monthly 15 million, the previous expulsion incident can also be overlooked. Qin Chen closed the World Channel, too lazy to bother with his own gossip. In the private chat channel, Li Shuero's avatar suddenly flickered. Li Shuero, help! Qin Chen? Could this girl have caused trouble again, or stirred up something hot? Li Shuero, Principal Long wants your contact information, and he said that now you are already an elder of the guild, he can't contact you. How should I reply to this? Qin Chen, I thought it was something serious, isn't this a trivial matter? Just say that from now on, all communication with me will be through you and the guild. If there are any special tasks that require my involvement, as long as the reward is appropriate, you can inform me. This way, won't the school rely more on you? Li Shuero, really? But this needs your consent, right? Qin Chen, I agree, from now on, you are my spokesperson in the school, and privately, you are my agent. I am just a killer or a thug. For every job you take, I will give you a share. Li Shuero, it's a deal, no turning back. By the way, I heard that Fong Tang was scared offline by you? Qin Chen, he will definitely come back online. Li Shuero, I'll ask my undercover agent in the Fong group. Shortly after, Li Shuero sent another message. Li Shuero, good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Qin Chen, whatever. Well, let's hear the good news first. Li Shuero, the good news is that Fong Tang will be back online tomorrow, and you can continue to hunt him down. Qin Chen, what about the bad news? Li Shuero, Fong Tang's father plans to offer a hefty sum to hire several experts from the mountain and sea realm to protect Fong Tang. They are even looking for experts from the sun and moon realm or even the sky realm, willing to spend money to ensure Fong Tang continues to level up. Qin Chen, is that considered bad news? Rest assured, when the time comes, I will still kill him as planned. Li Shuero, there's also some latest news. Zhao Feifei's team is about to reach level 100 soon. It seems the new map has given them a lot of experience points. And, do you know what content the game updates when a player reaches level 100? Qin Chen, I have some impression. Is it about updating hidden professions? Li Shuero, yes, a total of 100,000 hidden professions. When evenly distributed, each person has a probability of only about 1 in 50,000 to obtain a hidden profession. Not to mention those precious hidden professions with only one slot, those are even harder to get. Xin Shen, you seem to know a lot about this, do you already have a way? Li Shuero, the new map dungeon is very difficult, no one has cleared it yet. It is said that the first clear will trigger something, but the boss of the new map dungeon, the Abyss of the Hunt, is said to have the strength of the peak of the mountain and sea realm. Currently, there is no player who can withstand him. And once you withstand him, there are more than a dozen bosses in the dungeon that are also at the mountain and sea realm level. The Abyss of the Hunt. It seems that those imprisoned inside this dungeon should be Shen Yuan Huandi and the others, the great emperor of the human race, but ended up as a monster, continuously being killed by human players in the dungeon? How ridiculous and ironic, how infuriating and contemptible. These gods, they really can do anything. Xin Shen, Zhao Feifei, how long will it take for them to reach level 100? When will the Abyssal Pursuit instance be officially opened? Obviously, Li Shuero must have discussed this with Zhao Feifei, and Zhao Feifei, knowing Xin Shen's strength, must have told Li Shuero some information. For example, the realm and strength of the bosses in the new map instance. Li Shuero, they should reach level 100 in about 20 days. Xin Shen, you probably guessed it, right? Yes, this time Zhao Feifei wants to hire you again to help her clear the instance. She wants to hide her profession. Xin Shen, what about you, don't you want to? Li Shuero, I want. I do. This conversation. Why does it feel like the tone is off? Xin Shen quickly had Li Shuero send a message and then replied. Xin Shen, 20 days later, you and Wang Chang have 2 spots, and 2 spots will be left for Zhao Feifei to arrange herself. Tell her, even if there are skill books, don't ask for more. She should be able to afford 20 million per book. This is the best arrangement. A team of 5 people, Xin Shen will definitely be in the team. Then let Li Shuero be the team leader and set the team members to hidden mode. This way, team members can't even see each other's names, there is no information at all. After explaining to Li Shuero, Xin Shen continued to draw his sword. The 7 millionth draw, waiting ahead. By the time the game arrives in about 2.5 months, it will be achieved. However, during this time, Fang Tang still needs to be punished. This guy must be eliminated. Otherwise, others might think Xin Shen is easy to deal with. In reality, it is still a society under the rule of law. So, let's start with the game first, kill him thoroughly in the game, and then let him be expelled from the game. By then, he won't be able to enter the game, all attributes and cultivation will be returned to the game. When the game invades, Xin Shen wants to see how this Fang Xiao, who didn't receive any inheritance in the game, dies. Heaven's Path Game. Saint Dragon City. As the territory of the human race in the game, it is also known as the true emperor of mankind in the game, the Saint Dragon Emperor, who is currently venting his anger to a group of ministers. I heard that some people have started to join those players. What, has my Saint Dragon dynasty not satisfied you all these years? There are also human races in the game of Heaven's Path, but they are all faithful followers of the gods. When the Saint Dragon Emperor is furious, some ministers are still confused. It wasn't until the Saint Dragon Emperor presented evidence. Have you all seen this? This is a school of the Blue Star human race, established a guild in the game, and recruited people from our Saint Dragon dynasty. This matter has a very bad impact. I will definitely investigate it thoroughly. Prime Minister Zhang. Here. A strong voice responded. Now those players, are they already at the 10,000 Wonders lair? The Saint Dragon Emperor muttered, their progress seems to have suddenly accelerated. It seems that the players have received too much help. Do you think this is in the interest of our Saint Dragon dynasty? Prime Minister Zhang loudly said, I believe this is not in our interest. The gods want to enslave the Blue Star human race, and I want them to submit. So, we must not let them grow too fast. Also, Heaven's Path is a plan proposed by the gods to test the roots and talents of the Blue Star people. Once talented players of the human race are discovered, they must be marked for special attention. The Saint Dragon Emperor said coldly, in the future, when that plan is officially launched, the hopes and geniuses in the eyes of these Blue Star people. If they do not join me, let them be completely destroyed. Your Majesty, how do we explain this to the gods? An official stepped forward, frowning. At this moment, the Holy Dragon Emperor said in a deep voice, if everything needs us to solve, then what use are you all to us? The officials all lowered their heads in shame, and could only focus their gaze on Prime Minister Zhang. Your Majesty, I believe that we can use the Ink Lotus sect at that time, to shift all responsibilities onto them. Prime Minister Zhang immediately proposed a cunning and vicious plan as soon as he spoke. Ha ha! My Prime Minister is indeed resourceful. The Holy Dragon Emperor was greatly pleased. Deities, demons, as well as the Holy Dragon Dynasty and the Ink Lotus sect. It seems that all factions are about to rebel. And that individual mentioned by the Holy Dragon Emperor, the one who defected to the Blue Star human clan, undoubtedly has significant issues. With various factions about to divide the Blue Star, why would someone choose to join the Blue Star faction at this time? Are they out of their minds? Regarding the individual in this intelligence report, Blade Mad, must be thoroughly investigated. Prime Minister Zhang, who do you think should be sent to handle this matter? The Holy Dragon Emperor inquired. Prime Minister Zhang hesitated for a moment, his mind racing, before asking, "Your Majesty, how powerful is this person?" The Holy Dragon Emperor replied, "It is rumored that he has the strength to kill 3 mountain and sea experts with a single strike of his blade. Perhaps a powerful expert who has been in seclusion for many years in one of the sacred grounds has emerged? In that case, we may need to send someone from the Four Kings Mansion." Prime Minister Zhang responded, "Yes, we have also considered that. Four Kings, who among you is willing to go?" The Holy Dragon Emperor turned to the group of individuals who had been granted seats but were currently resting with their eyes closed. Normally, they only listened in and did not participate in discussions. This time, however, it was their turn. "Your Majesty, in our Holy Dragon Dynasty, we regard the deities as our Heavenly Father, and the various sects in the regions are also under the rule of the Emperor. They would never dare to betray the dynasty. We have already investigated Blade Mad, and there is no such person among the sects. He is not in any of the sacred grounds either." The Eastern King stood up and respectfully said, "This matter may be revealing some anomalies. That's why we want you to investigate." The Holy Dragon Emperor's voice seemed to carry a hint of anger, and he immediately declared, "Then let someone from your Eastern King's mansion go." With that, regardless of everyone's opinions, the Holy Dragon Emperor left directly. The Eastern King, who heard the order, was momentarily stunned, then turned with a heavy and somewhat displeased expression, and left without saying a word. It seems that even in the internal court of the Holy Dragon Dynasty, there are constant intrigues and hidden currents. The events that followed further confirmed this. Because, in the eyes of the players, those formidable NPCs, after the Blade Mad joins the Western Capital Academy incident, also enthusiastically began signing such contracts with the major player guilds. Moreover, these were contracts in line with the way of heaven, and such contracts would be endowed with contractual validity by the way of heaven. Obviously, this was not allowed by the Holy Dragon Dynasty. The Holy Dragon Emperor had already sent people to investigate, so how could this happen? What were those individuals who chose to cooperate with the player guilds at this time aiming for? Obviously, opportunists were causing trouble. And as the Blue Star was being divided, the deities were feasting, the Holy Dragon Emperor could have his share, and the court officials might also benefit. But what about the sects and sacred grounds in the martial world? The contradictions began from here. Of course, the players were unaware of these events, and they knew little about the existence of the Holy Dragon Dynasty. Currently, the hot topic was the major guilds starting to compete for those powerful NPCs. It was said that there were already proven experts at the peak of the Sun and Moon realm who were planning to officially join a guild. Their arrival would undoubtedly accelerate the players leveling up. This was the most exciting aspect for the players. Great, in the future, if we can't defeat a boss, can't we just invite these experts over and have them solve it with one strike like Blade Mad did? Why not just have them help us level up? I really don't want to grind anymore, I just want to lie flat. Seeking comfort until death. In this era, lying flat is seeking death, isn't it? Why are they arguing again? Isn't it a good thing to have strong people join us? The World Channel continued to be lively. On Qin Shen's side, he was just meeting those so-called experts of the Sun and Moon realm. One of them, Sun and Moon realm, at its peak. At this moment, he was accompanying Fong Tang. It is said that the protection fee is 3 million per month. Anyway, the Fong family is rich. So on this day, Fong Tang swaggered in the leveling area, walking as if he wanted to walk sideways, kicking anyone he didn't like. He was such a person, arrogant, proud, and unrestrained. So the news quickly reached Li Shuero, who then told Qin Shen. And she warned Qin Shen to be careful of this expert at the peak of the Sun and Moon realm. Peak of the Sun and Moon realm? Qin Shen murmured to himself at this moment, while the blood of the common people in his hands suddenly burst into a dazzling blade light in their carelessness. With one slash, 100 meters were cut. The earth trembled, and a gully was cut out. And that so-called expert of the Sun and Moon realm screamed in agony and died on the spot. This time, Fong Tang didn't die, but the sudden change of events scared him so much that he kept shouting, You have no martial ethics, it's a sneak attack. Now, you have no one to protect you." Qin Shen looked at Fong Tang. His sharp gaze made Fong Tang tremble uncontrollably. He felt only terror. So he even used the words no martial ethics. Because this time, Qin Shen did rely on a sneak attack to succeed. Unlike before, in the case at Song Tang Pass, although Qin Shen also attacked without warning, it could be considered somewhat sudden. At least that one slash gave Fong Tang and the others time to react. It's just that they were too weak to stop Qin Shen's attack and couldn't escape. As for the time outside the black market, Qin Shen could be said to have directly confronted 3 experts of the mountain and sea realm. The result was, Qin Shen was also a little scared. He is still in the stage of activating the system now. Even if he has good equipment, his health is limited. The only strong point is his attack power. So, when facing NPCs, Qin Shen won't take risks. Therefore, a sneak attack became the right solution. Relying on superior attack power, then a single strike to kill. As for martial ethics? This is not a martial arts world, who cares about that? Qin Shen drew his sword. In an instant, Fong Tang turned into white light again. After resurrection, he became level 40. Fong Tang was desperate. Although he resurrected in the nearby main city, with billions of players in this game, the streets were crowded with people. The key now was that the Nightwalker set was popular because of Qin Shen, and it was everywhere. Everyone Fong Tang looked at seemed like Qin Shen. Although he still didn't know that the person chasing him was Qin Shen. When Qin Shen made a sneak attack before, he disguised himself as an ordinary player, wore a mask, and then suddenly took action to deal with that expert at the peak of the Sun and Moon realm while Fong Tang was being arrogant. The fact proved that, no matter how high the realm, they were still afraid of a kitchen knife. The crushing power of pure attack, in the game, was just like a kitchen knife slashing around, right? True physical attacks proved to be effective. Qin Shen did not enter the main city area. He waited outside for 10 minutes to see if Fong Tang would be sent out. As a result, 10 minutes later, Fong Tang's crying and wailing attracted the attention of a large number of players, and everyone started discussing enthusiastically. Isn't this the young master of the Fong family group from the imperial capital? Isn't it that the defenders of the main city want to drive him out? Why is he crying so loudly? If you were carrying a value of 10,000 evil people, and there was a single knife outside that could kill an expert at the peak of the Sun and Moon realm, an existence that even the defenders and the lord of the main city dare not provoke, chasing you, and then you lose 10 levels every time you die, would you cry? Oh my goodness, this is completely not giving young Master Fong a way out. Deserved it. People like him, relying on their family's wealth to act arrogantly everywhere. Our team was just leveling up in the wilderness and didn't provoke him, but when he passed by, he killed us all, saying it was just to test the sharpness of his new equipment for killing people. I also heard that this guy has scammed a lot of people with equipment. The most disgusting thing is that he likes to sexually harass female players in the game. He's simply scum. Indeed, this NPC senior has helped us get rid of a scourge. He deserves to die. Someone shouted at the scene. It can be seen how bad Fong Tang's reputation is. However, outside the main city, there is already a group of players waiting. The leader looks like a middle-aged man, and he loudly shouts, "Son, rest assured, Dad spent 5 billion to get you a level 40 divine armor. Put it on. This thing has a skill that, when you are about to be attacked, can reduce 95% of the damage." Upon hearing this, someone at the scene exclaimed in disbelief. A 5 billion worth equipment, and it's only level 40? But, after hearing Fong Jiaxing's description, everyone was shocked again. A 95% damage reduction, isn't that invincible? Although, such a life-saving skill of damage reduction is only effective for a few seconds after activation, but that's still incredible. One can only sigh, money is indeed good. Fong Tang, upon hearing this, happily put on the equipment. Now I'm not afraid. With this equipment, and nearly 500,000 health points, considering the 95% damage reduction and my defense, he would need at least 12 million attacks to kill me in one hit, right? Fong Tang was very pleased, no longer crying, and even arrogantly threatened those who were talking about him. Alright, you dared to mock me just now? After I deal with this matter, I will definitely hunt you down. Feeling confident with the enhanced defense of the equipment, Fong Tang immediately put it on. However, at that moment, Qin Shen arrived above the void on a flying immortal treasure. He drew his sword, and then swung it. The entire void was instantly covered by the sword aura. "Son, use the skill quickly," Fong Jiaxing quickly reminded. "Don't worry, Dad, watch me." Fong Tang was full of confidence. Although this person had already demonstrated enough formidable strength, being able to kill 3 mountain and sea experts with one strike, even the peak of the Sun and Moon realm couldn't withstand his attack. But those guys were just empty-handed, they didn't have divine artifacts. What is a divine artifact? If it can't save your life, it doesn't count. And the damage reduction rate of his armor is a true divine artifact. Golden Dragon Protection. Fong Tang shouted loudly in the face of the sword aura. A golden dragon appeared on his body, roaring before turning into a gas clock that completely enveloped Fong Tang. Well done, son, the timing is just right, he can't kill you now. Fong Jiaxing had already set the flag. However, when the overwhelming sword light swept towards Fong Tang, enveloping him completely, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The protective golden clock on Fong Tang's body was instantly annihilated by the sword aura. Then, Fong Tang's body seemed to evaporate under the sword aura. Where is he? How did he disappear? Ha, hilarious, 95% damage reduction, and he can't be killed? Ha ha. He just slapped you in the face, does he now have over 12 million attack power? The onlookers at the scene, not shying away from the spectacle, immediately began to mock. But after the mockery, the scene just now left a deep impression on everyone present. Over 12 million attack power, this NPC really has it. Terrifying. And Fong Tang, who resurrected once again, looked at his now level 30 self, with a face full of despair. The armor worth 5 billion was not dropped, but now his entire body equipment was reduced to just this one piece. But what made him most desperate was that even 5 billion couldn't save his life. This young man, born into a wealthy and privileged family, who was accustomed to using money to solve everything, for the first time realized that having money doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Strength is the key. He died again. His level dropped to 30. What if he dies again? And then 2 more times, 3 times. At this moment, cold sweat broke out on Fong Tang. He chose to temporarily log off the Fong group. What should I do now? If this continues, I will be killed to level 0 and expelled from the game. Fong Tang, in a panic, shouted at some employees, don't you have any solutions at all? Our family pays you so much salary, but you are all just eating for nothing? The only solution now is to not log back in. Someone suggested. Nonsense. Fong Tang exclaimed, my equipment has all been destroyed, and my level has dropped to 30. If I don't quickly level up in the game now, what if the game is invaded in the future and I am killed by monsters? Obviously, not entering the game is not an option. Currently, it is the time when humans on Blue Star are crazily enhancing their strength through the game. As Fong Tang said, if he stops playing the game now, he will still end up dead in the future. If the game invades reality, will that guy no longer hunt him down? That's impossible. So, not playing the game is not a solution. Don't talk about protecting me after the game is invaded, I know that too. But can you protect me for a lifetime? Fong Tang muttered, you must help me find a solution. While the game has not yet been invaded, I still have room for error. If I am killed, it's just a level drop. You must try all kinds of methods to help me. In fact, Fong Tang understood it very well. He must overcome this hurdle, or he will still end up dead in the future. So not logging in is not an option, but he also cannot blindly sacrifice himself and let the other party kill him. Each time, he must try a method that won't get him killed instantly by the other party, so he still has 3 chances for error. If within these 3 times, he finds a way to deal with that person, then he will be safe in the future. Otherwise, it's just a matter of dying early or late. There is another way. A defense formation. We can find hundreds of formation mage players to follow Fong Xiao, let him level up, and at the same time, set up a 99-layer defense formation in the area where Fong Xiao is located. This way, as long as the formation is not broken, Fong Xiao will be safe. Someone really came up with an idea. Find secondary profession players to follow Fong Tang. Because those who specialize in secondary professions do not have high experience requirements for leveling up, they need money to buy formation materials, so this is a feasible plan. It just costs a bit of money. I just contacted the largest studio in Heaven's Path, Blue Whale. It seems that they have insight into our thoughts, knowing that we have a need, deliberately raising the price to 1 million per person, to follow Fong Xiao from start to finish, protect Fong Xiao until the game is invaded, and we have to pay 10 billion. The person in charge of negotiating with the studio brought back the communication. These studios are the most sensitive to information, and they naturally heard about Fong Tang being hunted down, so they immediately made a high demand. 10 billion, why don't they just rob us? Contact other studios, this game is not only run by their studio. Fong Tang was rarely angry. However, the studios contacted next also raised their prices. In the end, Fong Tang reluctantly chose to negotiate with Blue Whale. He cited that even 100 formation mages might not be able to protect him as a reason and proposed to try a cooperation first. Then, each person would receive a reward of 200,000, which is 20 million. After the negotiation, Fong Tang logged back in once again. Qin Shen naturally could not know the news immediately, but Li Shuero soon sent the message that Fong Tang appeared in the leveling area. And she also informed Qin Shen about the news of the 100 formation mages protecting him. Formation Master? Qin Shen also knew about this profession, which was somewhat related to daily life, relying on studying formations to help people set up formations to make a living. A 100-meter formation master could condense a defensive formation, 99 layers of defense. Moreover, the defensive power was cumulative. This kind of defensive formation was usually only used during national wars and games to defend cities. It could withstand thousands of troops and horses. So, Fong Tang was carrying a formation with him now? Indeed, he was the young master of the Fong group, just 2 words, domineering. Qin Shen smiled slightly. However, he did not act immediately because he had almost reached 7 million sword draws. So delaying for a day was not a big problem. First, reach 7 million sword draws, then think about the rewards. Congratulations, host, for achieving 7 million sword draws achievement, rewarded with 1 lottery chance. Lottery successful, you obtained the artifact Void Sky Boots. Void Sky Boots can be strengthened, can be upgraded, level 1, quality, artifact, attribute 1, all 5 elemental attributes increase by 100 points. Attribute 2, activate the ultimate form of Void Sky Boots. Under this form, water attribute increases by 100%, can be strengthened, and randomly gain the Overlord body state, cannot be knocked down, and the Void Spirit state, can penetrate objects, ignore collision type skills, lasting for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Wow, another artifact. This time it's the Divine Boots. The skills are very practical. Firstly, the water attribute increases by 100%, which enhances both speed and attack speed. Secondly, you can randomly gain 2 states. One is the Overlord body, and the other is the Void Spirit. Both of these states are very useful in PK. The Overlord body cannot be knocked down or knocked back. As for the Void Spirit state, it's even more powerful, as it can penetrate walls, trees, and even human bodies, and ignore damage from some collision-type skills. For example, shield strikes in warriors' flesh and blood charges are ineffective against Qin Shen in the Void Spirit state. Without further ado, Qin Shen went to the black market. It was the same blacksmith as before. Strengthening equipment, how much this time? Qin Shen asked. Another divine. Rest assured, same rules as before, the blacksmith said, his eyes filled with surprise. How come this person has so many artifacts? And flying immortal treasures. His strength is also formidable. Last time, he had some crooked thoughts, but after witnessing Qin Shen killing 3 mountain and sea realm experts with 1 sword, he completely abandoned his evil intentions. This is a killing god. A single sword for mountain and sea realm experts, while they were only level 60 NPCs. Not to mention provoking him again. If Qin Shen didn't cause trouble for him, he would be grateful. Soon, the equipment was strengthened. All attributes increased by 280 points, and after skill enhancement, the water attribute increased by 280% in the activated state, with no significant changes elsewhere. However, this set of equipment could be upgraded, so Qin Shen didn't have much need for other equipment in the game. Except for the Hidden Professions dungeon, Qin Shen's only hobby was to kill Fong Tang to level 0. Some people in reality are like this. You can torture them 1,000 times, even 10,000 times, or kill them hundreds or thousands of times in the game. But as long as you give them a little face, they will immediately bounce back. They can lose 1,000 times, but you can't lose to them once, otherwise, you would be disgraced. Obviously, Fong Tang was such a person. With over 100 formation masters by his side, wherever Fong Tang went in the game, he felt extremely cool. This scene, 1 word, grand. Moreover, he spent a whole day gaining experience like never before. The people chasing him didn't show up. This made him think for a while that the protective formation was too powerful, and the other party dared not make a move. In short, he was suppressed by his family's financial power. What is this? This is the crushing power of wealth. What, killing 3 mountain and sea realm experts with 1 sword, instantly surpassing the peak of the sun and moon realm? It's just a so. It seems that money does make the world go round after all. I often feel fortunate for my reincarnation technique. If I hadn't been born in the Fong group, I would have died again by now. Fong Tang grinned. Between his words, there was a sense of pressure. The rising tone of his voice indicated his inner pride and arrogance. He completely forgot that just 2 days ago, he was begging for mercy like a dog. But, did he really think Qin Shen wouldn't dare to come? At this moment, high above the sky, Qin Shen looked down from thousands of meters above. He could clearly see that the level 40 leveling map was practically monopolized by Fong Tang. Around him, there were 100 formation masters protecting him, continuously activating defensive formations. This naturally consumed a lot of formation materials, but the Fong family was wealthy, and Fong Tang could afford it. However, was it really effective? At this moment, Qin Shen summoned his immortal treasure, the slashing immortal flying knife. His chi cultivation progress was almost complete, currently at 80%. Let's try first. If the divine skill of this artifact can't break through the defense, then I can still use the slashing immortal flying knife. Qin Shen was extremely cautious now. He deliberately created distance in the air, about 3,000 meters away. Then, the blood of the mortal world was unsheathed. The blade was as red as blood, eerie and terrifying, full of killing intent, just like its name. The weight of this blade was not light, despite Qin Shen being able to swing it around easily in the game. Although he was only at level 1, his attack power was terrifyingly high. The increase in attack power also meant an increase in strength. That's why he could swing the blood of the mortal world so freely. If it were in reality, with the weight of the blood of the mortal world, probably no one could lift it. As Qin Shen slashed out, the blade's radiance poured down from the sky. The blade descended 3,000 feet, like a galaxy falling from the heavens. Boom! In the sky, due to the pouring blade radiance, the airflow was disrupted, causing a series of thunderous roars. The blade radiance seemed to be precisely guided, directly striking the protective formation guarding Fong Tang in his location. A 3,000-meter slash. Here it comes. Damn, is he really daring to come? Don't just stand there. Do you think the Fong family's money is so easily earned? Protect me quickly, or else the Fong group will sue you all. Fong Tang was anxious. Just now, he was still looking smug, thinking that with these 100 formation masters, Qin Shen wouldn't dare to come. But now, he came, and this time it wasn't a sneak attack. It was a slash from 3,000 meters away. Boom! In that instant, the formation expanded to its limit. The 100 formation masters all poured their formation materials into it, activating the formation to its utmost state. Young Master Fong, rest assured, our formation can withstand the attack of the city-breaking hammer. Someone comforted Fong Tang, telling him not to panic. After all, these formation masters were all seasoned veterans on the battlefield. In the game, every profession had its shining moments and their place to shine. For example, alchemists were talents that major sects fought over. The same goes for weapon refiners, although they mostly served the major cities. The battlefield was where formation masters shone. In the game, there were national wars. When one side advanced to the other city, the city-breaking hammer, a weapon for breaking cities, would come into play. With an attack power of 1,500,000. Only when the formation masters joined forces to set up a formation could they withstand it. According to the revelations of the leader of the top player group, it seemed that the attack power of the celestial realm was around 20 million. And the person chasing Fong Tang was not a god in the celestial realm, so these formation masters believed they could withstand it. However, what was the reality? Bang! The blade radiance hit the formation, instantly erupting into a violent explosion, sounding like muffled thunder. However, the blade radiance did not dissipate but instead continued at full speed towards the next layer of protective shield. It's been breached. My god, what realm is this person in? Why does it feel like his attack power is even more fierce than the city-breaking hammer? It's not working, the formation can't hold on. Wow! Boom! Bang! Suddenly, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire map was filled with flying dust. Damn it! Fong Tang screamed in misery once again. But soon, he turned into white light and flew towards the nearest main city. Dead again. This time, his level dropped to 20. Fong Tang wanted to cry at this moment, but no tears came out. He wanted to get angry, but he was more afraid and worried about his future. No, I can't die again. In reality, Fong Tang went directly to Fong Jiansheng. Dad, please find a way to save me, save me. Fong Jiansheng was also anxious at this point, but he advised, son, don't panic, I'm thinking of a solution. Have you figured it out? I'm about to be expelled from the main city. Once I leave the city, he will definitely kill me. Fong Tang was on the verge of collapse. The main city. I heard that the lords of the major cities are the highest beings in the realm. Let's find the city lord. Fong Jianqing said excitedly, son, let's bring money to find the city lord. Money can make the devil push the mill. I believe he will protect you. Money. It's all about money again. However, this father and son only had money left. Nothing else. In the game, Fong Jiansheng and his son found the city lord's mansion together. Lord City Master, here are 100,000 spirit jade, worth 10 billion in-game currency. Please protect my son from being killed by that villain again. Fong Jianqing brought the valuable spirit jade, essential items for the NPCs in the game. Seeing so many spirit jade, the city lord immediately agreed. Then, the city lord announced loudly, this player named Fong Tang, I, Dong Lai Qin, have protected him. Do not pursue him in the future, please leave my city immediately. The city lord. The ruler of a city. This was a figure in the realm of the heavens. And this time, the Fong family seemed to have finally found a reliable backer. The city lord obviously knew that Qin Shen was guarding outside the city, so his words were a direct warning to Qin Shen. What about Qin Shen? What was he planning to do? Many onlookers were curious, but Qin Shen's response was even more domineering and direct. You protect him? You can't protect him. Qin Shen stood on the flying cloud mirror, showing his arrogant fangs for the first time in the game. He will die, I say so. If you insist on protecting him, I don't mind turning your city lord's mansion into ruins. Fong Tang. I've decided to kill him. Even if the gods descend, they can't save him. What are you? Qin Shen was very domineering. Why? Because Fong was the city lord, a ruler, and a figure in the realm of the heavens. Such an existence would be given some face by many forces in the game. However, Qin Shen was only at level 1, but he didn't give any face at all. Instead, he threatened to destroy the city lord's mansion if he interfered further. Such arrogance. Even the city lord laughed, laughing out of anger. In fact, Qin Shen dared to say this because he had confidence. Firstly, he had extremely high attack power. Then, he had invisible means to hide. And he had a 98% damage reduction skill. But the most important trump card, Qin Shen had not yet used. The immortal flying knife. With only 80% of the chi cultivation progress, but the attack power had already been increased by 520% with the top-grade immortal treasure. What did it mean to increase Qin Shen's attack power by 520%? Moreover, Qin Shen also had the supreme heavenly eye. He could see through all the weaknesses of his opponents in battle. It could be said that Qin Shen was now capable of fighting against gods and Buddhas. Therefore, he was truly arrogant to the extreme. Look at you, you're not willing to give me, Dong Liqing, any face at all. Dong Liqing, as a figure in the realm of the heavens, considered himself the strongest below the gods. Moreover, there was a city defense formation in the city. It could be said that relying on the main city, he even had the confidence to withstand a blow from an ordinary beginner god. But what was the result? He was actually threatened by someone who was not even a god. Who was this person? Which force has such a reckless young person come out? Dong Liqing is very unhappy, but the temptation of wealth is right in front of him. Where can he put his own city lord's face? The other party is so disrespectful. Where are the 300 city defenders? Dong Liqing roared. Immediately, above the city, a row of defenders appeared. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. I, Dong Liqing, have been guarding Nanshang City for 100 years, and have never encountered such an arrogant person. You are seeking death, Dong Liqing said angrily. The next moment, he was already equipped with yellow light, full of momentum, his entire aura fully opened, and he flew directly to the city wall. I want to see how you will destroy me and my city lord's mansion. Dong Liqing spoke. Immediately, a huge protective array appeared above Nanshang City. This was a protective array supported by the combined efforts of 300 city defenders. Compared to the player's array, it was more than twice as strong. This was the confidence of these cities to withstand a blow from a beginner god. Come on! Dong Liqing was already getting excited. After all, as a city lord, he hadn't fought in a long time. Exciting battles. On the other side, standing above the sky was Qin Shen. After evaluating the opponent's strength, he decided to summon the war god flying knife, also known as the immortal slashing flying knife. This was the first time Qin Shen had used an immortal treasure. Since obtaining this immortal treasure, he had been carrying it with him, nurturing the sword energy formed by constantly unsheathing the sword. Over the past 2 months, he had nurtured it to 80%. There were still over 2 months before the game invaded reality, so he wasn't afraid to use it up, as he could still replenish it once. Nurturing energy was an accumulation process. As the saying goes, accumulate steadily and erupt suddenly. This time, Qin Shen also activated the supreme heavenly eye. In his eyes, whether it was the city's protective array, the city lord's mansion, or Dong Liqing himself, all had weak points. Connecting these 3 points into a line. This was the best attack route. Immortal slashing flying knife, knife of the gods. Qin Shen shouted loudly, die. Boom! The sky darkened. The immortal gourd opened wide. After a flying knife flew out of the gourd's mouth, the sword energy instantly increased 100-fold and slashed towards Nanshang City, cutting through the city and the protective array together. A 520% increase. 70 million attack power. This was completely a power to destroy everything. So, as the blade emerged, the sky collapsed. Where the blade pointed, stars and moons were shattered. It was like a terrifying divine might. As if a true god had descended, making all beings submit. Below, Dong Liqing, who had considered himself invincible in his own city, now faced such a blade. His face completely changed. He wanted to escape, but the immortal slashing flying knife had already locked onto him. He could clearly see. This was an immortal treasure. In the game, attacks from magical treasures were equipped with super guidance, able to automatically track targets and change their attack trajectory. This was common knowledge. So even though Qin Shen was very fragile and had a flying immortal treasure, when Mr. Heir of the Moly sect used a talisman to attack, Qin Shen couldn't dodge at all. Dodging an immortal treasure was even more meaningless. He could only withstand it. But, could he bear it? God, this is a blow from a god. At this moment, Dong Liqing panicked. The opponent's attack power was obviously super strong, and combined with the power accumulated by the immortal treasure, it had already reached the level of a god's strike. However, under that strike that seemed like the wrath of a god, although Dong Liqing understood in his heart, his lips trembled involuntarily, unable to say a word. Then, a blade light that covered the sky, covering the entire sky above Nanshang City, finally passed through Dong Liqing's body, falling like a shooting star directly into the city lord's mansion. Boom! It was as if thunder from the heavens exploded. The city lord's mansion exploded. Ah! Father, I'm going to die again. Son, father will accompany you. The father and son of the Feng family both perished on the spot. Terrifying. Dominant. However, the matter was settled without a trace. While the players who witnessed this scene were amazed, surprised, and even frightened, Qin Shen immediately rushed to the resurrection point in Nanshang City. Taking advantage of Feng Tang's lack of response, he struck again. It was just a simple and unadorned sword swing. Ah! After a scream, Feng Tang fell once again. But this time, he did not resurrect. A world announcement appeared in the global channel. Player Feng Tang, due to his numerous wrongdoings, has been jointly sanctioned by players and dropped to level 0, banned from entering the game. Feng Tang, expelled from the game. Never to return. However, the game is about to be invaded in 2 months. Being expelled from the game at this time is basically like being sentenced to death. Even if the Feng family is wealthy, once the game invades reality in the future, it will be difficult for everyone to protect themselves, let alone someone like him who is a waste without levels or cultivation. In the Resurrection Square, there were still some players. They also recorded this scene one after another. Qin Shen did not stop them or dodge. After all, he was wearing the Nightwalker set. This farce should come to an end. Qin Shen's voice was calm and composed. There was no trace of excitement from the recent battle, only tranquility. Then, he calmly turned around to leave. However, at this moment, a voice rang out, "Please wait, sir. I am Zhang Wanzai, the Prime Minister of the Holy Dragon Dynasty. Since you have killed the defending general of my Holy Dragon Dynasty, should you take his place and guard Nanshang City?" Qin Shen had originally intended to leave directly, but in the end, he stopped in his tracks. He had killed Dong Liqing, the lord of the city. And now, the forces behind Dong Liqing had arrived. But instead of seeking revenge, they offered him the position of city lord? Was this world so casual and thrilling? Qin Shen, who had planned to slip away, paused upon hearing this. Zhang Wanzai, the Holy Dragon Dynasty? He had heard of this dynasty before. It was a human force in the game. The dynasty had a vast territory. It controlled the 9 provinces and was the overseer of the major human sects. Currently on Blue Star, they were also planning to establish various sects in reality, governing in the same way as the Holy Dragon Dynasty. Of course, the people on Blue Star were different from them, because the humans on Blue Star lacked the confidence to survive the moment when the game invaded reality. Therefore, establishing various independent sects was a last resort. It was a compromise. It was better to stick together than to fight alone, increasing the chances of survival. But now, Qin Shen was wearing the Nightwalker set, and he had always appeared outside the newbie village as an NPC powerhouse. So, Zhang Wanzai definitely did not know Qin Shen's true identity. Is he mistaking me for a wandering cultivator or a cultivator of the Holy Dragon Dynasty? Qin Shen couldn't help but wonder. Otherwise, why would Zhang Wanzai let a player become the lord of Nanshang City? Despite having some thoughts, Qin Shen remained cautious and did not approach Zhang Wanzai. The Holy Dragon Dynasty has always determined superiority based on strength and realm. Your ability to break through the defense formation of Nanshang City with a single strike and kill Dong Liqing is a symbol of strength. With your abilities, would you be willing to remain unknown for a lifetime? Although Qin Shen hesitated despite stopping, Zhang Wanzai continued, becoming the lord of Nanshang City, you will be a local lord. Currently, it is an unprecedented great change in the past 10,000 years, a situation never seen in 3,000 worlds. Now, you have the opportunity to stand out. If I were you, I would not refuse. To be honest, Qin Chen was truly tempted. He had heard that when the game invaded, all the main cities in the game would also appear. So far, there had been no news of anyone owning a city in the game. The sect forces like Shijing University and Yenro Guild would only have a mountain gate at most. Having a main city was a completely different concept. If Qin Chen agrees, doesn't that mean, as a Blue Star person, he can enter the game's Holy Dragon Dynasty? He can also become a local lord and have a main city. And the most crucial point is, after the game invasion in the future, the people of the Holy Dragon Dynasty and the Blue Star people will definitely be distinguished. The fate that the Blue Star people are waiting for may be destruction. So, once Qin Chen can support the situation in Nanshan City, does he not have a dual identity? By then, he can be a Blue Star person and also a person of the Holy Dragon Dynasty. This will greatly expand the space and means he can operate with. However, can we trust the words of Zhang Wanzai? How much can we believe? Qin Chen still hesitated. It seems that you are a very cautious person. In that case, I will first hand over the city lord's order to you. And as for how you plan to manage Nanshang City, no one will interfere as long as you can meet the requirements and pay enough lingyu to the court every month. How about it? Zhang Wanzai was quite bold. Without knowing any information about Qin Chen, he directly wanted to give Qin Chen the city lord's token. Good. Qin Chen no longer hesitated, because he realized one thing. Zhang Wanzai should not doubt his identity. First of all, Qin Chen is definitely not a member of the Moli sect, because the Moli sect can be arrogant in their actions, but they would not dare to attack the city lord. This would be a direct rebellion. Secondly, Zhang Wanzai would not believe that Qin Chen is a player. At this stage, the highest level player is only level 98. How could he possibly have the strength to kill the city lord of the Tianxiang realm with a single blow? So, there is only one person Zhang Wanzai would naturally dare to use. Although Dong Liqing died, a more powerful city lord came. In Zhang Wanzai's view, the court still profits from this deal. As long as the city's annual income does not decrease, and everything that should be handed over is not missing, what difference does it make whether the city lord is Dong Liqing or someone else? There is a difference. But this difference is a good one. The Holy Dragon Dynasty now has a more powerful city lord. Therefore, Qin Chen also came to a conclusion. His player identity should not have been exposed. This Zhang Wanzai is sincerely inviting him to be the city lord. And being the city lord is a rare and precious opportunity. Alright, then it's a deal. Very well, come and take your city lord's token. In addition, I was thinking of allowing you to deduct 300,000 lingyu from this month's annual income to rebuild a majestic city lord's mansion. Zhang Wanzai nodded in satisfaction as Qin Chen agreed. However, he wanted Qin Chen to come and take the city lord's token from him. This made Qin Chen hesitate once again. But Zhang Wanzai did not rush him. Instead, with a wave of his hand, a protective barrier appeared, isolating all those players outside. It seemed to be telling Qin Chen that he actually had the means to control everything here. With this wave of his hand, the isolation formation could be formed. It seems that Zhang Wanzai, the Prime Minister of the Holy Dragon Dynasty, is very cunning and has a very high level of cultivation. So Qin Chen no longer hesitated. He approached Zhang Wanzai. Because he knew that if Zhang Wanzai had malicious intentions, he would have trapped him with a formation long ago. As Qin Chen approached, the smile on Zhang Wanzai's face grew even stronger. Just as Qin Chen took the city lord's token, Zhang Wanzai suddenly transmitted a message to him. Do you need to think of a name for yourself, so that I can go back and have the court register it, and also give an explanation to the Holy Dragon Emperor? Qin Chen, upon hearing this, immediately became alert and distanced himself from Zhang Wanzai. There's no need for that, Zhang Wanzai continued to transmit. For me, whether you are a Blue Star person or anyone else, it's all the same, you know? Boom! Qin Chen was almost blown away. He thought for a long time. Various fan groups, but in the end, it turned out that in front of Zhang Wanzai, his identity had already been exposed. Rest assured, I will keep your secret. You have a special opportunity on you, perhaps in the future it will bring a different surprise to all mankind. I will not reveal your identity. Just be yourself, keep it hidden. Zhang Wanzai smiled and said, don't worry, others won't be able to tell what your identity is. Qin Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief and asked, why did the Prime Minister help me? Help you? Perhaps, but in reality, am I not also helping myself? In the future, you will understand. Zhang Wanzai smiled slightly again, then left Qin Chen with a sentence, take care of yourself. Have you thought of a name? In the future, it will be the name you use to move around in the Holy Dragon Dynasty. Let's call it Blade Mad. Qin Chen had no choice but to use the name Li Shuero helped him come up with. It's a bit too ostentatious, but it's not a big problem. I'm leaving, there are 300 city defenders here, you can use them with confidence, they will all be loyal to you. Of course, you can also recruit on your own. Zhang Wanzai instructed before leaving. He didn't say much to Qin Shen, but he did mention. He said, Qin Shen will understand in the future. To be honest, whether it was Zhang Wanzai's realm, strength, or the risk he took, he actually dared to appoint Qin Shen as the lord of Nanchang City despite knowing that Qin Shen was a player, making Qin Shen feel that Zhang Wanzai was mysterious and unpredictable. Although Qin Shen had many things he couldn't understand about Zhang Wanzai, for now, Zhang Wanzai's appearance was only beneficial to Qin Shen. There was no harm. So, if there were many things that couldn't be understood, then don't think about it. It's better to focus on doing your own thing. Now, Qin Shen is the lord of the city. Holding the lord's token of Nanchang City, and also having the appointment of the prime minister of the Holy Dragon Dynasty. The court has endorsed it. So, when Qin Shen appeared again, holding the lord's token, the 300 city defenders immediately came to pay their respects. This scene, of course, couldn't escape the players' notice. Nanchang City is the main city of the level 30 map, with many players here to begin with, and with the change of lord, players couldn't avoid it. The players also recognized Qin Shen's identity as Blade Mad. So, it's better to be generous. From now on, I, Blade Mad, am the new lord of Nanchang City. If anyone wants to walk and do business in my territory, they must all follow my rules. The first thing the new Lord Qin Shen had to do was to set the rules. What rules? Very simple. Qin Shen's rule is the rule. The specifics would have to be discussed. But who to discuss with? After thinking about it, it was Wang Chang and Li Shuero. However, Wang Chang was a martial fanatic with no thoughts. It was unnecessary to consult him, just let him fight. Just right, now Qin Shen also needed to integrate some information. He needed to know the players' attitudes or opinions on him killing Fong Tang to level 0, then killing Dong Liqing with one blow, and destroying the defensive formation of Nanchang City. It wasn't that Qin Shen cared how they viewed him, but he was afraid of his identity being exposed. He opened the friends list, then privately messaged and selected Li Shuero. Qin Shen, what are you doing? Li Shuero, watching the World Channel, everyone is discussing you. But they're not discussing Qin Shen, they're discussing Blade Mad. Congratulations, you're famous. Qin Shen, what's there to congratulate about? Li Shuero, oh my, is it true? You destroyed the defense formation of Nanchang City and also killed the expert of the Heavenly Realm, the Lord of Nanchang City with one blow? That's too fierce. Qin Shen, you can continue gossiping, goodbye. Qin Shen was a bit speechless. It seemed that his series of powerful operations were indeed quite shocking. Just look at Li Shuero's reaction to know. Li Shuero, is it true, you became the Lord of Nanchang City? Oh my god, Qin Shen, how did you do it? Amazing, out of the 7 to 8 billion people on Blue Star, only you can be the Lord? Li Shuero finally learned the most crucial information. From her words, it can be seen how surprised she was. It's unbelievable that Qin Shen, who has always stayed in the novice village, has achieved so much after leaving the village a few times? What tens of billions of players couldn't do, Qin Shen accomplished as soon as he left the village. Importantly, this may have a huge impact on the future of the Blue Star people. Li Shuero, you became the city lord, you must be using the identity of Blade Madman, right? Qin Shen, can I still become the city lord using a player's identity? Li Shuero, if you become the city lord, the school will definitely know, and they will probably come to the main city to find you. But that might not be a bad thing. Qin Shen, what do they want? To cooperate with Nanchang City? It's not impossible, after all, the areas around Nanchang City are all level 30 maps, which could be used as a training base for future newcomers of the human race. Li Shuero, but you are currently undercover, can you openly cooperate with us? Li Shuero's words also make sense. Qin Shen was silent for a moment, then replied. Qin Shen, let's see how the situation unfolds. Li Shuero, so, can you still spend every day pulling out your sword in the novice village? Qin Shen, no problem, I can spend a few hours there every day. However, I also need to spend some time managing the main city. I need to cultivate some of my own forces. But it seems like I need more resources. Li Shuero, Qin Shen, let's cooperate. I'll provide you with resources, and then I'll help you find people. We must make good use of this city, what do you think? Qin Shen, deal. This is why Qin Shen consulted Li Shuero about this matter. Firstly, she has resources. Secondly, she also has ambitions. If Li Shuero had no desires, Qin Shen wouldn't be able to cooperate with her. Now both sides are getting what they need. Li Shuero, players are now spreading rumors about you, you don't need to worry about public opinion. Everyone is discussing Blade Madman, not you, as long as you don't expose yourself. If there are negative rumors about you, I will also find the Navy to help you control them. Qin Shen, okay, also help me draft a city management regulation that complies with Nanshang City, especially regarding the taxation of the city. Having resources in hand can bring great benefits to Qin Shen. He almost doesn't need to worry about external affairs anymore. If he needs people, Li Shuero will help find them. The people she finds must be NPCs, with neutral identities and a clean background. Li Shuero surely understands this. Li Shuero will also keep an eye on the public opinion on the Blue Star. So what does Qin Shen need to do? There are quite a few things. Firstly, the reconstruction of the city lord's mansion needs to start. He needs to personally arrange manpower. Additionally, after becoming the city lord, Qin Shen discovered that the major cities in the game are actually intricately connected with many nearby forces. A city cannot solely rely on people renting shops and collecting taxes to support huge expenses, and still be able to send 50,000 spirit jade to the court every month. Efforts must be made to develop nearby mines, spirit jade mines. However, some of these spirit jade mines, as well as the forces of nearby sects, prominent families within the city, and some demon kings, have already been divided up. The situation Qin Shen faces now is, after killing Dong Liqin, the monthly income of Nanshang City, which used to be 650,000 spirit jade, has sharply decreased to 300,000 spirit jade. Several mines have slipped out of Nanshang City's control. There are also some families in Nanshang City who have not come to see the new city lord, let alone share profits with Qin Shen. 300,000 spirit jade is not even enough to pay the court. In other words, Qin Shen must quickly find a way to improve the financial situation of Nanshang City. He needs to earn 30 billion in a month. No wonder Zhang Wanzai knew Qin Shen's identity as a player but still wanted to give him the position of city lord. It turns out that the city lord of Nanshang City has to deal with a huge mess. Zhang Wanzai let Qin Shen be the city lord, which means giving Qin Shen the power to manage Nanshang City. The only requirement he has is 50,000 spirit jade every month, worth 50 billion. As for other things, Zhang Wanzai did not ask for them, but also did not specify what support to provide. It's like letting things take their course. But in reality, it's not like that. Zhang Wanzai said that becoming the city lord means becoming a local overlord. Within 30 miles of Nanshang City and within a radius of 3,000 miles, it can be said that all resources belong to Qin Shen. He has the power to allocate resources. Of course, having power does not mean it can be abused. Qin Shen is currently just one person, but there are tens of millions of players in Nanshang City. In addition, there are some major families of the Holy Dragon dynasty with industries here. Everyone wants a larger share of resources. Even though the power to allocate resources is in Qin Shen's hands, do those major families not have their own means? Now that Qin Shen is the city lord, not everything can be settled with force. Whether it's social relationships or power and strategy, something in that regard must be shown. To be honest, Qin Shen really dislikes this. But when the opportunity comes, he can only try. If all else fails, then he will have to resort to force. In the evening, Qin Shen was about to log off when Li Shuero sent a message. Li Shuero, I have prepared the regulations for you, and I have also found a golden character in the recruitment hall. Shall I bring her over now? Qin Shen, okay. Unexpectedly, Li Shuero acted really fast. Qin Shen knew a little about the recruitment hall, but he had never been there. He had only heard that it was a place to recruit various types of talents, commonly known as a talent market. Note that these talents are NPCs in the game world, representing outstanding abilities in certain areas, reaching extraordinary levels. This made Qin Shen look forward to it. After all, recruiting such talents would cost millions to start with. It was clear that Li Shuero was someone willing to invest, willing to spend money. Of course, the game was about to invade reality, and by then, real-world assets would probably be of little use. So at this time, the wealthy had to spend their money quickly. Otherwise, a tragedy like having nowhere to spend money might really happen, or even losing their lives. Soon, Li Shuero found Qin Shen. Of course, it was arranged in a place where players could not come. The destroyed city lord's mansion in Nanshang City, which was still intact in parts. The backyard and the treasury. The regulations are based on the management standards of other cities. Of course, you can continue to modify them now. And this is Mo Chingy. She has excellent management skills and can help you with many things. Li Shuero handed a piece of parchment to Qin Shen. It contained the city regulations, including the tax standards for all the guilds, shops, and merchants in the city. And then there was the share of the city lord's mansion in all the mines. The tax collection is at 20%, and all mines are at 30%. Are these terms reasonable? Qin Shen being a city lord was truly a first for him. He didn't understand these things. Seeing an opportunity, Mo Chingy immediately responded in a clear voice, "These are all within a reasonable range, and they are even on the low side. The situation of the city lord, this adventurer lady has already told me. Actually, at this time, the city lord should increase the taxes and levies to deter those who still have other intentions." This city lord has just taken office, raising taxes and levies, afraid of causing dissatisfaction. What if the merchants leave? Li Shuero had a different opinion. No. Mo Chingy explained, this time, it is said that there are as many as 7 to 8 billion adventurers pouring in. With so many people, it ensures that the city will not lack customers. As long as we ensure the interests of the adventurers, control the prices in Nanchang City, and let the adventurers continue to choose to trade in Nanchang City, there will be no shortage of merchants. After all, adventurers are very wealthy. Doing business with them means double profits. Double profits? Li Shuero asked in surprise, are these merchants also cunning? Mo Chingy smiled mysteriously, there are many reasons for this, but I seem to have heard some rumors that some gods seem to have said that in the future, those adventurers who trade with adventurers, the temples are willing to exchange double the items. Then do as she says. Qin Shen immediately agreed and had Li Shuero revise the taxes and levies, because he understood Mo Chingy's meaning. Adventurers, that is, players. Their money is real wealth in reality. Because of the invasion of the game into reality, the wealth in reality has flowed into the game one after another. In the eyes of the wealthy, these are just balance numbers in their accounts, which can be spent recklessly. And there is also a world in the game. In other words, the so-called Heaven's Way online game is the fusion of two different worlds. The wealth in the game is real. Whether it's the game's currency, copper coins, gold and silver treasures, or even spirit jade, these are all given out for real. Unlike players, who can exchange so many things with the numbers in their accounts. So players are wealthy because they are exchanging digital currency for real gold and silver in the game world, as well as various treasures. How can they not be wealthy? But why would the world in the game be willing to use their wealth, their copper coins and gold and silver treasures, and even spirit jade and various magic equipment, to exchange for the numbers in their accounts? This question actually has long been answered. Every penny spent by players may be a future purchase for the entire Blue Star. Those gods seem to be planning something unknown. Perhaps this plan is to completely control the resources of the Blue Star through the game Heaven's Way, and even to completely dominate the Blue Star. And the more money players spend now, the more crazy it may be on the Blue Star in the future. They really cry. Those gods could have just taken it by force. As a result, they had to make it a deal. And everything in the Heaven's Way game has already been priced by them. This Mo Chingy seems to know a lot. With this in mind, Qin Shen asked, Mo Chingy, are you willing to follow the city lord all the time? I can appoint you as the manager of the city lord's mansion. When I am not here, you are the manager of Nanchang City. Mo Chingy is willing to serve as a senior in front of the sword. Mo Chingy would naturally agree. After all, she came to apply for a job. Otherwise, why hang around the recruitment hall? She is a person in the game, and in the game, players can't see that she is a golden talent, only players can see it. Management talents are not in high demand on the Blue Star, so she has never been hired. Now, finally, she has found a job. Mo Chingy was very happy and immediately expressed her willingness to take up the position. Qin Shen called together 300 city defenders. As Zhang Wanzai said before leaving, he could rest assured to use these people. Qin Shen announced Mo Chingy's position as the manager, and the city defenders did not show any special reaction. However, Qin Shen could see a hint of fear in their eyes when facing him. After all, they all knew how Qin Shen became the city lord. If Qin Shen hadn't shown mercy, they might not be here now. With Mo Chingy's help, the matters in Nanchang City were temporarily handed over to her. If she couldn't handle it, she would find Qin Shen. Qin Shen then logged off. Some things couldn't be discussed in the game. Although the game was incredibly realistic and a future reality, for safety reasons, some things were better kept confidential when discussed in reality. It was still early. Qin Shen arrived at a cafe in the capital. As soon as he entered, he saw Li Shuero waving at him. Qin Shen, over here. Qin Shen nodded and walked over. What would you like to drink? Just water. Qin Shen wasn't used to drinking coffee at night. After ordering, Qin Shen asked Li Shuero, what does the school mean now? The school's idea is to move the guild headquarters of the academy to the territory of Nanchang City. As for you personally, the school hopes that you can visit the guild's main gate in the game as a formal introduction. Also, Li Shuero had a somewhat embarrassed expression, feeling that the request was a bit much, but she still had to say, the school also hopes that you can help with the new maps dungeon. Wasn't the arrangement for the new maps dungeon records already discussed with you all? By the way, Zhao Feifei, who is she taking with her? Qin Chen asked. Li Shuero replied, she hasn't found anyone, so I want to send my sister. Anyway, she will pay you the same. As for the arrangement between me, Wang Chang, and the school, it was decided by you. But the school doesn't know. I think you can agree to the school's request and say that you will personally select 2 people to bring the first kill record of the dungeon, and that will be fine. Understood. Qin Chen nodded. Li Shuero was indeed clever. She used the information gap that the school and players didn't know that Qin Chen was the Blade Madman to play a beautiful move. By sending the Blade Madman, Qin Chen, in the identity of the Elder of the Western Capital Academy, to select 2 students from the Western Capital University to bring back the first kill record of the new map dungeon. By then, these 2 people would be the respected predecessors of the Blade Madman in the game, and the most talented students designated by the Western Capital Academy, right? This was helping Wang Chang gain status in the school and helping Li Shuero become a key figure in the future Academy's Sacred Land. I was wondering why you directly spent over 10 million to bring me a Mochingi. It turns out we are mutually achieving each other. Qin Chen laughed. Actually, I have one more thing to ask of you. Li Shuero looked at Qin Chen. Previously, she had thoughts of dating Qin Chen, mainly because she knew Qin Chen was strong in the game, so she naturally wanted to win him over. But then she thought, Qin Chen was right. She wasn't good at relationships, and Qin Chen seemed to be the same. And now, the game was about to invade reality. Disaster was imminent, life and death were unpredictable. At this time, who still had the mind to talk about love? Not to mention Qin Chen, even Li Shuero herself had many things to handle before the game invaded reality, such as what she was asking Qin Chen for now. I hope you can persuade my sister in the identity of the Blade Madman to move the guild headquarters of the Yanrua group to Nanchang City. Moreover, the group also has some studios and shops in the game. If we follow Mochingi's method and create a situation where the shops in Nanchang City need to be replaced, we can also take over. Li Shuero's words were half a request to Qin Chen and half a way to help him. The Yenro group can fill the loss of vendors, preventing the commercial operation of Nanchang City from being paralyzed, which is also helpful to Qin Chen. Actually, I was thinking, at this time the mall suddenly launched the Nightwalker set, allowing players to wear it to conceal their breath, making it difficult to distinguish their identities. It shouldn't be a coincidence. Li Shuero may be inexperienced in love, but her intelligence is not low. She keenly noticed some anomalies in the game. Look at you, haven't you been identified as a player by those NPCs? Perhaps, is this intentional behind the scenes of the game, giving players some misleading clues and becoming inspired to become the indigenous people in the game? If that's the case, then we might also be able to replace some of the commercial families in Nanchang City, right? Qin Chen's eyes lit up at the words. Honestly, he had never thought about this, or subconsciously ignored it. So far, when Qin Chen put on the Nightwalker set and appeared as Knife Maniac, only Zhang Wanzai knew by some means. And Zhang Wanzai also subtly reminded Qin Chen that his identity could only be noticed by Zhang Wanzai. In other words, others did not have this ability. And Zhang Wanzai is the one who promoted Qin Chen to take over Nanchang City. Although the reason for his doing so is unknown, at this stage, Zhang Wanzai should be on Qin Chen's side. Or, Qin Chen has been noticed by Zhang Wanzai and can be used. Then there is no problem. Li Shuero suggested that Li Shuiyan impersonate an NPC, relying on the wealth of the Yenro group to become a commercial family with capital in the game. What's wrong with that? And now, what Qin Chen needs is the external family power to help him prepare to deal with some families in Nanchang City in the game who do not cooperate with him. With backup, Qin Chen can confidently eliminate those families. Another important point is that Qin Chen has heard that the Moli sect is plotting to invade the game and replace the Blue Star people. Although the specific meaning of replace is not yet known to Qin Chen, Li Shuero has provided Qin Chen with a reverse thinking. The Moli sect wants to replace the Blue Star people and control the Blue Star? Then the Blue Star people might be able to infiltrate the Holy Dragon Dynasty or the Moli sect and replace them. Qin Chen said, okay, when will Zhao Feifei reach level 100? The day after tomorrow. Li Shuero responded. Okay, let's go according to what we discussed tonight. Qin Chen prepared to get up. Just at this moment, a surprised voice sounded, Shuero, what are you doing here? Qin Chen? What are you two doing? Oh, we just happened to meet, chatting with an old classmate, but I'm going back to rest, you guys chat. Qin Chen greeted Chen Xiaoman and left directly. In the cafe, Li Shuero's face turned slightly red. Shui Shuero, you're the person you like, isn't it? Qin Chen? Chen Xiaoman's words made Li Shuero even more embarrassed, and she didn't want to deny it. So, she simply didn't admit it, got up directly and said, let's go, if we don't go back to the dorm now, the door will be locked. The next day, the reconstruction of the Lord's mansion in Nanchang City officially began. At the same time, Mo Chingy also posted the new Lord's governance notice with the city defenders everywhere. On the first day, although taxes and deductions on the notice increased, the effects did not come so quickly. Bullets still need to fly for a while. Qin Shan wielded his knife for another day, and now his attack power has soared to 80 million. A day later, the first level 100 player was born in the game, Zhao Feifei, and she also had the qualification to lead the team into the dungeon. Soon, the team was formed. According to Qin Shen's requirements, the team did not display the names of the members, as well as equipment and health information. Led by Zhao Feifei, a team consisting of Qin Shen, Wang Chang, Li Shuyan, and Li Shuero arrived in front of the Emperor's tombstone in the new map, the 10,000 Mysteries Nest. The Yellow Emperor's Tomb. This is in the game. The tomb is simple and desolate, with no totems or patterns on the gate. Only a sense of desolation and vicissitudes. Just standing here, thinking about the plot in the movie when exploring the new map, Qin Shen tightened the knife in his hand. Gods. What kind of gods feed on the people? Thanks to Zhao Feifei's level, as a level 100 player, she could lead the team to open this instance. Qin Shen, a level 1 player, also entered. The team composition was actually not reasonable because there was no shield. For a team pioneering a new instance, not pulling monsters was fatal. However, it didn't matter because Qin Shen would take action. Qin Shen swallowed the Ashen Spirit Pill. In the instance, the monsters all had experience. There were humanoid monsters too. Qin Shen didn't want to lose the system and had to take the Ashen Spirit Pill. Then, Qin Shen started a mode of cutting through the monsters like cutting vegetables. With a single slash, Qin Shen could instantly kill the small monsters. So, in the early stage of the instance, it was very easy to clear those small monsters. Li Shuero even said, Qin, Senior, you don't give us any chance to perform. Qin Shen heard this but did not respond. In fact, thinking that these so-called monsters were just illusions created by the gods, fundamentally they were still humans, and from another world, his ancestors. Qin Shen always felt disgusted in his heart, but such thoughts could not be shared with others. He thought, rather than letting others kill them, he might as well do it himself. At the same time, he tried to convince himself that this was just a game. Then, the first boss of the instance appeared. It was a monster with 9 heads and a huge body. You minions of these gods actually turned me into a willow-like appearance. Then, bear my wrath. The monster roared loudly. Its body was like a giant snake, but it had 9 human faces, each extremely hideous. Such a disgusting monster. Zhao Feifei exclaimed. Shut up. Qin Shen frowned and reprimanded, if you want to watch, then watch quietly. Even if it's disgusting, that's not its original form. I'm sorry, Senior. Zhao Feifei quickly apologized. However, Li Shuero, who knew Qin Shen's identity, looked at him strangely. Why was he angry because of the insults from these monsters? Meanwhile, Qin Shen had already drawn his sword. With a slash, the blade energy directly struck the monster's huge body. The next moment, the monster's body disintegrated. No, it's impossible, gods. Why? The great emperor has already been in eternal sleep, why won't you let him go? Before falling, the monster continued to roar angrily. Ding! Materials, treasures, and equipment scattered all over the scene. This was a huge loot drop. Truly worthy of being the first to kill the instance, the drop rate was really satisfying. Pick up the items, then calculate the prices. What's this? Qin Shen saw a shiny badge lying on the ground. Hidden profession proof. Li Shuero exclaimed, wow, I didn't expect the first boss to drop it. We are the first to kill it, so it seems like a guaranteed drop. This instance has a total of 5 bosses, right? Zhao Feifei explained, then asked Qin Shen, Senior, what profession is this? Heavenly Demon Sword. This is yours now. Qin Shen tossed the first server's hidden profession badge to Wang Chang because he was the one using a sword. It was also the right path for him. Wang Chang was pleasantly surprised. Of course, this was acted out. After all, he also knew that Blade Maniac was Qin Shen. Qin Shen said to everyone, don't worry, if there is a hidden profession suitable for you, I will assign it to you, but if it's not suitable, it will be mine. In addition, all the equipment and materials that are obtained, you each take 10% according to the market price, I take 60%, and then you give me an additional 20 million. This was agreed upon in advance, right? Qin Shen's gaze turned to Li Shuero. This team, of course, was also contacted by her, the agent of the Blade Fanatic. Then Qin Shen also told her to waive the 2 million owed by Li Shuero and Wang Chang. In fact, it was Li Shuyan and Zhao Feifei who each contributed 2 million. Now that Qin Shen said this, Wang Chang also understood that Qin Shen was not talking to him. Senior, rest assured, the money is ready. It's up to the senior whether you want copper coins, gold, or spirit jade. Li Shuero said she would take care of it. Qin Shen could rest assured. We'll talk about it later. Continue. They arrived at the second stage of the instance. The small monsters here didn't seem much stronger than the first stage. Anyway, none of them were a match for Qin Shen. TSK, this might be the most comfortable instance I've ever laid in. Li Shuayan should be the most relaxed one throughout the whole process, because she didn't even have to bear any psychological burden. Li Shuero's thoughts were still on Qin Shen, while Wang Chang remained vigilant, fearing that Qin Shen would be ambushed by monsters. And Zhao Feifei, at this moment, was also very nervous. After all, this was the famous blade fanatic, and she had just said something wrong in front of him and was reprimanded. So, Li Shuayan was the one with the least burden. Then the second boss appeared. Qin Shen killed it in seconds. The boss also raged, "The emperor is not wrong, we are not wrong. The gods treat the people as livestock." The voice was heart-wrenching. Logically, these ancient people who turned into monsters should have lost their memories. After all, when Qin Shen came to the new map, he saw the Yellow Emperor and his subordinates turned into monsters. All of them had become ferocious and strange. However, here, these monsters still retained their memories from before. But it seemed like they only had fixed lines. They could only speak twice. Once when they saw the players, and once after their health bars were emptied. And because Qin Shen's attack power was too high, he couldn't even get any data on the monster's health and attack power. All were killed in one hit. Another class certification. Stargazer. This one's for you. Qin Shen threw the class certification to Li Shuero. I didn't expect my luck to be so good. Li Shuero laughed uncontrollably. Stargazer. This is not about chasing stars or idols. The stars here refer to the celestial bodies. Arrows can chase the stars. It can be seen that this class is powerful. Wow, Xiaoro, you should change your class quickly. Strive to be the server's top archer. Li Shuayan was also happy for her sister. And Zhao Feifei was a bit depressed. She didn't know if the next class that dropped would be related to her. But soon her class came. After the third boss fell, Qin Shen picked up the hidden class badge, glanced at it, and threw it to Zhao Feifei, saying, "Mind reader, this is for you." Thank you, senior. Zhao Feifei was overjoyed. Mind reader sounds very powerful. I wonder if it's one of the higher tier hidden classes. But it didn't matter. According to the official website, out of the 70 to 80 billion players, there were only about 100,000 hidden classes, so getting one was already very good. Next, the instance continued. The fourth boss appeared. This time, it was a female voice, but the boss was still monstrous, terrifying, and ferocious. "Can't you let the emperor sleep? I will never allow you to disturb the emperor." The monster roared, baring its teeth and claws as it charged towards the team. And once again, the blade radiance bloomed. With one slash, the boss was shattered. Even the boss showed a look of shock. Are you a god?" The boss fell. Or rather, in this instance, it found peace. Skyburner, mage. This one's yours. Qin Shen handed over the hidden professional proof to Li Shuayan. It seems that the rewards for the first kill in the instance will all match our professions. Senior, you are a swordsman, what will drop in the final stage? Li Shuero asked. Qin Shen answered evasively, "In the final stage, you all wait outside, I will go in alone to kill the boss." According to the words of the previous four bosses, the final stage should be guarded by the Emperor Xianyuan himself. Because in the instance, these transformed strange ancestors of the ancient human race seem to still retain consciousness, so Qin Shen did not want Li Shuayan and the others, including Wang Chang, to follow him in. After all, Qin Shen had questions to ask the Emperor Xianyuan. He wanted to know whether the new map's plot and the words of these ancient human races were true or false. So, Qin Shen stood alone in front of an immensely huge and strange figure. This strange figure turned out to be a terrifying gluttony. "It's you!" Seeing Qin Shen, and Qin Shen alone, the strange figure of Emperor Xianyuan reacted surprisingly calmly. "Qin Shen, pay respects to the ancestor." Qin Shen spoke. "Ancestor. Yes, for the powerful gods, a few thousand years in the mortal world is just a blink of an eye for them. You have my bloodline, but it has already diluted. I don't know how many generations have passed between us." Emperor Xianyuan said calmly, then suddenly let out a very painful sound. They won't even let me finish speaking. Listen, if you have the chance, you can go to hell, and you will understand everything. Hurry, my consciousness is about to be deprived." Seeing Emperor Xianyuan, this ancestor of the human race, a generation of emperors, now turned into something strange, unable to speak more than a few words, Qin Shen also felt a wave of sadness in his heart. All of this was indicating the fate of the human race. It seems destined to be tragic. But I don't believe in fate, Qin Shen shouted, slashing out with a sword. Boom! The strange figure fell. Good. Emperor Shenyuan managed to say only one word to Qin Shen in the end. Things were scattered all over the ground. Then, a token seemed to have been handed to Qin Shen by Emperor Shenyuan. On the token, there were only 2 words, Dominator. Concise. Simple. But just like these 2 words, full of dominance. Dominator. After receiving the token, Qin Shen saw some information about the Dominator profession. Among them, there were also some skill introductions. Dominator's blade, for the Dominator's sword. The sword has 7 styles. The first is ruthless. The second is heartless. The third is peopleless. The fourth is ghostless. The fifth is godless. The sixth is landless. The seventh is heavenless. These are the 7 styles of the Dominator. Dominator. This hidden profession had only 2 words. Other hidden professions seem to have 3 words, such as Divine Mind Master, Celestial Demon Sword, Star Chaser, Brahmanic. Finally, it was Qin Shen's turn, but he was just a Dominator. 2 words. Moreover, it sounded more like a title than a profession. However, after Qin Shen finished reading all the skill introductions of the Dominator's 7 styles, he was completely shocked. Dominator ruthless, emotions are form and nature. Dominator eliminates form and nature, being unyielding without desire. This is the Dominator's first form. After changing to the Dominator, this skill permanently increases attack power by 10%. When the skill form is activated, all attacks ignore 10% of the target's defense, immune to confusing obstacles during this period. Duration 1 minute, cooldown 10 minutes. Can be upgraded. This was only the first style in the Dominator's 7 styles, and it was already very powerful. Specifically, it was very powerful for Qin Shen. A permanent increase of 10% in attack power meant over 7 million attack power. In the future, it could reach a 10 million increase in attack power. What a gain! Qin Shen was overjoyed. Moreover, there was a buff that ignored the target's defense. Crucially, it could completely avoid a certain type of obstacle skill. This was very powerful. What's even more amazing is that each of the 7 styles of the Overlord can permanently increase attack power. Overlord Absolute Heart, first-tier Overlords can learn, with the effect of permanently increasing attack power by 10%, and immune to skills like blinding techniques. After activation, concentrate the entire body's attack into a beam, with the range determined by attack power, unlimited, affecting 100 miles for every million attacks, consuming 1000 mana. Upgradable, this is an extremely powerful single-target bursting skill, although it does not have a damage bonus. The passive effect of permanently increasing attack power is still very explosive. Overlord Absolute Person, third-tier Overlords can learn, with the effect of permanently increasing attack power by 10%, and immune to skills like stunning techniques after activation. Also, convert your own attack power into 4 beams, shooting in 4 different directions, with each beam inheriting 40% of the attack power damage effect. Overlord Absolute Ghost, 5th-tier Overlords can learn, with one force breaking 10,000 laws, one force suppressing 10 meanings. The Overlord is absolute strength, cutting through all illusions. This move can break through formations and illusions, permanently increase attack by 10%, permanently gain the Overlord body state, cannot be knocked down. Mana cost, 1000, cooldown time 10 minutes. Overlord Absolute God, 7th-tier Overlords can learn, permanently increase attack power by 10%, and after activation, can isolate Divine Consciousness exploration and communication within 1 minute, releasing 8 instant slashes, with each inheriting 25% of the attack power and gaining real damage effects, ignoring any shield-type skills. Mana cost, 3000. Upgradable, Overlord Absolute Earth, 9th-tier Overlords can learn, permanently increase attack power by 10%, and gain permanent 10,000 attributes of the 5 elements. Can release the Earth-splitting slash, causing 300% damage, and an additional 50% secondary damage to dark targets. Mana cost 8,000 points, cooldown time 10 minutes. Upgradable, Overlord Absolute Heaven, 10th-tier Overlords can learn, permanently increase attack power by 10%. This style is the essence of the Overlord's 7 styles, capable of slaying gods and destroying all living beings. After activation, it will accelerate the breeding of inner demons, even affecting one's own mental state. When released, it will charge for 3 seconds, causing damage equal to 500% of the current attack power, converting 20% of the damage into one's own health, and gaining a 30% increase in the 5 elements attributes and attack for oneself in the next minute. Mana cost, 20,000, cooldown time, 1 hour. Upgradable, The above is all the content of the Overlord's 7 styles. How to put it? It can only be described in one word: powerful. It can be said that these 7 skills, without exception, are all at the level of secret techniques, or even higher. Extraordinary skills, using these 4 words to describe, are not an exaggeration. When all 7 styles are learned, it can be said that the buff is maxed out. The key is the formidable output ability and means. Compared to Qin Shen's current single attack method, it is much more diverse. The problem is that these skills cannot be learned just by Qin Shen changing jobs now. Hidden professions also need to be advanced. As for how to advance, there should be tasks for that. Although I am only level 1 now, I can change to a hidden profession without any level requirements. Qin Shen saw the instructions. Hidden professions do not require level prerequisites, nor do they require previous professions. So why is Qin Shen still hesitating? He just changed directly. With a flash of white light, Qin Shen changed jobs to become an overlord. And he also received the first advancement task for overlords. Accumulate killing 10,000 enemies. The first advancement task is to kill 10,000 enemies, truly worthy of an overlord. This task is direct and domineering. However, Qin Shen can't waste time going around killing monsters and enemies now. Compared to the hidden profession of the overlord, the system is equally important. It is definitely necessary to complete 1 billion sword draws first. For now, having the overlord absolute affection skill is enough. Qin Shen's gaze fell on the body of the Emperor Xianyuan lying on the ground. 100,000 hidden professions. Are you contributing to the human race in the end? Qin Shen murmured softly. His feelings towards the ancestor Xianyuan Di were special. The ancestors who bravely resisted the gods and sacrificed their lives for the people increasingly earned his admiration. So Qin Shen had reason to suspect that these hidden professions might be making the final contribution to humanity. After all, even after their deaths, being punished by those so-called gods and turned into monstrous creatures trapped in dungeons forever, they still continued to contribute to the players on the Blue Star or to the human race through them. But if that's the case, why would the gods allow them to cheat like this? It can only be said that Qin Shen's current knowledge is still limited, but, no matter what, Qin Shen's disdain for those gods is growing. After collecting all the loot, everyone exited the dungeon together. Almost immediately after greeting everyone, Qin Shen headed straight for Nanshang City. The new policies announced by the new city lord himself should have some effect by now. Sure enough, when Qin Shen returned to Nanshang City, Mo Qingyi came to report the situation. City Lord, since this morning, many people from the Chamber of Commerce have come to see me, but without exception, they all opposed the new policies. The reactions of those wealthy merchants and major families were actually within the expectations of Qin Shen and Mo Qingyi. It was just a matter of seeing how strong their resistance would be. Would they staunchly oppose, risking everything, or would they back down? Continue to apply pressure, and if they are willing to join us, let them stay. Qin Shen said in a deep voice, I don't want to play any political games with them, there's not enough time. If they are really that determined, then we might as well take direct action. At this point, Qin Shen, who had already changed jobs to become a dominator, indeed had a different attitude. Dare to fight harder. What is a dominator? A dominator, of course, must be domineering. Therefore, Qin Shen's current way of doing things also had a bit more of the domineering air of a dominator. As soon as he returned, he decided to take action. Furthermore, there were just over 2 months left before the game invasion. Before the game invasion, Qin Shen still had to make some money, right? With the statement of the city lord Qin Shen, Mo Qingyi's work became much easier. So she immediately led the city defenders to start forcibly collecting taxes from the merchants who were unwilling to cooperate with the new policies, as well as from those merchant families. If they refused to pay, then their shops would be sealed off directly. Let's see who is tougher. However, as a result, the commercial activities in Nanshang City became somewhat turbulent. Some shops were forcibly closed. Even Li Shuero, who came to see Qin Shen, asked, Are you going too far with this? Too far? Ha ha, Qin Shen said coldly, I don't want to go too far either. I've already sent Mo Qingyi to negotiate with them, but what's the result? These people are making at least a 500% profit in Nanshang City each year. Just asking them to hand over 30% to the city lord's mansion, is that too much to ask? Anyway, there's no shortage of merchants. If we can't beat them, I'll have your sister come. You haven't talked to my sister yet? Li Shuero asked. It's okay, you can talk to her. I'll focus on wielding the sword now, and wait here to see what kind of trouble these merchants can stir up. Qin Shen smiled. How does that saying go? If I haven't signed it, it's just a piece of waste paper. The shops signed by the former city lord Don Liqing, as well as the spirit jade mines, gold mines, and silver mines, I can all take back. By then, it's just a matter of whose fist is bigger. It was clear that Qin Chen was being ruthless. If you succeed in doing this, you can make at least 10 billion in this wave, right? Reclaim all the mines and then lease them out again. That would be a huge income. Li Shuero said with a smile, TSK, when it comes to making money, it's still you. But I'm afraid that by causing such a commotion, you might offend the NOC that holds the power. Don't worry, as long as the Holy Dragon Emperor doesn't cause trouble for me. And Prime Minister Zhang Wanzai told me that no matter what means I use, as long as I can pay the full amount to the court every month, the court will turn a blind eye to everything. Qin Chen smirked. In other words, I have the final say. Otherwise, what's the point of being a feudal lord? By the way, 130 miles north of Nanchang City, there is still a sect. This nameless sect also controls several mines. Have you considered it? Li Shuero came to find Qin Chen, and there was indeed a reason for it. Just say it. Qin Chen knew she was beating around the bush. It would be better to be direct. Here is the money from the loot in the instance, all yours, plus the 40 million from my sister and Zhao Feifei, totaling 50 million. I've converted it into 500,000 spirit jade for you to carry. Smart of me, right? Li Shuero was still beating around the bush, first boasting a bit, and when she saw Qin Chen happy, she continued, to be honest, I have my eye on the territory of the nameless sect, so I want you, as the city lord, to help make room for the nameless sect. As the city lord, you should be able to do it, right? You want the territory of the nameless sect to establish a sect? Is it for Yenro Group or for West Capital University? Qin Chen knew that Li Shuero probably wouldn't establish another force in the game herself, because she already had 2 existing guilds that she could inherit. West Capital University. Li Shuero smiled, I won't hide it from you. If this matter is successful, I will immediately become the vice president of the West Capital University Guild and gain the power of daily management, becoming the second most powerful figure. So, in the future, West Capital University will be yours. Do you need to add money for this? Qin Chen suddenly changed the subject. Li Shuero almost couldn't keep up with him. How did the conversation turn to money? Yes, anyway, this is the school's money, but let me tell you, the school's guild fund is only 10 billion, which is a special allocation from above and cannot be spent entirely. Li Shuero directly laid her cards on the table with Qin Chen, the territory of the sect, plus the 2 mines there. How much in total? You name the price. 5 billion. Qin Chen immediately understood Li Shuero's intention. This was a chance to take advantage, but Qin Chen didn't ask for an exorbitant price, just slightly higher by about 1 billion. Okay, but how do you plan to do it? Li Shuero asked. At this time, Mo Qingyi walked in. Seeing Li Shuero, she hesitated to speak. It's okay, go ahead. Qin Chen signaled for Mo Qingyi to speak freely. Mo Qingyi said, City Lord, in these 2 days, more than half of the merchants are willing to cooperate with the tax regulations of the City Lord's mansion. However, there are still some merchant associations that are more stubborn. It seems we need to take further action. Understood, you may leave. Qin Chen waved his hand, and a flash of fierceness appeared in his eyes. Mo Qingyi was slightly stunned and said again, City Lord, we can't do nothing. If we can't bring down those merchants, especially the 4 major families in the outer city in all directions, how will we handle this month's tax revenue? Seeing Mo Qingyi so anxious, and since she had been working diligently for him since arriving in Nanchang City, Qin Chen thought for a moment before speaking. Tonight, I plan to go straight to the nameless sect and wipe them out. This statement startled both Mo Qingyi and Li Shuero. Wow, you really live up to your reputation. So, this is your plan? What, do you oppose it? But you just said we must continue to take action to shake the mountain in Tiger. Those merchant families shouldn't have a powerful sect, right? Qin Chen sneered. The servant didn't hear anything. City Lord, Qingyi takes her leave. Mo Qingyi, upon hearing this, quickly claimed she had been deaf just now and didn't hear Qin Chen's words. Too ruthless. Wiping out a sect at the drop of a hat? Although the non-phase sect is not a major sect, otherwise it would not be located on maps ranging from level 30 to level 40. However, they are still a sect after all. They also have a heavenly realm expert presiding over them. The key is, the sect is protected by the royal dynasty. Can they be easily destroyed at will? Wait. Go arrange some rumors, spread the news that the city lord intends for the non-phase sect to leave South Shang City, hand over the sect's territory and spirit jade mine, and if they refuse. Qin Chen waved his hand. Mo Qingyi nodded, then left. By telling her directly like this, it seems you already trust this Mo Qingyi a lot. Li Shuero smiled, otherwise, you should keep this kind of thing confidential. Aren't you afraid that she is actually a spy sent by some faction in the game? I did it on purpose. If this matter leaks out and she dares to testify, then I dare to kill her. In the end, this is also a test for her. If she is really a time bomb, it's better to let her explode from the beginning. Qin Shen obviously thinks more long-term than Li Shuero. 5 billion. Qin Shen himself was amazed. This is the benefit brought by strength. Back then, Li Shuero came to him and wanted to buy a year of his time for 20 million. And Qin Shen? With these 20 million, he only wanted to make a move. But now Qin Shen, still at level 1. But he has reached a position that even tens of billions of players on the entire Blue Star couldn't achieve. Became a city lord. Became a local warlord. And now, a single business deal can reach 5 billion. Then, sorry to the non-phase sect. Anyway, everyone is from different worlds. Qin Shen doesn't believe that when the game invades the Blue Star in the future, these guys will be kind. From the information Qin Shen currently knows, the human race in the game is also waiting for the opportunity to ruthlessly exploit the Blue Star human race. Entities like the Ink Lotus sect don't even know what more sinister plans they have, waiting to deal with the Blue Star human race. So, Qin Shen doesn't need to be merciful. Kill. In the deep night, in the quiet northern suburbs of South Shang City, in this place full of spiritual energy, in the watery night, a figure in black robes silently crossed the void with a fairy treasure under his feet. Qin Shen stopped above the non-phase sect. The next moment, Qin Shen's slaughter began. 1/1 kill. Although the non-phase sect is not a major sect, it is still a mid-level sect, with people responsible for guarding at night. However, in front of Qin Shen, these people are all easy kills. Soon, bodies were scattered all over the sect. Taking advantage of the night, Qin Shen moved from one cave to another, and even encountered a bald, fat-headed man with a dozen white female bodies on the bed. Humph, what non-phase sect, what apostles of gods and Buddhas, turns out they are still hiding lewdness. It seems to be a place for hiding dirt and filth. Qin Shen looked disdainful, drawing his sword and slashing. As he killed, he didn't know how many he had killed, but Qin Shen felt that the speed of his attacks was getting faster. However, so far, he has not used any skills. Those moves must be saved. He has killed so many people, and the non-phase sect must have noticed. When Qin Shen left this cave, he saw the entire main hall of the non-phase sect light up, and the remaining disciples, about 200 to 300, hurried towards the main hall. Then, a voice came from the main hall. Non-phase ancestor, someone is forcefully killing your disciples, please show yourself, repel the demon. Disciples, respectfully welcome the ancestor to show up, kill the demon, and avenge the sect. The remaining disciples of the non-phase sect all shouted together. Who dares to kill my non-phase sect disciples, actually doesn't put me, non-phase, in their eyes. A terrifying voice sounded. Then, there was even a burst of celestial music accompanying a man dressed in a gorgeous kasaya, bald, but looking like an 18-year-old youth, a handsome man, appearing in the main hall. Around him were 8 women forming a flesh stool, with 2 women pinching his left leg, 2 women pinching his right leg, and 2 women on his head, boldly dressed, all supporting him together. It shouldn't be a strong figure who founded a sect, and even established a Buddhist sect. However, even from a distance, Qin Shen could feel the imposing aura emanating from that person, a pressure that only a strong expert at the celestial realm could possess. Ancestor, that demon, the disciple doesn't know his origins yet, but more than 1,000 disciples under the sect have all been killed by him. Another person with a fat head and big ears, wearing a very luxurious kasaya and even carrying a large string of spirit jade Buddha beads, stepped forward to report to Wu Xiang. Useless, how could there be such a powerful figure in Nanshang City? He only killed some disciples. Does the host of the Sun and Moon realm dare not confront him? Is it necessary for me to take action for every little thing? Wu Xiang was furious. The host quickly knelt down and said, Ancestor, you are not aware. The junior brother has not arrived yet. He may have already fallen victim to foul play. And tonight, the junior brother is still controlling the 18 women at night. His strength is already far superior to the disciples, and even with so many yuan, he is still not a match for that person. The disciple really has no confidence. Is it true that the kid can already control the 18 women at night? Ah, damn it, you killed the genius of my Wu Xiang sect. Whoever you are, I will not rest until I see you dead. If you have the guts, come out. Wu Xiang roared, flying out of the main hall alone. Then, his body rapidly expanded, transforming into 100 meters tall, appearing like a dignified Dharma image. What kind of strange technique is this? Qin Shen was secretly shocked. He did not expect this old man from the Wu Xiang sect to be so terrifying. Definitely not an ordinary celestial realm expert. However, in Qin Shen's eyes, he was just a celestial realm expert. Otherwise, should I try a slash first? Boom! In an instant, the blade energy soared into the sky. Qin Shen did not use the tyrant's heartless technique, but the skill from the blood of all living beings. annihilation of the world. Therefore, the blade energy could emit a beam of light over a long distance, directly slashing towards the 100-meter Wuxiang body. Not good, ancestor, be careful. The host was startled by the momentum of Qin Chen's slash. This slash must have reached thousands of meters away, right? Too powerful. A slash that can reach so far is definitely from a formidable expert. Therefore, the host was very worried. However, Wuxiang was obviously not an ordinary celestial realm expert. He must also have many treasures in his hands. He took out a treasure and immediately released it. Boom! The sound of the evening drum and morning bell rang out. The treasure transformed into 9 dragons, roaring and entwining with each other, quickly surrounding and protecting Wuxiang's true body within. It must be that treasure, the top-grade immortal treasure. Emperor's clock. Ding! As soon as the host's voice fell, a huge bell rang through the heavens and earth. And the huge shield formed by the 9 dragons shattered in that instant. Ah, my emperor's clock. Wuxian was greatly shocked, because he saw that the top-grade immortal treasure emperor's clock in his hand had already burst into 2 halves. What kind of strength is this? Even the emperor's clock, such a top-grade immortal treasure, could be split in half by a single slash? At this moment, Wuxiang had no intention of calculating how much he had lost due to the emperor's clock's fragmentation. He was now covered in cold sweat. Because his body had expanded at this moment, the sweat beads were also terrifyingly large, each drop resembling a bottle of water. Ha! You actually took my slash and didn't die? Qin Chen's voice rang out. The next moment, the 2 eyes revealed by his Nightwalker suit met Wuxian's eyes. Impressive skills. May I ask what grudge my Wuxiang sect has with you? Do you want to exterminate us? Wuxiang asked. Qin Chen smiled at his words. The blood of all living beings in his hand pointed directly at Wuxiang. Do I need a reason to kill you all? Such a celestial treasure, you definitely don't have a second one, right? Qin Chen showed great confidence. Such a celestial treasure, there couldn't possibly be a second one. After all, his attack power rivals that of gods. Being able to withstand a blow from a god, this celestial treasure is too powerful. If there were 2, how could this nameless still be hiding in a place like Nanshang City, acting as an elder of a mediocre sect? Just enjoying the sex offerings, indulging in pleasures. What nameless sect? Clearly, it is just using the guise of monks to engage in dirty deeds. Such a sect is of no use. Qin Chen has just changed jobs. Tyrant. The ruthless style of the tyrant has not been used yet. Moreover, he also has a celestial treasure that has not been used. But the nameless celestial treasure has already shattered at this moment. That celestial treasure is called the Human Emperor Clock. If this is truly the original name of the celestial treasure, then why does Nameless have it? Could the Human Emperor Clock be related to the Yellow Emperor and others? It is indeed possible. After all, the Yellow Emperor and others were punished by the gods, their bodies turned into strange forms, their wills imprisoned in the instance, so those precious treasures of the ancient human race might have been taken by the gods. Now, the Human Emperor Clock has appeared here. Could it be that Nameless has some connection with the gods in dealing with the ancient human race? If that's the case, Nameless must die. The Nameless sect must also be destroyed. Now Qin Chen has 2 moves left. Tyrant's Ruthlessness. Godslayer Flying Knife. He is more than enough to kill this Nameless. In the next moment, the blade aura in Qin Chen's hand shines again, and his whole body exudes the aura of a tyrant. The tyrant's aura is overwhelming, unstoppable. Above the heavens and below the earth, I am the only one. This is the tyrant. Ruthless slash. Qin Chen shouted loudly. Ah, this aura is. Nameless was greatly shocked. What surprised him was the aura that Qin Chen was showing at this moment. Like ruling the world. It was a fierce and overwhelming, unstoppable king's aura. The tyrant is ruthless. The blade aura soared into the sky and fell from the air. At the same time, there was Qin Chen's loud voice. You can all go to hell. Boom! The blade fell. The entire main hall exploded. The roaring blade aura devoured everything. Ah! Nameless roared. Even though he had tried his best to use his techniques to protect himself, the protective shield was like paper in Qin Chen's blade aura, instantly shattering. Not just him. The entire main hall, all the surviving members of the Nameless sect, all perished. There was a dead silence in the world. Only Qin Chen stood tall in the void. After waiting for 3 full minutes to confirm that these people were all dead, Qin Chen came to the front of the main hall. The main hall had been leveled by his blade. It would probably take some funds to rebuild it, but that was someone else's business. Qin Chen didn't care. He was here to collect spoils of war. A sect like the Nameless sect must have a lot of hidden treasures. Qin Chen saw Nameless lying quietly on the ground. At this moment, his flesh and blood had shrunk, with wounds cut by the blade aura, a pitiful sight. But Qin Shen's gaze fell on the human emperor clock beside him, which had already been broken into two halves, a palm-sized celestial treasure. But when released, it could withstand over 70 million attacks and deal an additional 180% damage. That was definitely a blow from a god, all blocked. A good thing. It's just that it's already broken. I wonder if it can still be repaired. Qin Shan also collected it. Then, he took all the money on the scene and put it into his storage bag. As for other equipment, Qin Shan had already sent a message for Li Shuero to come over. Dealing with these matters would rely on her. Whether it was collecting these equipment and items or selling all these illicit goods, Li Shuero's help would save Qin Shan a lot of trouble. He had been delayed a lot recently. So, he didn't bother with these things. Instead of picking up these unused equipment and materials when he had time, he might as well draw more swords. Unexpectedly, the people of the Wuxiang sect didn't make much profit either. Qin Shan worked all night, and the real Lingyu he obtained was only about 200,000, although it sounds like 2 billion, but this is the entire Wuxiang sect. However, there were still many magical instruments, treasures, and equipment on the scene. There were also quite a few materials for refining faces. Among them, there were many blood-boosting elixirs that were very useful and could be used in PK battles, and Qin Shan also kept a portion of them. One set of blood condensation pills, 99.99 of them. One set of spiritual energy scattering pills, 99.99 of them. Divine beast pills. Qin Shan also kept a set of these. One divine beast pill could give pets a lot of experience points, as if feeding a pet 1,000 of them could level it up to the maximum level. Currently, Qin Shan has not yet obtained any spiritual beasts. It's not that he doesn't want to, but if he were to get them, he would definitely get the best ones. He wouldn't settle for less. In the past, Qin Shan had no capital. But now, his capital is more than enough. Not to mention, just the Lingyu that Qin Shan can control now is worth tens of thousands. The Lord's mansion, plus what he has recently earned. This is worth tens of billions. Probably around 60 billion. What kind of pet can't be bought? Soon, Li Shuero arrived. She began to pick up those equipment, and as she searched, many women's naked bodies appeared. Many of these women had already fallen into idiocy, and many had been played to the point of exhaustion, seeming to be nothing but empty shells. What's even more despicable is that there was actually a prison on the back mountain of the Wuxiang sect. In that prison, all there were girls who were only 11 or 12 years old. They were obviously being kept here by those people from the Wuxiang sect. There were as many as 1,000 of these girls. Beasts, they are simply a group of beasts. Li Shuero couldn't help but curse angrily, then she asked Qin Shan, "Take these girls away. Don't look at me like that. I'm not a saint, anyway, don't you also need to train your own people? Look at their eyes, obviously they haven't been brainwashed yet, and if you save them, they will definitely be grateful to you." Qin Shan thought there was some truth to it. But, these girls were too young, did he have to spend time and effort to train them? If you save these people, won't it expose the evil deeds of the Wuxiang sect? This way, you will have enough reason to destroy the Wuxiang sect. Li Shuero continued to persuade. "You're right, I can take them away." Qin Shan nodded. These girls were still young, and they didn't know how long they had been captured by the Wuxiang sect. They probably had little to do with the outside world. They were all innocent. Later, let Mo Qingyi arrange for them to be trained, and they could become the guards of the Lord's mansion in the future. The key was that their existence, along with those women who had already been poisoned by the Wuxiang sect, could indeed give Qin Shan, the lord of Nanshang City, a reason to take action against the Wuxiang sect. Qin Shan decided to take them away. When he returned to Nanshang City, Qin Shan was followed by thousands of young girls. The journey of over 100 miles made him use the flying cloud mirror several times back and forth. Then, regardless of Mo Qingyi sleeping soundly in the middle of the night, he woke her up. He entrusted all these girls to her. Mo Qingyi was naturally willing to do the work. Qin Shan then went offline to the newbie village. He paid attention to details. Although he was mostly in Nanshang City now, he always gave people the impression that Qin Shan, the famous swordsman of the newbie village, was still playing the game. But he still drew his sword every day, never leaving the newbie village. Because every time he logged in, he was directly in the newbie village. But now Qin Shan's online time was a bit erratic. Sometimes he logged in, sometimes he disappeared, and some people could even see Qin Shan drawing his sword in the newbie village in the middle of the night. Many newcomers are curious and will post on the forum. Such posts, as long as they exist on the forum, indicate that Qin Shan is still wielding his sword in the newbie village. Naturally, players will not associate Qin Shan with another prominent figure in the recent game, Blade Madman. This is all about details. The next day, Qin Shen logged in early. Then, he pretended to wield his sword for an hour. Next, when there were no people in the newbie village square, he changed into the Night Walker set and flew away from the newbie village. Soon, Qin Shen appeared in South Shang City. Mo Qingyi immediately came to report, "City Lord, the unseen sect was wiped out last night." "I know, didn't I tell you yesterday? Was it me who did it? Is he not pretending anymore?" Mo Qingyi was somewhat speechless. Then she heard Qin Shen say again, "Rest assured, the unseen sect has committed many evils, kidnapping young girls everywhere. The 1,000 young girls last night were all kept captive by them. In addition, there are many female corpses on the unseen sect side, all of which are evidence. If it were someone else, I might not care, but now that I am the city lord of South Shang City, I will not allow such a sect to exist within my territory." "I understand." Mo Qingyi's eyes lit up. So Qin Shen stopped pretending because he wiped out the unseen sect, making a name for himself. "That's all right." She breathed a sigh of relief. Even if this matter escalates to the court of the Holy Dragon Dynasty in the future, Qin Shen is still eliminating harm for the people. This is also a chivalrous act. It is what a city lord should do. So now, even if Mo Qingyi knows about this matter, she does not feel any psychological pressure. Mo Qingyi changed her tone, "City Lord, I have another piece of good news. Currently, after hearing about the unseen sect being wiped out, 3 out of the 4 major families in the outer cities southeast, northwest have changed their minds. They are willing to continue cooperating with the city lord's mansion and accept the tax and revenue sharing ratios set by the city lord. The power of wiping out the sect is showing so quickly?" Qin Shen was also quite pleased, but he frowned and asked, "One family is left? It's the Lu family in the North City." The head of the family, Lu Fufeng, said that the percentage the city lord wants to take is too high, and the Lu family will not accept it. Mo Qingyi was still good in this regard. From her expression, it was clear that she had said something to the Lu family with a stern face. However, she did not incite or influence Qin Shen's judgment. Instead, she presented the situation and let Qin Shen make a rational decision. But can Qin Shen be rational now? The days of the game invading reality are less than 2 months away. There are only 50 days left. He still has over 20 million sword strikes to make. Although the current Qin Shen should be able to finish all these strikes in just 25 days, he is now the city lord of South Shang City and a player. He has to keep both roles secret and leave himself some time. The spiritual beasts have not been dealt with yet. And before the game invades reality, Qin Shen still needs to purchase some things. He may have to go on a quest. In any case, the more time he has, the better. He doesn't want to waste any more time on the Lu family. Others can agree and submit to this city lord, but the Lu family refuses. Do they have a strong backing? Qin Shen sneered, inquiring. Mo Qingyi said, "It is said that the force behind the Lu family is the city lord of Mirage Sea City." Mirage Sea City. That is a level 50 main city. The distance from South Shang City is approximately 1,000 miles. With this distance, even a flying treasure would only take half an hour to arrive. No wonder they are so tough, hee hee. Qin Shen chuckled, but the next moment, the smile on his face disappeared, and he said coldly, "It seems the city lord has to personally visit the Lu family." Mo Qingyi. "I'm here." Mo Qingyi immediately responded. "You take 300 city defenders to the North City first, surround the Lu family before doing anything else." Qin Shen said coldly, "Since the Lu family themselves do not care about their dignity, then this city lord will help them maintain their dignity." "Understood. City lord, the young ladies from last night have been settled. They are all very grateful to the city lord and would like to meet the city lord." Mo Qingyi nodded, but suddenly mentioned those young ladies. Qin Shen said, "Let them enter the city defenders training program. Whatever training expenses are needed, all will be covered by the treasury. This city lord has only one requirement. In the future, each of them must be willing to sacrifice their lives for the city lord." "Understood." Mo Qingyi, upon hearing this, looked at Qin Shen with a hint of fear and awe in her eyes. She increasingly felt that the aura emanating from the city lord was becoming more domineering. Even his way of doing things was the same. Therefore, Mo Qingyi immediately appeared in the North City with 300 city defenders, and they were quite conspicuous along the way. In the game, the main city generally has an inner city and an outer city. The inner city, without a doubt, is directly controlled and governed by the city lord's mansion. The 4 outer cities are there to guard the inner city. Of course, they are also under the control of the city lord's mansion. However, the scope of the 4 outer cities is small, with shops lining the streets. Especially now with more and more players, business is very busy. Therefore, the southeast, northwest outer cities each have a representative family of the city lord's mansion, mainly responsible for the commercial operations of each outer city. This is the relationship of agents. However, with Qin Chen taking office, these families would definitely not easily submit to him. Moreover, Qin Chen's actions were too ruthless. So this is the core conflict. Furthermore, behind the Lu family in the North City, there is also the shadow of the Illusion Sea City. However, other city lords might fear the Illusion Sea City, but Qin Chen, on the other hand, showed no fear at all. Therefore, when Emochingi led 300 city defenders to the North City in a grand manner, the spies of the other three major families also reported back one after another. These three family heads immediately understood. The new city lord was about to take action against the Lu family. It seems that a big drama is about to unfold in Nanshang City. Obviously, the city lord's mansion was about to take action against the Lu family. In the struggle for interests, it always comes to this. In the end, it often reaches this point, but for the merchants in Nanshang City, this step seemed to have come too quickly. How long has it been? The new city lord took office less than a week ago, and it has only been 4 days since he issued new decrees. Is it time to settle scores already? Brother Wang, what do you think? What do you think, Brother Helian? I think the Lu family will not fall so easily. At this moment, on the territory of the Wang family in the East City, the three family heads of the East City Wang family, the Zhao family in the West City, and the Helian family in the South City gathered together and expressed their opinions. These three families, being the agents of a main city, naturally had some background. However, their backgrounds were all sects. It's not that these families were branches of power within the sects, but rather that they had children who performed outstandingly within the sects, showing extraordinary potential, which allowed their families to grow rapidly. However, in the Holy Dragon Dynasty, the power of sects was far inferior to that of the court, especially those city lords who could become feudal lords. The power behind the Lu family in the North City was a city lord, a level 50 main city, nearly twice as strong as Nanshang City. This is the confidence of the Lu family. Among the four major families, only the Lu family dared to openly oppose the city lord's mansion. Let's wait and see. I estimate that today, the forces behind the Lu family will also come forward. Without instructions from the Illusion Sea City, would the Lu family dare to confront the city lord's mansion head-on? I don't believe it. Helian Ing, the head of the Helian family, said, if after today, the Lu family still stands in the North City, then I think we can also try to contact the forces behind us. Well, Brother Helian's words are exactly what I wanted to say. The head of the Wang family immediately followed suit. But if the city lord's mansion wins, the head of the Zhao family only said half of his words, because the other half, there is no need to say at all. Everyone knows it in their hearts. If the Lu family cannot hold on, they naturally dare not act recklessly. In other words, the outcome of the Lord's mansion and the Lu family today will still have a great impact on the future pattern of Nanshang City. At this moment, Qin Chen, with the Feiyan mirror under his feet, left the Lord's mansion. In the north of the city, the Lu family's mansion. At the entrance, the head of the Lu family, Lu Wanyan, opened the door. Behind him, there were 500 armored soldiers. How could a mere merchant like the Lu family dare to keep armored soldiers? Obviously, these armored soldiers do not belong to the Lu family. Standing beside Lu Wanyan was a man in a long robe, holding a fan, with a goatee, looking calm and composed, but exuding an air of elegance in his every move. Master Lu, what do you mean by this, Manager Mo? Lu Wanyan faced Emochingi, asking knowingly. Master Lu, I am here on the Lord's orders. I didn't expect that a small Lu family residence would have such hidden depths. The Lu family dares to keep private soldiers now? Emochingi hit the nail on the head, immediately angry. Humph, who gave you the authority? Merchants keeping private soldiers. In the Holy Dragon Dynasty, this is like looking for trouble. Lu Wanyan quickly waved his hand. Manager Mo, you can't say that. These private soldiers are all my nephews. By the way, this is Mr. Feng Linchao, Manager Feng. Manager Mo, don't you know him? He holds the same position as Manager Mo, but he is the manager of the Phantom Sea City. Feng Linchao, the manager of the Phantom Sea City, actually came to Nanshang City. Both are managers, but this Feng Linchao belongs to the Phantom Sea City, a 50-level main city. In the game Tiandao, the Holy Dragon Dynasty occupies the eastern Holy Continent, with land covering billions of acres. With such vast land, there are naturally many cities, and according to the levels of these cities, higher-level cities rule over lower-level cities. A 50-level main city is the largest main city in what players call the novice area. Therefore, the Phantom Sea City is the capital of Phantom Sea Scout. This if you can understand, then maybe he would have been killed, and wouldn't have come to Nanshang City today. Swish! A cold light swept by, directly piercing through Feng Linchao's body. He couldn't even finish his remaining half-sentence. Even his protective magic weapon was shattered on the spot. But Qin Shen's strike wasn't over yet. The blade's radiance whistled, sweeping towards the 500 armored soldiers. Qin Shen was going to solve all the troubles with one strike. Ah! The screams continued. Where the blade passed, blood danced in the air. Splattering. Ah! Lu Wanyan, the head of the Lu family, obviously didn't expect the outcome to be like this. This newly appointed city lord of Nanshang City was unexpectedly so domineering, and his strength was unfathomable. Although he had already killed the previous city lord Dong Liqing with one strike, Dong Liqing had only recently entered the Sky Realm. This Mr. Feng Linqiao was already in the middle stage of the Sky Realm. Qin Shen's blade. Corpses were everywhere. The Lu family's courtyard at this moment could be said to be flowing with blood. 500 armored soldiers were killed in one strike. Among them, there was also Feng Linqiao, a Sky Realm expert. So, what was the strength of Qin Shen who made the strike? It can only be said to be terrifying. Blade madman, you are too arrogant. You dare to openly kill the assistant and subordinates of another city lord in the Wang dynasty under broad daylight. The Illusion Sea city side will definitely not let you off. Lu Wanyan was shocked and roared. It was evident from his expression at this moment that he was extremely terrified, because the city lord had made a move, and it was a one-hit kill. Things had escalated completely. It definitely couldn't be easily resolved. Therefore, no matter what, the situation of the Lu family was definitely the worst. After all, how could a merchant family compete with the powers of the court and nobles? They were simply not on the same level. Lu Wanyan had been very tough before, and even planned to confront the city lord's mansion head-on. But that was because Lu Wanyan thought he had the backing of the Illusion Sea city, and this city lord of Nanshang City wouldn't dare to act. The result? Miscalculation. A huge misjudgment of error. He never expected that this new city lord would dare to openly turn hostile and directly take action. So what would happen next? Could the Lu family still survive? Lu Wanyan's face was ashen. Indeed, Qin Shen spoke up. Lu Wanyan, as well as the entire Lu family, openly resisted the city lord's orders, attempted to disrupt the market of Nanshang City, affect the tax revenue of Nanshang City and even the Holy Dragon Dynasty. In addition, Lu Wanyan colluded with external forces, brought private soldiers in armor into the city, betraying Nanshang City. Therefore, today as the city lord, I will exercise my authority and impose extreme punishment on the Lu family. Here it comes. The first words spoken were about extreme punishment. Blade madman, you can't. You are so brutal, causing a river of blood at the drop of a hat. Ah! Lu Wanyan screamed. And then, even in death, he cursed. Because Qin Shen didn't give him any chance to beg for mercy. And in this scene, Qin Shen didn't avoid it at all, even taking action on the street. So, many NPCs and players also witnessed it. Those NPCs immediately went back to report. Then, each family quickly sent people to express their visit to the city lord's mansion. Qin Shen naturally let Mo Qingyi deal with them. As for the players on the Nanshang City side, they openly started discussing. Hey, this new city lord is handsome, cool, and domineering enough. Exactly, he kills without hesitation, not even wasting a drop of saliva. 666. By not giving face to the Illusion Sea City, do you think the Illusion Sea City will send troops to attack Nanshang City? Dare they? It seems that although the city lords of the Holy Dragon Dynasty are all local princes, with the powerful Holy Dragon Emperor, would these princes really dare to lead troops to fight each other? Difficult. The city lord of the Illusion Sea City definitely wouldn't dare, but he will probably report it. If there is an imperial decree from the Holy Dragon Emperor, then there will be no reservations. But, why do I feel that Blade Madman Sr. is even more formidable than the city lord of the Illusion Sea City? Does that mean the Illusion Sea City might suffer a loss this time? Who does he think he is, not treating the lord of Nanshang City as a human being? It's one thing for his family to come to Nanshang City to profit, but to actually send troops over, isn't this blatantly disrespecting Senior Dao Quan? Exactly. That's why I think Lord Dao is doing a good job. He deserves to die. Well, Qin Shen could only say, this group of players really fits his temper and taste. Moreover, what the players are saying is basically true. Qin Shen did strike first, but he is in the right. Besides, the tax revenue is also for the prosperity of the Holy Dragon Dynasty. It all depends on what the court ultimately decides to do. Will they help the Illusion Sea City or Nanshang City? Or maybe not help either side? Qin Shen doesn't care about that. After all, they are all part of the Holy Dragon Dynasty. Qin Shen killed the people of Illusion Sea City in his own city. Would Illusion Sea City still dare to send troops to attack his city? Even if they dare, Qin Shen is not afraid. So, Xin Shan contacted Li Shuero and asked her to inform Li Shuayan that she can start taking over some of the business in Nanshang City. The vacancies left by the Lu family were arranged for a team to take over by Li Shuayan. In addition, the sects can also move over. Xin Shen continued to let Mo Qingyi work with Li Shuero to handle and transfer these matters, while he went to the newbie village to continue drawing his sword. The number of times he drew his sword continued to increase. These days, Xin Shen has also been paying attention to the situation in Illusion Sea City. As players have said, Illusion Sea City has reported to the court requesting the removal of the Lord of Dao Quang. The reason being cruelty and indiscriminate killing. Xin Shen found it amusing. This is the world of Heaven's Path, where it's survival of the fittest. Would the court really care about this? At this time, the attitude of the court is crucial, and what Xin Shen is waiting for is the court stance, to further understand the true attitude of the court and Zhang Wanzai towards him. However, a week passed without any news. Is the court planning to handle this coldly? But if that's the case, wouldn't it be unfair to Illusion Sea City? Impossible. A mature dynasty wouldn't handle things like that. Moreover, with figures like Zhang Wanzai as the prime minister, they wouldn't be so confused. So Xin Shen continued to wait. At this point, there are only about 2 months left until the game officially invades reality. Xin Shen finally reached the 80 millionth time of drawing his sword, and he got another chance to draw a prize. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward. Dominator Guard. Dominator Guard, quick version: quickly train 1,000 people into a qualified Dominator Guard, undetectable by any force. Not even the gods can perceive the origin of the Dominator Guard. The Dominator Guard is divided into 3 levels. The first level is the peak strength of the mountain and sea realm, normal appearance probability. The second level is the peak strength of the sun and moon realm, 1 in 100 appearance probability. The third level is the peak strength of the sky realm, 1 in 1,000 appearance probability. All Dominator Guards are loyal to only one Dominator. All equipment of the Dominator Guard is currently at the level of Immortal Grade Full Enhancement, equipped with superior magic weapons. If you want to upgrade further, the host can only pay for it himself. Dominator Guard? This reward surprised Xin Shen. The system really knows how to come alive. Coincidentally, after Xin Shen changed his job to Dominator, this reward came. And now, Xin Shen has 1,000 girls he rescued from the Wuxiang sect in his hands. The emotional system is really intelligent and humanized. With such a Dominator Guard, how can he not be invincible? This army of 1,000 people is probably equivalent to tens of thousands, right? Even more. Compared to players, Xin Shen's Dominator Guard should be able to take on 100 enemies each, although there are only 1,000 people. But they are more powerful than 100,000 troops. The key equipment has been prepared for Xin Shen, fully enhanced immortal grade equipment, and superior magic weapons. Such a configuration is completely super luxurious for an army. Night. Heaven's Path game. In the Lord's Mansion of Nanshang City. At this moment, the 1,000 women rescued by Xin Shen from the Nameless sect were neatly arranged. Soon, you will grow, you will become stronger. However, among you, who can become the chosen one, it all depends on fate. Xin Shen held the badge of the Tyrant's Royal Guard. This was bestowed by the system, allowing these 1,000 girls to instantly grow into mature women of 18. At the same time, they were endowed with powerful strength. Moreover, their existence and rise would not be noticed by anyone. Even Mo Qingyi, who already knew of their existence, would not have any memory. As for themselves, they would also forget everything, only remembering to be loyal to Xin Shen. In the game, it was like this. In the future, when the game invaded reality, they would still be the same. Xin Shen released the powerful seal on the badge, and in the next moment, these girls all put on the tyrant's red attire, their height also becoming that of an 18-year-old, all standing at a uniform height of 1.75 meters. Moreover, each of them had a slender and graceful figure. Their appearance was how they looked after growing up, and the red attire they wore were all female warrior versions, each equipped with a long sword and a magical weapon. At this moment, Xin Shen's gaze fell on 11 of the girls. Then Xin Shen loudly said, "According to the realm, the mountain and sea realm are all Tyrant's Royal Guards. The 10 sun and moon realms are Tyrant's Blade Guards, each commanding 80 Tyrant's Royal Guards. The celestial realm is the Blade Maidens, commanding 200 Tyrant's Royal Guards, while also overseeing 10 Tyrant's Blade Guards. Do you all understand?" "Blade Master, we understand." The voices of these girls were strong and powerful. Just a moment ago, they were clearly 12-year-old girls, still immature. Now, they all stood tall and graceful. "Very well, Blade Maidens, what is your name?" Xin Shen's gaze fell on the most fortunate among the 1,000 people, the chosen one who became a celestial realm woman. "Blade Master, this servant is called Red Yenshui. The woman spoke. Red Yen Shui? A good name. Qin Chen asked, can you tell me, why are you in the celestial realm? This servant does not know. Red Yen Shui seemed to have forgotten many things indeed. Had she even forgotten her own background? However, Red Yen Shui, chosen among the 1,000, was extraordinary in both appearance and temperament. It seemed that she was not without a background. But since Red Yen Shui herself had forgotten her background, Qin Chen could not guess her origins. Therefore, he could only refrain from probing further for now. In addition to Red Yen Shui, Qin Chen also noticed that the 10 sun and moon realms were all different in appearance but fair and beautiful. If Red Yen Shui could score 98 points, they could easily score 90 points without any pressure. This also proved that the evil monks of the Nameless sect had a keen eye. Qin Chen asked, what are your names? Please bestow us with names, Blade Master. The 10 people responded in unison. It seemed that they had even forgotten their names. This posed a challenge for Qin Chen. Red Yen Shui, do you have any suggestions? Qin Chen was about to pass the buck again. He handed the difficult task over to Red Yen Shui. Blade Master, they are all blade guards, so how about naming them Blade 1 to Blade 10? What do you think? Red Yen Shui seemed more adept at naming. However, her suggestion was quite interesting. These 10 people would be named from 1 to 10, with Blade as their name. Alright, let's go with your suggestion for now. Qin Chen was also very casual about it. This way, it would also be easier for Qin Chen to remember them, and he had already arranged their team numbers according to their names. From now on, you will live in the City Lord's mansion. You don't need to worry about anything else, just ensure the safety of the City Lord's mansion. Qin Chen instructed. Then Red Yen Shui began to arrange for them to take turns on duty. Qin Chen went offline and slept for a while. The next day when he logged back into the game, he could clearly sense Mo Qingyi's astonishment. You've already met the tyrant's royal guard? Qin Chen naturally knew what she was shocked about. She was shocked by the strength of the 1,000 people in the City Lord's mansion. Lord, they. Mo Qingyi hesitated to speak. They are my personal guards from now on. Qin Chen understood what she wanted to ask. I see. Mo Qingyi's eyes were as clear as a mirror. No wonder this lord dared to show no face to the Illusion Sea City. Turns out he still had a trump card. The lord not only had strong power, but also had such a powerful private army hidden under his command. Illusion Sea City couldn't compare with this kind of strength. That's why he was so confident. By the way, have your people keep an eye on the situation at Illusion Sea City? Have there been any recent movements? Qin Chen asked. Mo Qingyi replied, no, but I heard that the court has sent the Prime Minister to Illusion Sea City. The Prime Minister? Zhang Wanzai? Qin Chen was surprised. Zhang Wanzai came? But why did he go to Illusion Sea City? Why not come to South Shang City? Something's not right. South Shang City was where this incident happened. If Zhang Wanzai came because of the conflict between Qin Chen and the Lord of Illusion Sea City, then he should have come to South Shang City first. Continue to keep an eye on. Also, the site of the No-Face sect has been turned into the West Capital sect, and it was rebuilt in just a few days. When you have a chance, arrange it and say that this lord intends to cooperate with them. Qin Chen suddenly wanted to try. What would happen if the NPCs in the game went to the player's sects to learn and live? What kind of reaction would it produce in the end? If he thought of it, then he should try it. Anyway, the tyrant's personal guards had 1,000 people, and with just 100 people guarding the lord's mansion, it was more than enough. So, it was better to let them go learn and train. After all, he wasn't afraid they would run away, they couldn't fly anyway. To Qin Chen, they were 100% loyal. Qin Chen's idea was to let them take turns to learn from the West Capital Academy's sects, and also make use of the West Capital Academy's martial arts library to learn some practical martial arts. Qin Chen entrusted this matter to Mo Qingyi to handle. He himself continued to wield his sword. Of course, he was also waiting for the outcome of Zhang Wanzai's visit to Illusion Sea City. As the time of the game invasion drew closer, Qin Chen could feel that both the characters in the game world and the people on Blue Star were accelerating their pace. Even Qin Chen was the same. His sword-wielding count now aimed for 90 million times. 10 days later, the countdown to the game invasion reached 1 month with 10 days left. Qin Chen's sword-wielding count reached 8,900,000 times. He was just about a day away from reaching 90 million times. And at this time, Qin Chen heard the news from Illusion Sea City. It was said that the Prime Minister Zhang Wanzai arrived at Illusion Sea City with 10 death row prisoners, and those 10 death row prisoners publicly confessed that all the crimes they committed were ordered by the Lord of Illusion Sea City. So, Zhang Wanzai went to Illusion Sea City to demand justice. Previously, Qin Chen was worried that Zhang Wanzai's visit to Illusion Sea City first might not be good for him. Now Qin Shen's attack power was close to 90 million. To be honest, in the current game, there was no existence that Qin Shen cared about. Those gods, Qin Shen had not come into contact with them either. However, among the NPCs in the game, Qin Shen still felt that there were dangerous characters. Zhang Wanzai. He could tell at a glance that Qin Shen was a player. Other NPCs, even if they were in the celestial realm, could not know Qin Shen's identity. So, Zhang Wanzai was definitely not an ordinary celestial realm expert. This prime minister of the Holy Dragon dynasty made Qin Shen wary. But unexpectedly, the news came that Zhang Wanzai went to Illusion Sea City. He arrested the Lord of Illusion Sea City. It was said that it caused quite a stir at the time. But in the end, Zhang Wanzai suppressed the Lord of Illusion Sea City with one palm. Upon hearing the news, Qin Shen immediately rushed from the novice village to South Shang City. As he expected, Zhang Wanzai also arrived on this side of South Shang City shortly after. He came by flying boat. It was also a flying immortal treasure, known as the Sky Mirage Tower. When fully unfolded in the sky, this immortal treasure would turn into a floating tower. So when this flying immortal treasure arrived above the city of Nanshang, it appeared like a colossal entity. On the immortal treasure, there was also a dense group of black-armored soldiers. Zhang Wanzai descended from the immortal treasure to the Lord's mansion, exuding an immortal aura as he stood with hands behind his back, overlooking the entire city of Nanshang. Prime Minister, Qin Shen arrived. You're here? Well done, the Lord's mansion has been repaired so quickly. In addition, the commerce in Nanshang City has also recovered. It seems that you will definitely be able to fulfill the task given to you by the court. Upon hearing Qin Shen's voice, Zhang Wanzai immediately turned around, a smile appearing on his face. 50,000 spirit jade per month, Prime Minister, rest assured, Nanshang City can afford it, Qin Shen assured. Now, he could guarantee it. After all, this time Zhang Wanzai could be said to be here to do him a favor. Look, the Lord of the Mirage Sea has a grudge against you. He accused you of insubordination, killing his subordinates and private soldiers. But in the end, I came, and now the person being pursued by the Black Armor Army is him. Zhang Wanzai continued with a smile, asking, how about it? When I appointed you as the Lord of Nanshang City, did I deceive you? What did Zhang Wanzai say at that time? He said that as long as Qin Shen could meet the monthly targets set by the court, he, Zhang Wanzai, would cover everything else. And now, Zhang Wanzai had indeed done so. You did not deceive me. Qin Shen nodded. However, he still didn't quite understand. Because what Zhang Wanzai did seemed unnecessary. If he only favored Qin Shen because he could ensure the tax revenue of Nanshang City, then did Mirage Sea City not have tax revenue? It didn't make sense to protect Nanshang City while causing chaos in Mirage Sea City. Seeing Qin Shen's reaction, Zhang Wanzai smiled and said, you still don't fully trust me. But I won't say much more. Actions speak louder than words. My name is Zhang Wanzai, so in my heart, there is definitely more than just the superficial 50,000 spirit jade in taxes. Then what is it for, Prime Minister? Qin Shen seized the opportunity to ask. For what? Zhang Wanzai turned away at the question, but this time his gaze was directed towards the sky, not the earthly realm. For what? Zhang Wanzai muttered to himself, then smiled with a hint of freedom, turned back to Qin Shen, and pointed to the sky, saying, perhaps, it is to no longer let the heavens be high above, to let you, me, and those ordinary people no longer be treated like fish or meat. And also, for this world of fireworks, ideals, and beauty. Qin Shen was stunned. Suddenly, Zhang Wanzai's image became majestic and towering. However, what he said was generous and impassioned, but also overly idealistic. To be honest, in Qin Shen's view, there was some suspicion of empty talk. But first of all, this world is not at peace. Nations are conquering and killing each other. Soon, another massacre is about to happen. The people in this world cannot be unified, so what can be used to resist those who represent the will of the heavens? Zhang Wanzai said, looking at Qin Shen, and continued, do well in Nanshang City. That private army is very good, and your methods are also good. I'll say it again, be bold in Nanshang City, and as for the court, I've got your back. The last two words, I've got your back, were transmitted to Qin Shen when Zhang Wanzai ascended to the Mirage Tower. Qin Shen always felt that Zhang Wanzai's methods were very strong. So strong that it seemed out of place in this world. Qin Shen was still pondering the intentions behind Zhang Wanzai's words. To no longer let the heavens be high above? The heavens were always high above and unchangeable, so there must be a hidden meaning here. Could it be that heavens referred to the gods? Furthermore, the impending massacre should refer to the imminent invasion of the game into the Blue Star. It seemed that the game invasion, compared to what Qin Shen and all the people of Blue Star had anticipated, might be even more bloody and brutal. This was part of Qin Shen's interpretation of Zhang Wanzai's words, but he did not expect that, although the game had not invaded yet, some changes had already begun on the Blue Star. First, the technological missiles, and even nuclear missiles on the Blue Star almost overnight lost all their effectiveness. The Blue Star was in an uproar. The next day, almost all the posts on the forum were about this news. These shells were what the Blue Star relied on for survival, even prepared as a trump card to resist the invasion of the game Heavenly Dao. But now, this trump card was destroyed overnight. Then, earthquakes began to occur everywhere on the Blue Star at the same time. Huge canyons appeared everywhere. These were earthquakes, creating huge and bottomless rifts. Strangely, such a severe planet-wide earthquake on the Blue Star all occurred in uninhabited suburban areas and did not cause much human casualties. However, soon, the photos of the Blue Star sent back by some satellites once again shocked many people, because from those satellite photos, the current Blue Star looked like a huge broken ball full of pits and holes everywhere. The key point was that the Blue Star in the satellite photos seemed to have expanded by more than 100 times compared to before. And those pits and holes were created by the earthquakes. Those pits seemed to be ready to be filled. The forum was once again flooded with posts. The countdown to the game invasion is still more than a month away, but it seems to have started now. What secrets are inside those mysterious pits that people cannot approach? History should remember this day, because on this day, the Blue Star began to undergo huge changes. Indeed, the scene on the Blue Star now seems like the end of the world is coming. However, in fact, everyone more or less understands. The current changes on the Blue Star are significant, but no disasters have occurred, which is true. It can only be understood this way. The huge changes on the Blue Star are a sign of the game invasion. Or, the process of the game invasion has already begun, and these huge changes can be seen as the preparatory work for the game invasion. Because, although earthquakes are happening everywhere, they have not affected people's normal lives. This is the most mysterious part. Except for that massive game and the deities that dominate everything in the game, there should be no other power that can make the Blue Star become like this now. Therefore, on this day, the game server unprecedentedly reached 100 billion players. Even children have all entered the game. The number of players in the newbie village is the highest. What's even more bizarre is that Qin Shen can still see many parents bringing their children to level up outside the newbie village on the leveling map. The game is about to invade reality. By then, everything players obtain in the game will become reality. So, the game is going to occupy the Blue Star. And the people on the Blue Star are the first to fully occupy the game. 100 billion players are online at the same time. Moreover, the game only has one server. It can be seen that Heavenly Dao is indeed a phenomenal game. With so many players online at the same time, there are no bugs in the data, and it doesn't lag at all. Of course, Heavenly Dao also has its way of diversion. That is the incredibly huge map. Using these vast maps, 100 billion players are all dispersed. Of course, even if 100 billion is so large, it still needs a huge number to be dispersed. Now Qin Shen is the lord of Nanshang City, and Qin Shen knows well that the prosperity of Nanshang City cannot be separated from the players. Therefore, Qin Shen used Li Shuiyan to start establishing a strategy for the NPC Force Guild belonging to the players, in order to turn Nanshang City into a centralized trading place for players. At present, it seems that this strategy has begun to succeed. And with the huge changes on the Blue Star, a large number of new players, including children and kids, have flooded into the game, nearly reaching a volume of 2 billion, and the game map location where Nanshang City is located has been allocated to tens of millions. They are all at level 1. But in 10 days, you can reach level 30. And don't forget, these children are accompanied by their parents. As a result, the number of players in Nanshang City is unprecedentedly high. Business is thriving even more. In addition, Nanshang City also has 2-player established sects. This makes players more willing to stay in Nanshang City. These phenomena seem to be the expected results. However, Qin Shen felt something was not quite right. Because the money of the Blue Star players is being sought after by the forces in the game, and with this phenomenon, it seems that the players on Blue Star will gain more resources in the game. But, it also seems to be leading to a consequence. Players are starting to be trapped by the major cities. Something feels off, but Qin Shen still sharpens his sword every day. The 9 millionth time of sharpening the sword is right before his eyes. However, at this moment, when Qin Shen made a rare trip back to Nanshang City, he suddenly saw a decree sent by Emochingi, ordering all cities to open up land and houses for sale to adventurers. Moreover, the price of purchasing houses by adventurers must be half price. This is an order personally issued by the Holy Dragon Emperor. City Lord. Such decrees aimed at all city lords across the country have always come from the Prime Minister, but this time it is personally ordered by the Holy Dragon Emperor. we must also comply. Emochingi expressed the suggestion, then asked Qin Chen, starting today, shall our Nanshan city also open up housing for sale to adventurers? Wait, you just said. Qin Chen asked, this decree is issued by the Holy Dragon Emperor himself, and it is the first time the Holy Dragon Emperor has issued a decree to all city lords in the name of the Emperor, right? Yes, City Lord. What are you thinking? Emochingi asked. Nothing, you go ahead and make arrangements. Qin Chen did not chat too much with Emochingi. However, in his current position, he could know many things that players do not know. For example, the fact that the Holy Dragon Emperor personally issued this order, as inadvertently revealed by Emochingi, could lead to many interpretations. Why is this national decree so unusual this time? Normally, if Prime Minister Zhang Wanzai continues to issue decrees, they would be executed in the same way everywhere. There is no need for the Holy Dragon Emperor to worry about it. Unless Prime Minister Zhang Wanzai opposes this, and then, the Holy Dragon Emperor bypasses the Prime Minister and issues the order personally. Why did the Holy Dragon Emperor do this? Is it just to take advantage of the houses in various cities and completely drain the players' pockets before the game invasion? Qin Chen fell into contemplation. He felt it was definitely not that simple. If the Holy Dragon Emperor's intention is really that simple, just to make money, then why would Prime Minister Zhang Wanzai go against the Emperor? Could it be? Qin Chen had a bad feeling in his heart. At this moment, he remembered the words of Zhang Wanzai. For the sake of the common people, not to become fish and livestock. Could it be that the human race on Blue Star is also being treated as a resource by the Holy Dragon Dynasty, and they are striving to compete for it? Qin Chen suddenly thought of a very terrifying thing. The Holy Dragon Emperor treats all Blue Star people as resources, as fish and livestock. That's why he is selling houses to Blue Star people. The purpose is that when the game invades Blue Star in the future, the major cities belonging to the Holy Dragon Dynasty will have a large number of Blue Star people. So, why does he need so many people? It must not be a good thing, and even, the Holy Dragon Emperor must be an early bird who doesn't work for nothing. What does he really want to do? Qin Chen couldn't figure it out. He continued to work hard to sharpen his sword. Sharpen the sword to 100 million times as soon as possible, and then, I must make a trip to the Holy Dragon City to see what the Holy Dragon Emperor is really up to. Qin Chen made up his mind. There is only a month left before the game invasion. At this time, the Blue Star is undergoing tremendous changes, with the world changing overnight. In the game, the selling of houses has started again, used to compete for population. Based on Qin Chen's experience in the game, he always feels that there is some conspiracy targeting the Blue Star people. So, he must figure it out. The next day, Qin Chen continued to wield his sword early in the morning. By noon, the number of sword strikes had finally reached 90 million times. His attack power exceeded 90 million. Including the permanent bonus from the Overlord profession skills, his attack power was now close to 1 billion. And the 9th lottery draw also arrived. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward of the Return to Heaven Jade. Return to Heaven Jade, divine object of the divine realm. This item can be used to repair all items and bestow a new attribute, Return to Heaven Power. Return to Heaven Power. When the item is about to be damaged, the effect is triggered to return to its previous state, and within 10 seconds, it can be immune to all attacks. Wow! The result of the 9th lottery draw is this? Return to Heaven Jade. Possessing the power to return to heaven. It can also repair an item. This item can be equipment, or it can also be a magic weapon. Qin Chen happened to have obtained the Emperor's Clock before. The Emperor's Clock that was split in half. Originally, this top-grade immortal treasure had already gathered dust and become a waste product. But now, there is hope again. The Return to Heaven Jade, a divine object of the divine realm. Very precious. Is it worth using it on the Emperor's Clock? Of course, it's worth it. This is the Emperor's Clock. Just hearing this name sounds domineering. Moreover, it may be related to the Emperor Xian Yuan, or it may belong to another ancient emperor. Using the Return to Heaven Jade to repair this item is not a waste. Qin Chen immediately began to repair the Emperor's Clock. In the game Heaven's Path, as long as the mana is sufficient to control, you can equip as many magic weapons as you want. Qin Chen now has only one magic weapon, a flying magic weapon. So once the Emperor's Clock was repaired, he immediately began to refine it. Then, he saw the attributes of the Emperor's Clock. Emperor's Clock, upgradable, level 1, quality, divine grade immortal treasure, attribute 1, 5 elements divine mark. All 5 elements attributes increase by 200. Attribute 2, 9 dragons divine mark. Permanently increase life by 10% of attack power. Attribute 3, 9 dragons protection. After the Emperor's Clock is activated, the 9 Dragons Divine Mark will transform into a 9 Dragons True Chi Shield. The shield has 10 times the life value of the user's current health. When the shield is broken, the Emperor's Clock will be damaged. Special attribute, Return to Heaven Power. When the Emperor's Clock is about to be damaged, the effect is triggered to return to its previous state, and within 10 seconds, it can be immune to all attacks. Powerful. Too powerful. This Emperor's Clock truly deserves the Return to Heaven Jade. Of course, it may also be that the Return to Heaven Jade is very strong, elevating the Emperor's Clock to such heights. Such an immortal treasure, the attributes are absolutely explosive. Don't forget, these are only first-level attributes. 3 attributes, 1 more than the War God's flying knife. This is also the first time Qin Shen has seen a magic weapon quality stronger than a top-grade immortal treasure. Divine-grade immortal treasure. To be honest, the Emperor's Clock definitely lives up to this number. Perhaps the only drawback is that this divine-grade immortal treasure can only be used for defense, without any offensive capabilities. But it's already very good. At least Qin Shen is very satisfied. Attack? He doesn't lack that. What he lacks now is life-saving means. With the Emperor's Clock, Qin Shen's health has exceeded 10 million. A first-level player with over 10 million health. An attack power of over 90 million, close to 1 billion. If this were to spread, it would definitely scare people to death. It just so happens that Qin Shen plans to visit the capital of the Holy Dragon Dynasty. He needs life-saving means. Originally, he relied on the Void Sky Robe to save his life. To be honest, that thing is not very reliable, at least when facing a divine strike. It definitely cannot protect Qin Shen's life. But now Qin Shen is not worried. With his over 10 million health, and the skill activation on the Void Sky Robe, he can instantly reduce damage by up to 98%, making him safe enough to withstand a divine strike. And then there is the Emperor's Clock. 9 Dragons Protection, the shield's health exceeds 100 million. Only the gods can break it. But after breaking the shield of the human Emperor Bell, there is still a power of reversal, allowing Qin Shen to be in a state of immunity to all attacks for 10 seconds. Invincible, okay? Qin Shen can really say to everyone now, I am invincible, do as you please. With the human Emperor Bell, Qin Shen is not showing off at all. The stronger one is, the more low-key one should be. Because Qin Shen is very clear that there are too many deceptions in this world. Moreover, no one would want others to be better or stronger than themselves. Besides, Qin Shen's system hasn't even been activated yet. He continues to draw his sword. Step by step, advancing towards 1 billion sword draws. During this time, Qin Shen still wastes a couple of hours every day going back to Nanshang City a few times to stabilize things there. Because of the sudden move of the Holy Dragon Emperor selling houses to players, Qin Shen speculated that there might be more changes in the future. He is not guessing randomly. What Li Shuiyan said makes sense. On this day, Qin Shen went to work at Yenro Group again to slack off. And after being busy for a long time, Li Shuiyan, who has been advancing in the hidden profession, actually found time to chat with Qin Shen again. Qin Shen, do you want to join the Yenro Guild? The time for the game invasion is getting closer, and you should have seen the changes on Blue Star recently, right? Li Shuiyan also meant well, and she further said to Qin Shen, it can now be basically confirmed that those huge pits on Blue Star may be filled with many cities from the game in the future. If that's the case, the cities we are in may all be occupied by monsters from the game in the future. So, when the time comes, players will have no choice but to flee to the sex, right? Qin Shen frowned slightly. Although he asked, in combination with the actual situation of selling houses in the game, Qin Shen guessed that it was far more than what he said. You can also buy a house in the city, which should be safer. Li Shuiyan smiled and said, it seems that what you said before, about us retaining some assets and technology from reality, seems a bit wrong now. It turns out she was waiting for Qin Shen here. Li Shuiyan questioned Qin Shen's previous advice, but Qin Shen was not upset. He just said, the situation will change, so we also need to learn to adapt to the situation. I can't say about assets in reality, but technology is indeed always useful for humans. It can be seen that Qin Shen still has some persistence in his ideas. However, arguing too much with Li Shuiyan about these things is meaningless. Li Shuiyan just chatted with Qin Shen, and when she learned that Qin Shen was still drawing his sword, Li Shuiyan sighed, you are really a very persistent and enduring person. Qin Shen expressed his thanks and then continued to slack off. Although he is not short of money now, he is still the lord of Nanshang City, and Li Shuero is going to do things for Qin Shen, but Qin Shen will continue to fulfill the promise he made to Li Shuero before. Protecting Li Shuiyan once is a must. In the game, Qin Shen repeatedly draws his sword, but this time he was surprised to be approached by someone unexpected. Chen Baipao, the one who was once killed in one sword by Qin Shen. Do you have something to discuss? Qin Chen asked. Chen Baipa nodded. Yes, there is a tricky mission that we have failed several times. That mission seems to be related to a demon god. I'm not sure if you can handle it, but I have no choice. You are the strongest player I know. Demon god? Qin Chen became interested. Demon god. They are all powerful beings. So far, Qin Chen has not encountered